Chapter 199. Ah, who is it? Is she the only one who can command Mount Huang? What about the other descendants who subdued the vermilion bird evil spirit? Mo Ran did not answer him directly. Instead, he said, 8,000 years ago, the one who subdued the vermilion bird evil spirit was called Song Qiao. His courtesy name was Xingyi. Xuemeng turned pale with fright. He blurted out, Hua by Supreme, Xingyi? Yes. He is the last person in the history of cultivation who could become a grandmaster. He is the butterfly bone beauty. Mo Ran said expressionlessly, that's right. Therefore, the last person who could open the gate to Mount Huang died in the sea of fire of the Confucian wind sect. It was Song Qiutong. Xuemeng's mouth involuntarily opened wide. Just as she was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A large group of green-robed cultivators from Jade Pool Manor suddenly surrounded the barrier at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. Manor Master Li. Manor Master. Chu Waning's expression changed slightly. He walked over and pushed through the crowd. He saw Li Wuxin being supported by his disciples. His face was as white as paper and he spat out blood. The smelly blood stuck to his white beard. His lips were pale and his eyes were rolled up. He was already unconscious. He said in a trembling voice, he is the first, he is the first. Because Li Wuxin withdrew his power, the remaining sect masters suffered even more backlash from the barrier. Huang Xiaoye was the temporary hall master of Jiang Dongtang. Her mana was weaker than the other sect masters. At this time, she could not take it anymore. Even turning her head was difficult. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, looked at Li Wuxin even though his face was pale. He said, he is under the influence of the Phoenix Nightmare. The barrier of Mount Huang was imbued with the curse of the Phoenix. Once someone tried to tear open the crack and attempt to climb up the mountain, they would be easily swallowed by the nightmare. This was similar to the illusion of Jin Chengqi's heart-picking willow. However, the Phoenix Nightmare was hard to get rid of. Those who were affected would not wake up again. Seeing this, the Jade Pool Manor disciples knelt on the ground. Some of them even began to cry, Manor Master, wake up. Manor Master Li Wuxin laughed and talked in his sleep. Suddenly, he broke free from his disciple Zhen Songming. He lay on the ground and began to dance, laughing, first. Among the disciples of other sects, someone whispered, what is number one? Li Wuxin, however, was not going to answer them. Immersed in the joy of the nightmare, he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth that were sticky with blood and saliva. He laughed in an extremely intoxicated manner. After a while, as if the nightmare had suddenly turned around, his old face that was as dry as a dead tree stiffened and revealed an expression of anger. You promised to return the secret scroll of Baitan village to me. You. After a while, it turned into a sorrowful face. Li Wuxin had always been an old Daoist priest who cared a lot about his reputation. He was also the head of a manor. He had never shown such a face in front of others before. He didn't look like a sect leader or a Daoist priest. He didn't even look like a man. His face was contorted in grief, as if he was trying his best to stuff his dignity into the wrinkles that covered his face. He begged, 8 billion gold is really too much. That secret scroll of swordsmanship originally belonged to Blue Pool Manor, it belonged to my great master. But at that time, the sect was destitute and had no money left. I had no choice but to sell it to you. Sect master. I beg you, just a little less. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. 8 billion gold? Sword technique scroll? Then someone suddenly remembered that the former sect leader of Jade Pool Manor had a strong temperament and spoke out righteously. He had attracted the attention of many sects in the cultivation world and suffered a great disaster. No one was willing to help him. After that, the entire Jade Pool Manor declined day by day. They couldn't even allocate enough money to subsidize their disciples for 3 years. Then, for some reason, they suddenly became rich again. But inexplicably, after that generation, the water-cutting sword technique of Jade Pool Manor, which was once famous in the 9 states, fell into decline. The disciples who came after could not use the essence of it. Because of this, There were always people in the Jianghu who ridiculed Li Wuxin. They said that it was because he didn't teach well that the Jade Pool Manor, which used to be the Sword Saint's manor, fell to the bottom of the cultivation world. But now, everyone was shocked to realize that things might not be as simple as they thought. Could it be that the Jade Pool Manor survived the great disaster by selling the sword technique scroll? This kind of profiteer who took advantage of the situation, some people immediately thought of Lone Moonyi, and many gazes secretly swept over Jiangxi's face. Could it be Lone Moonyi? Could be Sect Master Jiang's Grandmaster? Li Wuxin was still struggling and rolling on the ground in pain. Zhen Tsongming couldn't even hold him. He cried and screamed, and then he simply got up and kowtowed to the people around him. Blood and snot flowed down together. Give it back to me. I've been collecting it for most of my life. I only have 1 billion gold in total. Li Wuxin wailed, it's only 1 billion gold. I've tried my best, but I really don't have that much money. I can't kill, rob, or do all kinds of bad things for money, can I? Your sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, but the Jade Pool Manor really doesn't have that much money. I beg you. Hearing that his sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, those who hadn't looked at Jiangxi before began to look at Jiangxi. Jiangxi's Shenyuan Pavilion was the biggest black market in the cultivation world. Who else could it be other than him? A young disciple of the Jade Pool Manor was so angry that his eyes were already red. He shouted at Jiangxi, Sect Master Jiang. So the 3 most important scrolls of our Jade Pool Manor's broken water swordsmanship are in your hands, Lone Moonyi? You want 8 billion gold coins, how can you be so shameless? Before Jiangxi could speak, someone on his left said in a hoarse voice, the truth hasn't been revealed yet. How dare you accuse Sect Master Jiang? The person who spoke was actually Huang Xiaoye, who was almost out of breath. This old guy's hands were trembling as he held the barrier. He still wanted to speak to Jiangxi to show his loyalty. His intentions were clear as day. The Jade Pool Manor disciple was so angry that he rushed up to scold Huang Xiaoye. However, he was firmly held back by his fellow disciples, who advised, Zhen Fu, don't provoke them. Hearing this name, Mo Ran was stunned. If it was in the past, he might have thought that this name was the same as being really smart, making people laugh their heads off. But now, as he looked at the rotten old man who kept kowtowing in the mud, he suddenly felt very bitter. He couldn't laugh at all. If 5 billion gold coins isn't enough, then 5 billion gold coins? Li Wuxin was crying. He kept wiping his tears with his sleeve. 5 billion gold coins. I'll go to Yi Ju's Chang clan and sell some magic tools and spirit stones. I'll still be able to get 5 billion gold coins. Sect Master, please do me a favor and be merciful. Just return the sword manual to me. He bent his head and kowtowed. In the end, his forehead was cut and bleeding. The broken water swordsmanship is the soul of Jade Pool Manor. He cried. Before my late master passed away, his only wish was for me to redeem the sword manual. I've tried my best all my life. All my life, I've turned from black hair to white hair. I've also begged you instead of your father. I've even begged Luo Fenghua. Everyone suddenly turned pale. Luo Fenghua? Li Wuxin had begged Luo Fenghua? It wasn't Lone Moonyi, it was. They all turned around, but no one was moving. However, they immediately parted ways, because almost all of the people from the various sects were turning their heads to look at Nangong Sai and Yi Wangxi in the corner. It's the Confucian Wind sect. This time, there was no need to whisper. Someone yelled. How shameless. I was just wondering how the Confucian Wind sect swordsmanship suddenly improved so much in the past few decades. They even have the style of a sword saint. Beasts. Back then at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, they even gave Nangong Sai 3rd place. What kind of swordsmanship is that? This is so disgusting. Nangong Sai stood in place with a stupefied expression. Of course, he didn't know about the evil scandals of the Confucian Wind sect. The evil that his father and ancestors had committed should have fallen on the heads of the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect. Now, he had to bear all of it alone. He didn't run away, nor did he make a sound. His expression was ashen as he stood there silently. Yi Wangxi wanted to shake his hand, but Nangong Sai quietly pulled it away. He stood in front of Yi Wangxi. He actually has the face to come. His father is such a beast. What kind of good do you think his son is? The people of Jade Pool Manor were the most indignant. They shouted at them, "Scram! Why aren't you scramming? The Confucian Wind sect is no longer among the 10 great sect. What are you standing here for? Scram! Adulterous couple, shameless." Impassioned voices rose and fell from the surroundings. They were cursing and spitting, and their faces were filled with clear hatred. Suddenly, someone rushed over. It was a disciple of Jade Pool Manor. That person grabbed Nangong Sai by the collar. Yi Wangxi immediately shouted, "Ah Sai." Nangong Sai only managed to push her away in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Then, that Jade Pool Manor disciple pressed him to the ground. Fists rained down on his face, chest, and abdomen. Fist after fist, they didn't use spiritual energy, but they were heavy, fierce, and crazy. At this time, another cold voice suddenly said sternly, "Stop." A heavy punch landed on Nangong Sai's handsome face. Nangong Sai coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he lay on the ground covered in mud. That angry disciple wanted to wave his fist again, but his arm was grabbed by someone. He angrily turned around and spat, "Beast. I don't want you." He didn't say anything, because the person standing in front of him was the world's #1 martial scholar, Chu Warning. "Stop." Chu Warning's eyes were like a cold spring. He looked down at him with an indescribable expression. It seemed like there were many emotions on his face, but it also seemed like there was nothing. He just tightly held the youth's arm and pursed his lips. After a while, he said, "Stop fighting." Nangong Sai coughed up another mouthful of blood on the ground. Yi Wangxi hurriedly tried to help him up, but he was waved away. "Don't worry about me. I should take responsibility for the Confucian Wind sect in place of my father." That youth became even angrier. He struggled to break free from Chu Warning's hand and wanted to fight again. Chu Warning's sword-like eyebrows rose. "Stop fighting. It's none of your business. You're someone at the pinnacle of life and death. It's none of your business." That youth also went crazy. He roared at Chu Warning, "Why are they treating my master like this? Why? Why are they treating Jade Pool Manor like this? Jade Pool Manor has been acting like an ox or a horse for the Confucian Wind sect for so many years. Why? Why?" He began to wail. Behind him, Li Wuxin was moaning and begging. Li Wuxin was still begging Nangong Liu, who didn't actually exist in his consciousness. Luo Fenghua said he was willing to exchange the sword manual for mine, but I don't know where he put it. "You promised me. Sect Master, you promised me. I'm 79 years old this year. I don't have many years left to live. In this lifetime, my cultivation level isn't high enough. Maybe I won't be able to become an immortal and see my master, but I can't fail to do the one thing he entrusted me with." Li Wuxin's every word was like a blood clot that had been dug out of his throat. He was also wailing, "I can't not do it, Sect Master. Give it back to me. Give the Jade Pool Manor back to this old man, I beg you." The Jade Pool Manor disciple was trembling. Chu Warning's hand was also slightly trembling. The youth's eyes were filled with tears, hatred, and confusion. But he couldn't break free. In the end, he spat on Chu Warning's face and said, "What Grandmaster? They're all beasts. Shizun. Mo Ran, stand there and don't move. Don't come over." Chu Warning let go of the youth's hand. The youth regained his freedom and immediately went to beat up Nangong Sai, who was already covered in cuts and bruises. But unexpectedly, a ray of golden light fell and Haitang's enchantment opened, firmly protecting Nangong Sai and Yi Wangxi. Chu Warning was originally half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he slowly stood up and looked at the blurry faces that were watching the commotion. At one end of the crowd was him, while at the other end was Li Wuxin, who was weeping blood and tears. Li Wuxin's old voice was heard. It was like the winter's branches piercing the blue dome of heaven. "Is 5 billion not enough?" In the dreamland, this old man was still trying to bargain with Nangong Liu. He was lowly and dead. Extremely lowly. So lowly that his old face had turned into sand. 8 billion? His voice was trembling. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His hands were also curled and trembling under his wide sleeves. But he still said word by word, Nangong Sai, son of the old friend Rong Yang, Madam Rong. In front of the huge Phoenix Mountain, there were more than 1,000 people. It was so quiet that they could only hear Li Wuxin's howling and Chu Wanning's cold and stern voice. On one end, Li Wuxin said, 8 billion should be enough, right? Those are only 3 sword manuals. On the other end, Chu Wanning said, when I left the mountain, I didn't bring any money with me, so I don't know how to ask for it. It was Madame Rong who gave me a meal and allowed me to temporarily stay in the Confucian Wind sect. He paused. Thus, only the sound of Li Wuxin's sobbing could be heard. Madame Rong once ordered me to accept her son Nangong Sai as my disciple. Because I was young, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill the task, so I didn't agree. But that year, Chu Wanning slightly turned his face and glanced at Nangong Sai, who was lying on the ground. He finally and slowly revealed the truth that Nangong Sai didn't remember, word by word. That year, Madame Rong brought her young son and kowtowed to me 3 times in front of the ancestral temple. She said that Nangong Sai's ceremony as master was complete. If I was willing to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a long time in the future, Nangong Sai should treat me as a master. Chu Wanning raised his eyes. Nangong Sai is my disciple. Hearing this, Xuemeng's face instantly turned ashen. Mo Ran and Shamai's complexions weren't very good either, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at Chu Wanning. If it's true that a son should repay his father's debt, then a teacher for a day is a father for life. Since I've accepted Nangong Sai's 3 kowtows, he can call me master. Chu Wanning said, his master is still here. Therefore, whether you want to seek revenge or beat me, I won't resist as long as I'm here. Shizun, Mo Ran, Xuemeng, and Shamai all knelt down. Nangong Sai also struggled to get up from the ground. The blood in his mouth hadn't stopped yet, and he could only mutter, no. I won't kowtow. I haven't kowtowed. I don't have a master. However, at this time, Li Wuxin suddenly let out a long howl. He raised his head to the sky, his hair and beard fluttering like snow. His eyes were wide open, and blood continuously flowed out from his eye sockets. He howled, he cried, he choked, he stammered. 9 billion, that should be enough, right? Sect head Nangong. 9 billion. Just take the extra as pity on this old man and leave me some money for my coffin. Okay. He raised his neck in a posture as if he was about to be killed. Finally, he screamed, his veins bulging. Okay. 3 okay in a row. Li Wuxin suddenly vomited blood again. Blood spurted wildly. Deathly silence. Then, he fell to the ground with a thump. This was the lord of the most inferior sect in the upper cultivation world. This was the old man who had always deliberately curried favor with every sect he could, wandering everywhere like a clown. This was the big joke who had spent most of his life, but was still mediocre and couldn't even redeem 3 sword manuals. A good-for-nothing, a mediocre person. Just like that, he fell into the grey dust with his eyes wide open. Dead. The wind whistled. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and no one said anything. But Mo Ran suddenly remembered that there were treasures on Jiao Mountain, enough to revive the sect. This was something that even Jiang Dongtang knew. Since Blue Pool Village and Confucian Wind sect were so close, there was no way they wouldn't understand what this meant. After Nangong Liu's death, many large and small sects chased after Nangong Sai and Yi Wangxi alive. They said it was for revenge, but in their hearts, they were all thinking about those mountains of gold and silver. But Blue Pool Village didn't. Blue Pool Village just clumsily thought of stupid ways to make friends with the Life and Death Summit and Lone Moon Knight, hoping that they could look after each other and help each other in the future. Li Wuxin didn't even think about the Confucian Wind sect's gold and silver treasures. He was clearly the one who had been bullied and oppressed by the Confucian Wind sect all his life. Perhaps, it was because he had been bullied and oppressed for so long that this old man understood that he could take money, but not injustice. Mo Ran looked at Li Wuxin's dirty old face in the dust, dirty to the point that it was somewhat funny. He suddenly understood why on that day when the Confucian Wind sect was in a state of panic, when everyone was running for their lives, this old man wanted to escape, but he was so timid that he didn't leave. He obviously didn't have any great skills, but he braced himself and stayed in the sea of fire. A single sword saved dozens of lives that had nothing to do with him. People said that Blue Pool Village's Grandmaster had a set of water-breaking sword techniques that could break the flow of water and break the sky. He was known as the Sword Saint in history. Li Wuxin lacked 3 books, so he couldn't learn this amazing sword technique, so he couldn't become the Sword Saint. The only thing he could do in the end was to use an enlarged flying sword to send those people he didn't know at all, even the disciples of the Confucian Wind School, out of the sea of fire, and bring them back to the human world one by one. Chapter 200. The disciples of Jade Pool Manor would never have thought that their manor lord would die before the Battle of Phoenix Mountain had even begun. Although Li Wuxin was already advanced in years and his movements were gradually showing signs of senility, he wouldn't have died so suddenly if it weren't for the fact that his meridians were flowing in reverse due to the effects of the boundary nightmare. After a moment of silence, the Jade Pool Manor disciples all knelt down. Their cries shook the heavens and everyone was shocked. The disciple who originally wanted to settle the score with Nangong Sai couldn't care about anything else. He cried and crawled back to the old manor lord's side, wiping his tears with his sleeves. Suddenly, the huge barrier in front of Phoenix Mountain let out an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Jiangxi's expression changed and he sternly said, "Someone fill in Li Wuxin's position, otherwise we will all die here today." Shui Zhengyong simply turned around and shouted, "Yu Heng, quickly come and help." Chu Wanning naturally didn't need them to repeat themselves. He was most proficient in barrier techniques. That whistle was the curse left behind by the evil phoenix spirit. To be able to touch this layer of curse meant that the elders were not far from tearing apart the barrier. If they could succeed, then they would succeed. If they couldn't, then the backlash of this curse would have the power to move mountains and fill seas. It would be even more difficult to escape than the tribulation fire of the Confucian Wind sect. He immediately flew over. His gaze was as sharp as a bayonet. He waved his sleeve and raised his hand, fiercely striking the space left behind by Li Wuxin. As soon as he touched it, Chu Wanning was suddenly shocked. He immediately looked at Huang Xiaoye who was standing next to him. He saw that Huang Xiaoye was sweating profusely and trembling all over. Her face was flushed red, as if she was using all her strength to circulate her energy. The other leaders clearly thought so too. However, Huang Xiaoye could deceive others, but she couldn't deceive the barrier grandmaster Chu Wanning. As soon as Chu Wanning received Li Wuxin's burden, he immediately felt that the counterattack from this position was extremely ferocious. In other words, Li Wuxin alone just now had to bear the evil aura of 2 sect masters. It was rare for such a situation to occur in a formation where everyone worked together. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the caster next to them did not use any power at all. Huang Xiaoye was actually just putting on an act. Chu Wanning was infuriated. His black eyebrows stood erect as he sternly said, "You, how dare you play around? What?" Huang Xiaoye gasped for breath, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Her entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing to death. When the surrounding sect leaders heard the commotion, those who still had the energy to spare also turned to look. "Grandmaster, what are you talking about? What kind of joke is this? You know very well what kind of game it is. Get the hell out of here." Shui Zhengyong couldn't keep his composure and shouted, "Yu Heng, why are you being so fierce to Huang Daozhong? Look at him, he can't even speak. If there's anything wrong, open the barrier first and then talk about it." Huang Xiaoye's eyes drifted. He only glanced at Chu Wanning for a moment before he was frightened by those eyes that were as cold as an unsheathed frost blade. He didn't have the strength to open the Phoenix barrier at all. The reason why he took the initiative to rush up and help was just to fight for face. Afterwards, he could let the upper cultivation world know that Jiang Dongtang's strength was still there, and that he, Huang Xiaoye, still had some skills. Unexpectedly, Li Wuxin, this good-for-nothing, actually couldn't bear the evil aura of two people. He was unexpectedly counterattacked by the Phoenix barrier and directly died next to him. It was fine if he died, but the person who took his place was Chu Wanning. This was Grandmaster Chu, who deserved to be cut into pieces. Huang Xiaoye's greasy face was covered with beads of sweat. These beads of sweat were no longer forced out, but cold sweat. He was constantly sweating. He was thinking, what should I do? At the critical moment, Huang Xiaoye fiercely bit his tongue. A stream of blood flowed out, and he let saliva mixed with blood seep into the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster, you really misunderstood this old man. After Villa Master Li withdrew his power, this old man really can't, he coughed violently, and blood splattered everywhere. This old man really can't take it anymore. How could Chu Wanning be fooled? Li Wuxin and Huang Xiaoye, it was needless to say who was stronger and who was weaker. If both of them had used all their strength, how could the one who fell first be Li Wuxin? He waved his sleeve angrily and threw out Heaven's Inquisition with one hand, which unexpectedly flipped Huang Xiaoye more than 10 feet away. Get lost. Jiang Dongtang's disciples were shocked. They rushed up and surrounded their own senior. There were also many people who angrily glared at Chu Wanning. Grandmaster Chu, why are you being so unreasonable? Daoist Huang has already done his best. What right do you have to throw a whip and throw a tantrum as you please? You think you can bully people just because you have the ability? Chu Wanning turned a deaf ear to these angry shouts and gossips. His heart was full of anger, and his pair of sharp phoenix eyes flashed with a frosty color. Perhaps it was the reflection of the red light of the barrier, but his pupils were even somewhat scarlet. Get lost. His voice was quiet, but it was extremely gloomy. Those who had a little understanding of Chu Wanning knew that there was still room for discussion when he rebuked or scolded. However, once he became like this, he would become cold and oppressive. Then no one could stop him. If anyone tried to stop him, Heaven's Inquisition would probably take that person's life. Xue Jingyong muttered, "Yu Heng, what's going on? Huang Xiaoye, did you really use half an inch of your strength to open the Phoenix barrier?" Chu Wanning's hand that was covering the barrier was so angry that the veins on his hand bulged. When Li Wuxin couldn't bear it anymore, "Did you really share the burden for him? What are you talking about?" The female disciples of Jiang Dongtang screamed. "Our Daoist Huang has already vomited blood, and you still say that he didn't do his best? Do you have to see him die like Villa Master Li before you're satisfied?" Chu Wanning's black eyebrows were burning. Just as he was about to speak again, the heavenly barrier in front of him suddenly shook violently. The palms of all the sect leaders were wrapped in a blood-red light. Jiang Shi immediately said, "Focus. It's the last layer. It's about to be torn apart." Chu Wanning was no longer in the mood to argue with that group of lunatics. She turned around and focused her gaze. Placing her hands on top of each other, she placed her hands on top of the barrier. Her vigorous spiritual energy, filled with raging flames, fiercely entered the crack. There was a loud bang. The earth shook. A huge gap appeared in the barrier of Mount Huang. It was about 8 feet high and could allow 5 people to pass through side by side. Xue Zhengyong said happily, "It's open, it's open. The barrier is open." He was close to the gap and immediately stuck his head out to take a look. However, he suddenly felt a black and red miasma rushing towards him. He couldn't help but shout, "Why is it so smelly?" The other cultivators didn't care about Baitan village and Jiang Dongtang. They all rushed over to take a look. Wubei Temple's abbot Xianjing was the most sensitive to this. He turned the prayer beads in his hand and said in a low voice, "It's a place of corpses. I'm afraid there are more corpses and resentment on Mount Huang than we thought." Jiang Shi said with a gloomy face, "It seems that Xu Shuanglin, that rat crossing the street, is indeed hiding in this lousy mountain." As he spoke, he turned his head and said, "Everyone, listen up. Those who were injured before, those who were scared, those who were useless, and those who were pretending." When he said pretending, His cold and deep eyes glanced at Huang Xiaoye, who was lying on the ground. Then, he sneered almost imperceptibly. These people will stay at the foot of the mountain. The rest will follow me up the mountain. When Xuemeng saw Chu Wanning enter the gap, he immediately wanted to follow him. However, he found that Mo Ran was not by his side. He looked around and found that there was a commotion where Nangong Sai was. It turned out that the disciples of Baitan village hated Nangong Sai even more after their grief. Although Chu Wanning had set up a barrier there, Nangong Sai was still surrounded by a group of twisted and ferocious faces. Every bright red tongue was cursing and spitting. Xuemeng said anxiously, "Mo Ran, what are you doing there? Everyone is going up the mountain. Hurry up and follow. You go first. Protect Shizun and Shamai. If you can't handle it, report to me immediately." Xuemeng had no choice but to leave first. At this time, only the people of Baitan village and Jiang Dongtang were left at the foot of the mountain. Mo Ran withdrew his gaze from Xuemeng's back and said, "I know how you feel, but the sword manual was not young Master Nangong's doing. If you want to settle the score, at least wait until you catch Xu Shuanglin. These are two different things. Whether it's Xu Shuanglin or Nangong Sai, neither of them can escape." "That's right. Both of them will pay the price." Zhen Tsongming was one of the more rational people here. He glared at Mo Ran with red eyes. "Grandmaster Mo, you're a grandmaster now. Your master is also a grandmaster. Is this how you two grandmasters protect criminals and commit irregularities?" Mo Ran said, "I just want you to be fair. If you really want to get to the bottom of this matter, you should follow the rules of the cultivation world and send Xu Shuanglin and the others to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion for questioning. The 10 great sects will discuss this matter together and decide on a fair judgment. Now you want to rush up and tear a person who doesn't intend to fight back into 10,000 pieces. What's the point?" "Zhen Tsongming," someone shouted, "what 10 great sects?" 9. Can the Confucian Wind sect be considered a sect? Zhen Tsongming suddenly said, "It's 8. There were bloodstains on his face. He had wiped them off for his master and then wiped away his tears. The bloodstains made him look very miserable and at a loss. "It's 8 sects. Blue Pool Manor also has no leader. Senior martial brother, he didn't pay attention to the cries of his junior martial brothers." He slowly turned his head and looked at Mo Ran. After the heaven-splitting battle, Master once said that the Life and Death Summit was a fair sect. Now it seems that he was wrong about you guys. "Mo Ran," Zhen Tsongming asked, "Grandmaster Mo, are you sure you want to protect these 2 bastards from the Confucian Wind sect today?" Before Mo Ran could answer, Nangong Sai said in a hoarse voice, "Mo Ran, go away." Yi Wangxi half knelt by Nangong Sai's side and helped him up. It was really hard on her. She didn't cry or feel helpless, but her voice was also hoarse. "Young Master Mo, go up the mountain. This matter has nothing to do with you." Mo Ran glanced sideways and said, "Did you worship my master for nothing? Since you're a member of my sect, how can this matter have nothing to do with me?" "Nangong Sai, you..." Mo Ran turned his head and looked at Zhen Tsongming's face again. At this time, it wasn't just the people from Blue Pool Manor in front of him. Jiang Dongtang's disciples also surrounded him like a tiger watching its prey. Huang Xiaoye, supported by 2 female disciples, pretended to stagger closer. He gasped for breath, opened his eyes, and glared at Mo Ran. Then he waved away the 2 disciples on his left and right. He pointed his finger fiercely and said, "Since childhood, this old man has been influenced by the righteousness of the upper cultivation world. How can I just sit by and watch you act like this?" Mo Ran coldly said, "Huang Daozhong is indeed a role model in the upper cultivation world. Just now, you were struggling at death's door, but in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you're actually able to stand up and begin to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I really admire you. You..." Cough, cough, cough. Huang Xiaoye seemed to be extremely angry. He clutched his chest and coughed until the sky turned dark. His acting was very good, but Mo Ran didn't even bother to look at him. Blue Pool Manor's green-robed disciples and Jiang Dongtang's purple-robed disciples surrounded the 3 people in a circle. They approached step by step, but no one made the first move. Everyone knew that once this move was made, it would be difficult to take back the spilled water. Zhen Songming said in a low voice, "Grandmaster Mo, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not going to move aside?" "Ah." Before Mo Ran could answer, a sharp voice suddenly came from the front. He didn't know which female cultivator made the sound, but soon after, a pile of blurry black-grey mud and stones surged out from the crack in Mount Huang's barrier. Huang Xiaoye said in shock, "What's that?" "A landslide." Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. It wasn't a landslide. Everyone quickly saw it clearly and sucked in a breath of cold air. What surged out from the crack was wave after wave of zombies that had been burned to charcoal. These zombies' arms were stuck to their arms, and their flesh was stuck to their flesh. Thick water was still oozing out of them, so they could barely see their faces. War immediately, someone couldn't take it anymore. He bent over and vomited. "This is too damn disgusting. Are these all over the mountain? How many corpses should there be?" Mo Ran was also shocked. At this time, a heavy muffled sound came from the sky. The barrier that the elders had just torn open was now moving again. Slowly, it seemed like it was about to close. This barrier could actually heal itself. Not long after it was torn open, it would close again, preventing more people from entering. Mo Ran said anxiously, "Let's go up the mountain first. We'll talk about our grudges later. Xu Shuanglin is on the mountain. Are we just going to let the main culprit go and not catch him?" The people of Baitan Manor hesitated, but Huang Xiaoye twisted his beard and sneered, "Almost all the experts in the world are on that mountain. We don't have to worry about not being able to catch Xu Shuanglin. However, these two kids from the Confucian Wind sect are too slippery. They run as fast as loaches. If we let them go by mistake, we won't have another chance in the future." Huang Xiaoye. Mo Ran was furious. A red light flashed in his hand, and he summoned the ghost. "Have you had enough?" The more than 100 people in front of him saw him summon the divine martial skill. They all pulled out their swords and raised their weapons. They stared at him with extreme vigilance. Mo Ran knew that this time, he would definitely not be able to escape a fierce battle. He was fine, but according to these people's thoughts, he was afraid that in the future, he would be considered to be at the pinnacle of life and death. However, at this time, he suddenly heard a deep and cold voice from behind him. "Everyone, please go up the mountain. Nangong Sai will wait here. He won't run away." Huang Xiaoye said, "Little kid, you speak so casually. Why should I believe you? Could it be that you really can draw a circle around the prison and not leave just because you say so?" Nangong Sai looked at him coldly. He stood up from the ground, then suddenly raised his hand and pushed Yi Wangxi out of the barrier set up by Chu Wanning. Sai. This barrier could only allow the people inside to leave. The people outside couldn't enter. Nangong Sai stood alone inside and slowly pulled out his sword. The bright light of the sword illuminated his face inch by inch. His chin, his lips, the tip of his nose. His eyes. Yi Wangxi already understood what he was going to do. He fiercely hammered the barrier and shouted, "Don't mess around. When my ancestor established the sect, there was a teaching. Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that I, a scholar, cannot do." Nangong Sai said, "My father was unvirtuous and violated this teaching. However, I have been established for 26 years. Although I am arrogant, I have never acted rashly. These 7 things cannot be done. I have a clear conscience." With a buzzing sound, the sword flowed out of the sheath like water. "Don't." Mo Ran also knew what he was going to do. He tried to undo the barrier set up by Chu Wanning, but the barrier was firm and couldn't be removed in a short time. He muttered, "Nangong." Nangong Sai didn't even look at Yi Wangxi. He also didn't pay attention to Mo Ran. He said, "Today, everyone is not willing to believe me. I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have learned the imprisonment technique. Now that I am imprisoned here, I ask everyone not to implicate the innocent. I, Nangong Sai, will draw a circle on the ground and await everyone's return. Nangong." Before the voice disappeared, blood spurted out. Nangong Sai's sword was instantly nailed to the ground, half of it buried in the ground. At the same time, Nangong Sai's left hand was also nailed to the ground. He actually nailed his hand to the ground like a snake's vital point. Lightning flashed on the sword, and the spell of the imprisonment spell flew in all directions. Yi Wangxi knelt down. She knelt in front of the barrier. Nangong Sai's blood flowed down the sword's hilt and dyed the ground red. No one could see Yi Wangxi's expression. Her face was lowered, and only her hands were tightly gripping the barrier. Her knuckles were pale and spasming. This was the imprisonment technique used to nail evil beasts, malicious spirits, and livestock. Almost everyone in the upper cultivation world knew how to use it. Everyone could recognize it. Nangong Sai used this incantation to nail himself. He was in so much pain that his lips turned blue. He couldn't stop trembling, but he didn't cry. After a long time, he raised his face. His eyes were scarlet. He said, "Let's go." It was rare for Mo Ran to be shocked speechless by someone. In his previous life, only Yi Wangxi could do it. And in this life, he saw the person Yi Wangxi loved. He was once confused as to what exactly Yi Wangxi liked about Nangong Sai. Nangong Sai was a brainless young master who was only willing to look at faces and liked pretty girls. What exactly did he have that was worthy of Yi Wangxi's friendship? However, at that moment, he saw another Yi Wangxi. The one kneeling, the one in a mess, the one with blood flowing out, but the one who was ruthless to the bone. "Nangong Sai. Let's go." Nangong Sai roared. "What else is there to worry about? Do you want me to nail my legs to the ground too? Let's go." Zhen Tsongming was the first to turn around. He returned to Li Wuxin's corpse, tidied up the sect leader's body, and carried it back. Senior Marshal Brother, aren't we staying? Senior Marshal Brother? Are we just going to leave like this? Are we just going to let them go like this? Zhen Tsongming said. What's the point of staying? We don't know how long they'll fight on the mountain. Are we just going to let the sect leader lie on the ground like this without even a proper coffin? The disciples of Jade Pool Manor looked at each other. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Zhen Tsongming walked to Mo Ran's side. When he brushed shoulders with Mo Ran, he said, "Grandmaster Mo, remember what you said. After this battle, we'll meet at the Heavenly Music Pavilion." Fortunately, in this world, there's still the Heavenly Music Pavilion that can uphold justice. Someone's eyes were bright red. It was the disciple who had spat and insulted Chu Wanning. He followed behind his senior martial brother with deep hatred. The pavilion master will definitely handle this matter impartially so that our master can rest in peace. Mo Ran, Nangong Sai, you evil people, just you wait. You'll all get your retribution. Just wait for death. Chapter 201. Now that Baitan village was gone, even if Huang Xiaoya wanted to stay, she had no reason to. He could only go up the mountain. Mo Ran wanted to end the battle quickly, so he took the lead and rushed into Mount Huangshan's barrier. Jiang Dongtang's men followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the wizardry barrier, Mo Ran was still fine, but the people of Jiang Dongtang all screamed it was a dead person. There were dead people everywhere. There were corpses all over the ground, all over the trees, lying on the ground and hanging on the treetops. They were moving, crawling, twisting, and moving at an extremely slow speed towards every living person. Phoenix Mountain had turned into a mountain of corpses. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoya took the lead and whipped out her horsetail whisk. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 heads of the corpses were chopped off. Before Mo Ran could react to why this old man suddenly became so valiant, he heard him cry out in pain and fall to the ground in an extremely exaggerated posture. His eyes rolled back and he coughed up blood. Mo Ran, the disciples of Jiang Dongtang hurriedly rushed forward. "Senior Huang. Senior, it doesn't matter. Although this old man is heavily injured, I can still contribute some strength." Huang Xiaoya struggled to get up, but after 2 steps, her knees went soft and she fell back to the ground, gasping for breath. The disciples said anxiously, "Senior, it's better if you rest outside. There are too many evil spirits here. I'm afraid your heart veins will be damaged." Yes. At first, Huang Xiaoya tried her best to refuse. As she refused, She vomited blood. The blood was still mixed with sticky saliva. It was indescribably disgusting. After a few times, Huang Xiaoye led most of the Jiang Dongtang disciples and put on a regretful expression. The crowd was like a school of carps crossing the river. They rushed out of the enchantment of Mount Huangshan. This barrier prevented people from entering, but it did not prevent people from escaping. Soon, there were only a few people left in Jiang Dongtang. At this time, a young man suddenly came down from the foothills in front of them. The young man had light golden hair, deep blue eyes, and a cold expression. He and Mo Ran looked at each other, both slightly startled. Mo Ran reacted first. "Brother Mai?" Mai Hanxue nodded, cold and not fond of words. Mo Ran asked anxiously, "Have you seen my master and the others?" "It's right ahead." As he said this, a corpse staggered up from behind Mai Hanxue. Just as Mo Ran was about to remind him, he saw a cold sword light. Mai Hanxue had already summoned her sword, and without turning her head, she stabbed a hole in the corpse's chest. He pulled out the sword with a puff. Black liquid flowed from the tip of the sword. Mai Hanxue's expression was grave and stern. She wiped away the blood on the sword and said, "You go up, straight ahead. The first mountain path is to the left. There are too many corpses. We are currently clearing the path. Everyone is there." Mo Ran thanked him and was about to catch up. Mai Hanxue stopped him again. "Wait. Is something the matter, Brother Mai?" "Millimeter. The palace master and Madame Rong are old friends. She was worried and had me turn back to see the two from the Confucian Wind sect." "How are they? Are they still outside?" When Mo Ran heard this, his heart relaxed. He said, "They are still waiting outside. Nangong Sai has cast a binding spell on herself. But Huang Xiaoye has gone out. I'm afraid she will do something to make things difficult for them. I ask you to take care of her." Mai Hanxue pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. With a tap of her foot, she disappeared from the end of the barrier. Mo Ran didn't delay and immediately rushed to the large group. It was strange. He originally thought that with so many corpses, he should have seen the remains of his own people on the road, but there weren't any. There were chopped-up corpses everywhere, rotten flesh. Although it was disgusting, there weren't any cultivators' remains mixed in. Was it because all the sect masters had brought their outstanding elites? He didn't have the leisure to think about it. He immediately threw himself into the battle to clean up the foothills. If it was said that he had just walked along the place where everyone had already fought, those zombies had already been weakened to the point where they didn't have any fighting strength. But now that he started, he felt even more strange. It was too simple. He felt that he wasn't fighting with evil spirits at all. It was as if he was slaughtering ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. This situation made him uneasy. He vaguely had an extremely terrifying guess. Suddenly, a zombie hung down from the tree in front of him. Its hair was disheveled, and it reached out to grab Mo Ran's neck. Mo Ran suddenly swept back. The zombie immediately turned its head, its nostrils twitching. It grabbed his shoulder with one hand and wanted to bring its sinister rotten face closer. Mo Ran was extremely disgusted, but he still took advantage of this opportunity to observe it first. Then, he lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked it into the crowd of zombies, knocking down several zombies that came over. Mo Ran. At this time, Shuemeng also fought back to back with him. Shuemeng gasped for breath. His cheeks were splashed with some black blood. His eyes were like lightning. He said in a low voice, "What's going on? Are these corpses for fun? Are they playing a sea battle? How can they be so weak?" Mo Ran's eyes were cold, revealing a chill. In his previous life, the Emperor Ta had read all kinds of evil arts. He already had a vague guess in his heart, but at this time, he didn't have enough clues, so he couldn't make a conclusion. Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said, "These aren't cultivator corpses. They're ordinary people." "What?" Shuemeng was shocked. He turned his head and asked, "These people are F*King rotten into black ash. Each one of them is like charcoal. How can you tell if they're cultivators or not? I can't F*King tell if they're men or women." Mo Ran didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, if I were to fight with you, and I didn't have time to dodge, and you grabbed my shoulder, what would you do? Why would you expose your shoulder to me? This is a big taboo in combat. Even 11 or 12-year-old disciples wouldn't make such a mistake. Why is it a big taboo? Because the spirit core is close. Grabbing your shoulder is equivalent to grabbing half of your spirit core. The other hand can stab into your chest, and you can immediately decide life and death. Mo-Ran said, okay, just now there was a zombie that grabbed me like this. Shuemeng was shocked. How can you be so careless? Do you want to die? Mo-Ran interrupted him. It didn't move. Ah! At such a close distance, it didn't think that the other hand would attack my spirit core. 4 cultivators, protecting their own spirit nuclei and attacking other people's spirit nuclei in close proximity is already a deep-rooted habit. Just like what you said, even 11 or 12-year-old cultivators would do this. Even if they become zombies after death, the habit of fighting hand-to-hand will not change. However, this corpse didn't do this. Mo-Ran paused for a moment, then said in a low voice. Why not? There are 2 possibilities. Can't do it, can't think of it. Shuemeng, Mo-Ran said, it's a rare opportunity to have both hands and feet intact. It's impossible that it can't be done. So it can only not think of it. Most of these corpses were probably ordinary people when they were alive. Even if they died, they wouldn't be a match for these elites. So until now, not a single person has been injured. Shuemeng was shocked. How can this be? What was Xu Shuanglin doing at Mount Huang when he wanted to pile up so many ordinary people? If he had the mental strength, why didn't he control the cultivators? Mo-Ran said, it's the same as before. Can't do it, can't think of it. How can he not think of it? So there's only one left. Can't do it. Mo-Ran's gaze was heavy. Sparks splashed in his eyes like boiling molten iron falling into the night ocean. Xu Shuanglin's spiritual power is not enough to control so many cultivators with the exquisite chess game. Then it's useless for him to control these soft-footed shrimps. Shuemeng kicked back another pile of zombies. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What can he do? What can he stop? Mo-Ran didn't say anything else. The guess in his heart was becoming clearer and clearer. He looked at the zombies that were fighting with the crowd, and soon, he discovered an extremely strange phenomenon. When the corpses that had their limbs cut off and their heads cut off fell to the ground, tiny vines would immediately extend out and directly pierce into their chests. Then, with a poof sound, the flesh on the chest, along with the heart, would be abruptly pulled into the ground, disappearing without a trace. This was originally something that was extremely easy to discover. However, with the chaotic situation, everyone was overwhelmed. Those vines were small and thin. If one didn't stand still and observe from the side, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. Mo-Ran. Shuemeng was still calling him, but Mo-Ran didn't hear his voice at all. Suddenly, he flew up and grabbed a zombie's neck. He flipped a concealed dagger in his hand and stabbed the zombie's heart. Black blood instantly splashed all over his face. Shuemeng suddenly opened his mouth wide and took 2 steps back. He was actually speechless. He felt that Mo-Ran must be crazy. Mo-Ran tilted half of his well-defined face. He quickly and fiercely pulled out the zombie's black-grey heart and shattered it, revealing a black chess piece inside. This wasn't surprising. The zombies on Mount Huang were obviously under the control of the exquisite chess game. That was why they were acting as accomplices. Mo-Ran didn't want to see this chess piece. He rummaged through the bloodstains and endured the strong stench. Shuemeng couldn't take it anymore. He bent over and vomited. Are you sick? This is too disgusting. Blag. Mo-Ran ignored him. His fingers moved through the blood clots and soon found what he was looking for. On the back of the chess piece, there was a small red insect tightly clinging to it. It was the soul-eating insect. At the same time, dozens of thin and soft vines suddenly sprang up from the ground and attacked Mo-Ran's bloody hand. He quickly dodged, but the vines moved faster and faster. They were determined to wrap the chess piece and the insect into the Earth's core. Mo-Ran now completely understood Xu Shuanglin's intention and method. His hair stood on end and his blood turned cold. Because in this world, except for the Emperor Ta in his previous life, no one would think of obtaining this kind of evil secret technique. Just like how the Return of the Waves was created by Chu Warning, everything in front of Mo Ran, including the chess piece, the soul-eating insect, the zombies, and all kinds of arrangements, all pointed to a formation that Mo Ran couldn't be more familiar with. The formation of unity. This was the formation that he personally created in his previous life. If he was still guessing before, then the reappearance of this formation was like a blow to his head. Its reappearance undoubtedly confirmed two things. First, other than himself, there must be someone else who was reborn in this world. Second, that person who was reborn must be familiar with the style of the Emperor Ta in his previous life. Mo Ran's hands trembled slightly. Black blood kept dripping from the gaps of his fingers. The black chess piece and the red insect were tightly held in his palm. He dodged the flying vines, but his mind was in a mess. In the chaos and horror, he suddenly remembered the broken memories of his previous life. At that time, he was only 19 years old. At that time, the crack in the world of spirits and souls had just been repaired, and Shamai had just passed away. Behind everyone's back, he secretly practiced the exquisite chess game for almost half a year. Until that day. The 19-year-old Mo Weiyu sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Spreading out his palms, there were two black chess pieces lying in his palms. It was the first time in his life that he refined the exquisite chess game. Before that, he had tried thousands of methods, but they all ended in failure. He couldn't understand the obscure sentences written in the Forbidden Technique Remnant Scroll, but he couldn't ask Chu Warning. In fact, during that time, he was not willing to talk to Chu Warning. Shamai's death became a gap that could never be filled between them. This pair of master and disciple had long been dead. In the last few months when he showed his evil face, he would occasionally meet a man in white walking on the road. But every time they met, he would pretend that he didn't see him and walk away without saying a word. In fact, several times when they passed by each other on the Bridge of Helplessness, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that Chu Warning seemed to want to say something to him. Unfortunately, Chu Warning's dignity didn't allow him to take the initiative to call his disciple. And Mo Ran wouldn't give him more time to hesitate. He just left and never looked back. In the end, they parted ways. Without anyone's help, Mo Ran spent a long time to barely understand the meaning of the Forbidden Technique Remnant Scroll. He also knew the most critical point of the exquisite chess game: all chess pieces, whether it was the black chess piece or the more powerful white chess piece that could empathize with the caster, were all condensed by the caster's spiritual power. And every time a chess piece was condensed, the consumption of spiritual power was very amazing. The spiritual power of refining a black chess piece was enough to perform hundreds of big moves, and refining a white chess piece could almost exhaust the spiritual power of a great master like Chu Warning in an instant. In other words, even if a person was exceptionally smart and had a great understanding of the exquisite chess game, it was useless. Without enough spiritual power, they could only talk on paper. Although Mo Ran was talented and had abundant spiritual power, he was still a youth who hadn't even reached 20 years of age. So he spent all his effort and failed several times. In the end, he was only able to condense two black chess pieces. At this moment, they were lying in his palm. Mo Ran stared at the two black chess pieces, his eyes flashing with a strange light. In the dark room, only a candlestick that was about to burn out was lit, illuminating his face. He did it. At that time, he didn't care about the number of chess pieces at all. He was only ecstatic because he had successfully condensed the exquisite black chess pieces. He did it. He was such a handsome person, but he suddenly had the ferocious appearance of a beast. When he walked out of the dark room, his head was dizzy. Half of it was because of the bliss, and the other half was because these two chess pieces had exhausted all his spiritual power. His whole body was exhausted. When he walked outside and was illuminated by the dazzling sunlight, he immediately felt dizzy and couldn't breathe. His face turned red and white for a while. A blurry scene swayed in front of his eyes. In the distance, he saw two disciples of the peak of life and death approach. The only thing he had time to do was to hide the two black chess pieces in his chenkuan bag as soon as possible. Then, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Half asleep, he knew he had been brought back to the disciples' room and was lying on a bed that wasn't very spacious. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a person sitting by the bed. He had a fever and a headache. He couldn't see that person's appearance clearly, but he could vaguely feel that person's eyes were looking at him. They were so concerned, so attentive, so gentle, and even seemed to be filled with self-blame. Sure, his lips opened and closed, but his voice was so hoarse that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Tears flowed down his face first. That white figure paused for a moment. Then, Mo Ran felt a warm hand caressing his face. That person wiped away the tears on his cheeks. That person sighed softly and said, "Why are you crying? Shamai, are you back? Can you not leave? Don't die. Don't leave me alone. Ever since my mother left, there's no second person in this world who treats me so gently and well like you. There's no second person who doesn't dislike me and is willing to stay by my side. Shamai, don't leave." His hot tears couldn't be stopped no matter what. He also felt that he was very useless, but he kept crying. In his dreams and in his sleep, he kept crying. That person just sat by his bed and kept him company. Later on, that person held his hand and didn't say anything. That clumsy person just stayed by his side and didn't leave for even a moment. Mo Ran thought of the 2 exquisite chess pieces in his Chenkuan bag. He also knew that those chess pieces were the source of evil and were the seeds of the devil. But they were also the bargaining chips he used to fight against the heavens and the earth when he couldn't get what he wanted. In fact, refining the chess pieces didn't require only spiritual power. In the end, the sacrifice would be his soul, which was originally considered clean. Mo Ran muttered. Under his wet eyelashes, his eyes were hazy. He looked at Shamai's phantom and said, "I'm sorry. If you were still here, I also don't want to walk on this path." But he didn't have the strength to say the second half of his sentence. He fell into a deep sleep once again. When he woke up again, that white-clothed man had already left. Mo Ran felt that this was a scene from his dream. But he remembered that there was originally a pot of incense burning in the room. It was used by Shui Jingyong to calm his nerves. It was very fragrant, but he didn't like to smell it. The incense was already extinguished. It was a very long incense, but it wasn't completely burned. It was extinguished by someone. Who was it that came here? He sat up and stared blankly at the incense burner. He thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. He saw that his clothes, accessories, the Shunwu Modao, and his Chenkuan bag were all neatly placed on the table. He came back to his senses and hurriedly got down barefooted to get his Chenkuan bag. He opened it. Fortunately, the 3 knots he deliberately tied before he fainted were still the same 3. No one had touched them. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief and rummaged through the bag. He saw that the 2 Zhenlong chess pieces, as black as the night, were hibernating in the corner, like 2 ghost eyes harboring evil intentions. They wanted to devour him. He stared at the 2 chess pieces in a daze for a while. This was probably fate. If Chu Wanning had flipped through Mo Ran's Chenkuan bag at that time, everything would have changed. But Chu Wanning wouldn't casually flip through other people's things. Even if the bag was open, he wouldn't look twice. Mo Ran took out the chess pieces. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his heart beat like a drum. What should he do now? How should he use these 2 chess pieces? This was the first time he had condensed a sharp weapon. He couldn't wait to try it, but who should he look for? In a flash of lightning, an extremely crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Chu Wanning. He wanted to put the chess pieces into Chu Wanning's body. After he fought his way in, would that cold, heartless, hypocrite man obey his every order from now on? Would he never stand if he asked him to kneel? Could he make Chu Wanning kneel in front of him and apologize? Could he make Chu Wanning fall at his feet? Could he make Chu Wanning call him master? Could he stab him and bite him? Extreme excitement made the light in Mo Ran's eyes begin to distort. Yes, torture him. This high and mighty immortal. What would be the most painful? The most shameful? Humiliating him. Mo Ran held the 2 chess pieces tightly. His mouth and tongue were dry and hot. He fell into a strong sense of excitement and anxiety. He licked his chapped lips. He couldn't wait to do this. He wanted to see Chu Waning's pale neck. Then he would reach out and touch it, feel that slight tremble, and then break his neck. Crush his bones. Mo Ran felt unhappy. He felt empty and unsatisfied for no reason. It was too boring to let Chu Waning die. Even if he imagined it, he was unwilling. He wanted to see him cry, he wanted to see him crawl, he wanted to see him live a life worse than death, ashamed and angry. He always felt that there was a better way to vent his anger. He put a chess piece to his lips. The cold touch touched his lips. He muttered in a low voice, "You can't stop me, Chu Waning. There will be such a day soon. I will let you." Let you what? He hadn't thought it through at that time. He didn't know that a large part of his surging desire at the moment was the desire to conquer and sexual desire for Chu Waning. But he already had that terrifying male instinct. He wanted to bury the first demon seed that he condensed into Chu Waning's body. He wanted to dirty him. He got up, pushed the door and walked out. Chapter 202. But after circling around the Red Lotus Pavilion a few times, Mo Ran calmed down and did not do such a crazy thing. It was too dangerous. This was his first time refining the precious dragon chess, and he had never tried it before. If he rashly made a move on the number 1 grandmaster, he was afraid that his life was too long. So after hesitating again and again, Mo Ran controlled his impulse and left the Red Lotus Pavilion. After some consideration, he finally chose to use these 2 precious dragon chess pieces on the 2 junior brothers who were at the peak of life and death. He needed to experiment many times, and choosing a junior disciple with an unstable foundation was the safest choice. It was a slightly cold night, and the darkness shrouded the mountain peak. Mo Ran moved very quickly, looking at the 2 youths who were still competing by the river. He was so nervous that even his hands were trembling, and his pupils shrunk. The moonlight shone on his pale face. He pursed his lips, moved his fingertips slightly, and stepped out. That was the first time he used such a heinous forbidden technique, and he was excited and nervous. Bang! The 2 suddenly knelt on the ground. Mo Ran was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, like a murderer who had just killed someone. He immediately hid in the nearby bushes, and his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Bang! 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 After a long while, he saw the 2 of them kneeling stiffly in the same spot, not moving at all. Only then did his wildly beating heart slowly calm down. His inner clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and his scalp was numb. He walked out. Under the moonlight, he stood by the riverbank. This time he was calmer than before, although he still did not dare to breathe. He was as cautious as a slithering snake in the night. Mo Ran lowered his head and looked at the 2 junior brothers. The 2 who were laughing and playing just now had no color on their faces. They were as calm as stagnant water, kneeling on the ground motionlessly. Mo Ran stared at them, but they did not raise their heads, and just knelt like that. Mo Ran tried to move his fingertips again, urging the technique. The 2 junior brothers kowtowed, and then stood up, turning their eyes. In the 2 pairs of black eyes, Mo Ran saw his own reflection. The reflection was not very clear, but for some reason, Mo Ran felt that he had seen it clearly. He saw it so clearly that not a single drop of water could escape his eyes. He saw a ghost with a pale face and red eyes against the full moon. Mo Ran heard his own voice, trembling, and hoarsely probing, "Tell me your name." What answered him were 2 calm voices. "It's not up to me." Mo Ran's heart was beating violently, and his blood was flowing freely in his body. His Adam's apple bobbed as he continued to ask in a low voice, "Where are you?" "Not up to me." "What time?" "Not up to me." The low-level black pieces that were successfully controlled by the exquisite chessboard had 3 "not up to me," name not up to me, body not up to me, and what time is up to me. All up to the master. This was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient book. Mo Ran murmured. It was strange, but when facing the 2 chess pieces that he made with his own hands, what he felt the most was not ecstasy, but fear. What was he afraid of? He did not know, But his heart was in chaos, extremely chaotic. He knew that he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. No, he had already fallen off the cliff. Below was darkness, an endless abyss, and he could not see the bottom. He could not see where was death, where was the end, where was fire, where was the end. He felt as if there was a soul in his body that was screaming and screaming in pain, but it soon shattered into powder and debris. He trembled, reached out, and touched the cheek of one of the chess pieces. He swallowed, but there was no saliva in his mouth. His lips were chapped, and his handsome face was twisted. He stared at that junior brother, and then asked the last question, "What do you want?" "What I want is to be a chess piece for you, even if it costs me my life." Mo Ran stopped trembling. Everything around him suddenly became very quiet, cold and still, like ice. He had made 2 chess pieces. With 2 chess pieces, he had turned 2 junior brothers whose names he did not even know, into his puppets. If he wanted them to go east, they would not go west. If he wanted them to kill each other, they would not give him a way out. He was their master. The exquisite chessboard was the worst at controlling dead objects, and the best at controlling living people. Mo Ran's spiritual energy was naturally domineering and fierce, and he was extremely talented in this. The first time he made a move, the chess pieces he made could already control 2 living cultivators, although they were only 2 young, beginner cultivators. After the initial fear, Mo Ran suddenly felt extremely excited, extremely excited. It was as if there was a grand picture scroll slowly unfolding before his eyes. On it was a scene of sensual pleasures, beautiful flowers, and everything was in his hands. Everything was his. Everything he loved, he could tightly hold on to. Everything he hated, he could crush into fine powder. Mo Ran was extremely excited. His heart was still beating fast, or even faster. However, it was not because of fear, but because of excitement. The exquisite chessboard. The 3 great forbidden techniques. He had been sneaky, and failed tens of thousands of times, but he finally learned, he finally succeeded, he did extremely well. The whole world would be in his pocket. With these black chess pieces, he could do many things that he could not do before. He could make the north of the desert to Jiangnan his claws and teeth. In front of him, there was a myriad of colors, extremely dazzling. It was as if he could do anything, he, Mo Ran. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice interrupted him. Like a basin of cold water, those vermilion buildings and high platforms seemed to collapse in an instant. He seemed to fall from the clouds to the cold hard ground, falling back into the oppressive reality. Mo Ran slowly turned his head, his eyes scarlet and ferocious. Facing the moonlight, he saw the cold man in white standing on the gravel ground. He had never wanted to see Chu Wanning more than at this moment. "What are you doing here?" Mo Ran secretly clenched his hands into fists, pursed his lips, and did not immediately answer. Behind him stood 2 exquisite chess pieces, but they were not done perfectly. If Chu Wanning walked closer and looked carefully, he would definitely find something strange, and then everything would be exposed. With Chu Wanning's personality, she would probably pull out his tendons, break his legs, and destroy his spiritual cause. Then, she would burn all the ancient books that he had copied from the forbidden area of the library. Seeing that he did not speak, Chu Wanning slightly frowned. His pure white silk shoes stepped on the gravel, and took a step forward. But it was true, he only took that one step. Then he stopped and looked at the 2 strange disciples standing behind Mo Ran. Not caring about anything else, Mo Ran lightly crooked his little finger, but almost using all of his willpower, he roared the order in his heart. Finally, the 2 disciples moved as he wished. One of the disciples laughed, "You threw it too close. My throw just now definitely threw it farther than yours. You keep bragging, anyway you." "Ah, Elder Yu Heng." They acted as usual, playing around like before. When they saw Chu Wanning, they were even stunned for a moment. Then the 2 of them bowed to Chu Wanning one by one. Chu Wanning looked at them a few times, feeling that something was wrong, but he was not so clear. Greetings to Elder Yu Heng." The 2 disciples withdrew their smiles, politely greeted Chu Wanning, and tactfully planned to leave. Chu Wanning frowned, but his eyebrows did not loosen. His gaze was fixed on the two chess pieces walking over from the riverbank, coming close to him, brushing past his shoulder, and walking in the direction of the bamboo forest. He stared at the two for a long time, then turned his head, his gaze once again falling on Mo Ran. Mo Ran secretly sighed in relief, but before he could relax halfway, he heard Chu Wanning suddenly say stop. Mo Ran's expression changed slightly. In fact, his fingernails had already left red marks in his palms, but he did not say anything. He quietly observed Chu Wanning's subtle expressions, observed Chu Wanning's every move. Chu Wanning said to the two frozen figures, "Come back." Mo Ran had no choice but to brace himself and have the two chess pieces listen to his orders. He slowly walked back from the end of the bamboo forest, standing in front of Chu Wanning. The light clouds moved, and the full moon peeked out. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Wanning stared at the faces of the two disciples. He suddenly raised his hand, the tip of his finger covering the side of one of the disciples' neck. Mo Ran stared closely at Chu Wanning's expression. His expression did not change, but his heart was beating wildly. He knew that Chu Wanning must have felt that something was wrong, so he suddenly stretched out his hand to check the pulse. It must be known that those who had just learned to play chess could generally only control corpses, not living people. Although these two people were directly made from living people, Mo Ran was not sure if he had done it perfectly. He was not sure if he had killed them in an instant when he inserted the black chess pieces into their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Chu Wanning finally dropped his hand. He then brushed his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Mo Ran only felt the blade hanging over his neck move away. Chu Wanning did not notice. The heavens had eyes, allowing him to steal a life under Chu Wanning's eyes. After the two disciples left, Chu Wanning glanced at him and then said, "It's so late, why are you here?" Mo Ran said, "Passing by." He controlled his tone very well. He did not suddenly have a good attitude towards Chu Wanning just because he had a guilty conscience. Perhaps it was this cold and disobedient attitude that made Chu Wanning, who should have been suspicious, purse his lips and remain silent for a moment. He did not want to spend a moment with Chu Wanning, so he moved his gaze away and walked forward. But just as he was about to walk shoulder to shoulder with him, Chu Wanning suddenly said something that made him tense in an instant. "The book collection pavilion is a forbidden area. Someone recently snuck in." Mo Ran did not turn his head, but there was a faint light in his eyes. You should know that there are some remnants of forbidden techniques that are controlled by the 10 great sects. Mo Ran stopped in his tracks and said, "I know. One of the most important remnants has obvious traces of being flipped through." Mo Ran laughed coldly. "What does that have to do with me?" He was stubbornly holding on. He knew that as long as Heaven's Inquisition was exposed and he was interrogated, then his evil deeds and the budding demons in his heart would be exposed under Chu Wanning's eyes. His dreams, his ambitions, would all be over. Chu Wanning was silent for a moment. "Mo Ran, how long are you going to be stubborn for?" There was a faint trace of anger in his voice. Mo Ran did not answer, but he could almost predict what would happen next. He could foresee the flash of Heaven's Inquisition's golden light. He could foresee how Chu Wanning would question him with a gentleman's face why he did such a thing. In any case, in Chu Wanning's eyes, he would always be so. "Do you know how dangerous the situation is? Beyond redemption." He finished the 4 words in a dry voice. Then he turned his head in a daze. Under the moonlight, he looked at Chu Wanning's face. His face was pale, and there was a faint uneasiness under his sword-like eyebrows. A pair of clear eyes looked at him, but he could not see through anything. He could not see through anything. If someone really practiced that forbidden technique, it would kill. "You did not sleep at night and came to such a desolate place. Do you want to give up your life for nothing?" Chu Wanning's voice was low, as if he was gritting his teeth. "So many people died in the battle of heaven splitting. Did it not teach you how to cherish your life? Since you know that the remnants were stolen, how can you be so carefree?" Mo Ran was silent, his dark brown eyes staring at him. His forehead was full of sweat. At this time, he slowly calmed down, and when the wind blew, it was cold. His body relaxed bit by bit, and he did not know what kind of strange feeling filled his heart. In the end, Mo Ran almost smiled. Shizun, Chu Waning's phoenix eyes flickered slightly. Since Shamai's death, Mo Ran had never smiled at him, and rarely called him Shizun. Mo Ran smiled and asked, "Are you worried about me?" His smile became even brighter. It was so bright that it was like a bayonet. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out. With a puff, it went into his chest, and the blade was full of blood beads. He slowly opened his mouth like a demon, revealing his white teeth, like the poisonous claws of a scorpion. The Battle of Heaven Splitting. He chuckled. It's great that Shizun can mention the Battle of Heaven Splitting. It's not important what I learned from that battle. The important thing is that Shizun learned how to care for others. He saw the light in Chu Waning's eyes tremble, and he tried his best to tense up, but he could not dodge in time, and had no way to retreat. The smile on Mo Ran's face became more and more exaggerated, wanton, and cruel. He invaded him, bit him, and chewed on Chu Waning's throat. He suddenly felt very happy, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, good, very good, this is a good deal. A nameless disciple has changed Grandmaster Chu's conscience. Grandmaster Chu finally cares about the life and death of the people around him. Shizun, today I finally feel that Shamai's death is good. Even someone as calm and cold as Chu Waning couldn't help but tremble slightly under his crazy laughter that sounded like a vulture's circling in the air. Mo Ran, Shamai's death is good, his death is worth it, his death is righteous, his death is worth it. Mo Ran, you, stop laughing. Don't say it again. But he could not say it. Chu Waning could not say it. He could not beg for mercy, he could not beg, and he could not reprimand this disciple who was on the verge of madness. He could not say, "You're wrong, it's not that I don't want to save him, it's that I don't have the strength. I also suffered the same injury as him. If I use even 1 more inch of spiritual energy, I will also become a corpse in the grave, a person in the spring." He could not say it. Maybe he felt that this kind of confession was too weak. Or maybe he felt that in Mo Ran's heart, even if he died, he was not worth mentioning, and could not compare to Shi Mingjing, who was the most gentle to him. So in the end, Chu Waning could only suppress the trembling in his voice, and he said in a low voice, 1 word at a time, "Mo Weiyu, how long are you going to be crazy for? Go back." His anger boiled with grief, and his throat was full of bitterness. Shi Mingjing's death was not in exchange for a madman like you. Shizun's words are wrong. Mo Ran laughed. How could Shamai's death be in exchange for me? He was like a snake, a scorpion, a bee, an ant, gnawing at people's hearts. He's dead, and the one who's returned is clearly you, Master. The bee stung his flesh. Looking at Chu Waning's deathly pale face, he felt a painful pleasure in his heart. He provoked him as if he did not care about his life, mocked him, and made Chu Waning suffer a fate worse than death. Excellent. They would go to hell together. I also want to go back. Mo Ran smiled calmly, his deep dimples like wine brewing. I also don't want to wander around in the middle of the night. But right across from my room is his room. Mo Ran did not say who, he used the word him. The intimacy made Chu Waning feel even more tormented. The light in his room will never be lit again. Chu Waning closed his eyes. Mo Ran smiled. After a long time, his expression gradually calmed down. I want to ask for a bowl of wontons to eat, but I can't get it anymore. For a moment, Chu Waning's eyelashes trembled, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But Mo Ran did not give him the chance to say it, nor did he give him the courage to say it. Mo Ran was not without ridicule. Shizun, wontons like wontons are best made by people in Shu. Red oil, chili, pepper, and pepper are all indispensable. They are all things you hate the most. Back then, you wanted to make another bowl for me, and I appreciate your kindness. But the things you make, I know without tasting them. There is only 1 word to describe them. Chu Waning still did not open his eyes, the space between his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that this way, he could avoid the sharp sword of his lips and tongue. I haven't studied much, but fortunately, I just heard Xuemeng mention it a few days ago. I feel that it is very suitable for Shizun's wontons. What was it? A waste of effort. A waste of effort. Chu Wanning searched chaotically in his consciousness, as if he was busy trying to find a fitting armor. He found the most unpleasant word to first tidy himself up, so as to avoid being humiliated too badly. Worthless. Mo Ran still did not open his mouth. That word was sinking between his lips and teeth. Yes, worthless. Chu Wanning firmly believed that there was no word more chilling than this. He calmed down. Until he heard Mo Ran calmly say, "Make a fool of yourself by imitating others." He opened his eyes, almost in a daze. He did not think that the other would be so vicious. Under the sleeves of his gown, his hands were trembling slightly. Kneading the dough, seasoning, kneading the stuffing, facing the Shu food record, he earnestly read each word and sentence. His face was stained with flour, and the wontons he made went from crooked to perfectly round and cute. He had always been learning well, always been working hard to ponder. He changed it to those 4 words. Make a fool of yourself by imitating others. The riverbank at night was suffused with silver light. Mo Ran looked at him. Chu Wanning stood where he was for a while. Suddenly, without saying a word, he turned and left. For some reason, Mo Ran always felt that on that day, his footsteps were a bit fast. He was not as calm and steady as before, like he was defeated, like he was running away. He did not know why, but there was a faint trace of uncertainty in his heart. He furrowed his brows, looking at Chu Wanning's back. Just as that back was about to disappear, he finally called out, "Wait." Chapter 203. But Chu Wanning did not stop, nor did he turn his head. He could not turn his head. He gritted his teeth and endured, but his tears still fell. He felt so wronged. But even if he felt wronged, what could he do? Explain? Rebuke? Things had already come to this point. How could he still have the face to tell Mo Ran the truth? Could it be that he had to painstakingly explain when Mo Ran resented and mocked him? Or did he want to make a fool of himself and then say that he had taken over the magpie's nest? He left. That night by the Bridge of Helplessness, by the Yellow Spring, the conversation between the master and disciple, it was unknown whether or not it flowed along the surging river, down the mountains, into the rivers, and into the netherworld. And that gentle youth, if he knew and heard this conversation in the netherworld, it was unknown whether or not he would feel sad because of the discord between the master and disciple. Mo Ran stood alone by the riverside for a while. He thought that perhaps this was fate. Chu Wanning suspected others, but he did not suspect him. Speaking of which, that day was a coincidence. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition had been patrolling the back of the mountain. Because he had encountered a little ghost, he had summoned it and used it. After that, he did not take it back, and just like that, it hung around his waist. The golden Heaven's Inquisition glittered and flowed on Chu Wanning's white clothes. This vine whip that could extract the truth from him and strangle the later Emperor Ta had always shone brightly. But Chu Wanning did not take it off, did not interrogate him. Mo Ran escaped the Heaven's Inquisition, and slowly left alone. He walked into the depths of the swaying bamboo forest, walked into the thickest part of the night, and finally was completely swallowed by the darkness. From then on, he began to secretly refine chess pieces. 2, 4, 10. More and more. He planted them one by one into the bodies of the disciples at the peak of life and death, and made them his eyes and ears, claws and teeth, and secret arrows. After the initial joy, Mo Ran gradually began to become irritated and gloomy. He became more and more irritable, more and more irritable, more and more unsatisfied. It was too slow. He felt that it was not enough. He was afraid that Chu Wanning would notice something, so he didn't dare to do the same thing as the first time, consuming all of his energy to make the precious dragon chess. He only did one at a time, leaving half of his energy behind. He was no longer at daggers drawn. Instead, he finally retracted his claws and returned to Chu Wanning's seat to cultivate with Chu Wanning. He calculated, thinking that Chu Wanning could help him improve his cultivation in the shortest time possible, laying down the bricks for him to take the first step to tread on the bones of the human world. What's not to like? On this day, he cultivated too hard and was exhausted. He accidentally lost control of himself from the slender treetop and fell straight down. In just an instant, Chu Waning's white clothes flashed past. He hugged Mo Ran, but he couldn't free his hands to summon the enchantment. The two of them fell under the tree together. Chu Waning was pinned down by Mo Ran, groaning in pain. Mo Ran opened his eyes and saw that Chu Waning's hand was scratched. There was a bloody wound, and the flesh was exposed. Mo Ran stared at the wound. His heart was actually cruel and excited. At that time, his heart was already beginning to distort. He didn't feel much gratitude or guilt. He only felt that the blood was really beautiful. Why not bleed a little more? But he knew that it wasn't time yet. He still couldn't reveal the sinister face under the hood. So he helped Chu Waning wipe the wound and helped Chu Waning bandage. Neither of them spoke. They each had their own thoughts. The pure white gauze was wrapped a lot. In the end, Mo Ran said meaningfully, "Shizun, thank you." This sudden thank you made Chu Waning feel very surprised. He raised his eyes and looked at Mo Ran's face. The sun shone down, illuminating Mo Ran's face. The brown color was faintly illuminated by the light. At that time, Mo Ran was actually a little curious. What did Chu Waning think of his thank you? Was the prodigal son finally turning over a new leaf? Was he finally starting to ease up? But Chu Waning didn't say anything. He only lowered his eyelashes and pulled down his sleeves. The wind picked up, and the sun was just right. In his previous life, he couldn't see through his Shizun. Just like how his Shizun also misunderstood him. After that, Mo Ran's Fa Li became stronger and stronger. He had a shocking talent. After using half of his Ling Qi, the chess pieces he could make changed from 1 to 2, and then to 4. But it wasn't enough. What he wanted was 1,000,000 soldiers, a powerful force that could take down the peak of life and death in one fell swoop, and trample Chu Waning under his feet. Mo Ran wasn't good at math. This person who was about to become the Emperor Ta was holding an abacus. He was currently in front of the table calculating beads. When Xue Meng came to see him, he just happened to see this scene. He curiously went over and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Calculating." "What kind of calculation?" Mo Ran paused for a moment. His eyes were dark, and then he laughed. "Guess." "I can't guess." Xue Meng walked over, picked up the book in front of him and looked at it carefully. He muttered, 1, 365 days, 365 days, 4, 365 days. What kind of nonsense is this? Mo Ran calmly said, "I want to buy candy." "Candy?" "One piece of the best candy from the Rising Moon Temple costs 1 copper coin. If you save 1 copper coin every day, you can buy 365 pieces of candy in 365 days. If you can save 4 copper coins every day, then..." He lowered his head and counted with his fingers. He couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head and calculated, "Then it's 1,000. Xue Meng calculated faster than him. He neatly said, 1,460 pieces of candy. Mo Ran raised his head. After a moment of silence, he said, "You calculated really fast." Xue Meng was rarely praised. He was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, "That's not true. After all, I helped my mother weigh medicine when I was young." Mo Ran pondered for a moment, and then said with a smile, "I can't calculate clearly. Why don't you do me a favor and help me calculate?" After Shemai passed away, Mo Ran hadn't been so calm for a long time. Xue Meng looked at him against the sun, and his heart felt a little bit of pity. So he nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Mo Ran. "Come, tell me." Mo Ran warmly said, 10 pieces of candy a day, how much can you save in a year? 3,650. You don't need to calculate that. It's too simple. Mo Ran sighed, and said, add a little more. 15 pieces a day. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too much to make so many pieces, so he asked, 12 pieces a day. How much? 4,000, 4,380. I want 5,000 pieces. How many more days do I have to wait? You still have to. Shuemeng scratched his head. He was having a hard time thinking, so he asked, why do you need so much candy? It's not like you can eat it all. Mo Ran lowered his eyes, hiding the sinister look in his eyes, and said, next year, the peak of life and death will be 30 years old. I want to give everyone a piece of candy to eat, so I have to save from today onwards. Shuemeng was stunned. You actually have such thoughts? Yes. Mo Ran smiled. Are you surprised? You have a share too. I don't need it. Shuemeng waved his hand. I don't need candy like you. Come, I'll help you calculate. Let's see how long you'll need to save before you can buy 5,000 pieces of candy. As he spoke, he took an abacus, and under the shadow of the flowers and trees by the window, he earnestly helped Mo Ran calculate. Mo Ran rested his chin on his hand, his eyes shining. After a while, he chuckled and said, thank you. Shuemeng humphed. He was very focused on calculating, and didn't pay much attention to him. In his eyes, there were only those crackling black beads. One by one, they were like black chess pieces, stacked up one by one, increasing little by little. At that time, Shuemeng probably would never have thought that what he was calculating wasn't candy at all, but human lives that overturned the peak of life and death. He also wouldn't have known that it was probably because of the way he helped by the window that faintly stirred the last bit of kindness in Mo Ran's heart. That was why Mo Ran didn't give him a share of those 5,000 black chess pieces in consideration of their old friendship. You need this long? In the end, looking at the number Shuemeng wrote down, Mo Ran shook his head. Too long. Shuemeng said, do you want me to lend you some money? Mo Ran smiled. There's no need. After Shuemeng left, he thought over and over again, and flipped through some scrolls. Gradually, he had a plan in his heart, and this plan became the prototype of the formation of unity that the Emperor Ta later created. That night, Mo Ran refined 10 chess pieces. Those chess pieces were all incomplete. Without using all of their strength, they couldn't control living people, and they couldn't even control relatively strong corpses. He took these 10 chess pieces and went down the mountain to Wuchang town. Humming a little song, he came to a place on the outskirts of the town. The crane returns to the slope. When people die, they ride the crane to return to the 9 heavens. This was a beautiful and simple illusion of mortals. To put it bluntly, this hillside was a cemetery. Whoever died in Wuchang town would be dragged to this hill to be buried. This was the burial place of the townspeople. Mo Ran didn't delay much. He walked through the rows of tombs, glancing at the words on the tombstones. Soon, he stopped in front of a new grave with bright handwriting and fresh fruits and steamed buns in front of the tombstone. He raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. The seal cracked open, revealing a simple coffin in the gravel. Because of a certain experience when he was a child, Mo Ran was not afraid of corpses at all, and he had no reverence for corpses. He jumped down from the raised mound, summoned the Mo sword, and used his strength to pry open the coffin nails. Then, he kicked the thin lid open. The moonlight shone on the corpse's face. Mo Ran leaned over and looked at the body lying inside as if he was measuring the quality of pork. It was an old thing, newly buried, wrapped in shrouds. His face was shriveled and his cheeks were sunken. Because the burial environment was not good and there was no money to preserve it, the coffin was filled with a strong stench. Some of the skin and flesh had begun to rot and maggots had grown. Mo Ran frowned and endured the stench. He neatly put on metal gloves, grabbed the old man's neck, and lifted him out of the coffin. The old man's head hung down stiffly. Mo Ran's eyes were cold. With a flash of light in his hand, he had already inserted the black jewel into the old man's chest. Good boy. Mo Ran seemed to intimately touch the dead man's face. Suddenly, he slapped the corpse and said with a smile, "Why are you so listless? Stand up straight, my precious little grandson." Although the incomplete black jewel couldn't control the strong corpse, it was more than enough to control an old man whose legs were as thin as sticks. The corpse began to move, and a pair of tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of eyes that were covered in a layer of grey. Mo Ran said, "Tell me your name." "My name is not up to me." "Where are you?" My name is not up to me. What time is it? My name is not up to me. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes and weighed the remaining 9 pieces in his hand. Sure enough, if it was only to control a corpse of this level, he wouldn't need to spend so much spiritual energy to make such pure black pieces. He grinned, revealing his deep dimples, and an extremely handsome smile. Slowly, he asked his last question. What do you want? The old man said with a hoarse voice, What I want is to be the king's chess piece. I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Mo Ran laughed. He was very satisfied with this result. He used the remaining pieces to make another 9 corpses. He picked out fresh corpses that had just been buried. At least there was still intact skin and flesh that hadn't been eaten away. These corpses were old, weak, sick, and disabled. They fell when the wind blew. They didn't have any strength at all. But when Mo Ran looked at them, his eyes flashed with a crazy and excited light. He took out 10 small boxes from his Chenkuan bag and opened one of them. He saw 2 small blood-red insects curled up inside. The male and female were biting each other's tails, unwilling to part. Okay, I've had enough fun. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to stop now. It's time to put them to use. Mo Ran said lazily. He fiddled with his fingers and pushed the 2 insects apart. He took out the male insect and said to the first old man who was made into a chess piece, Brother, please open your stinky mouth. The old man obediently opened his mouth, revealing the rotten tongue inside. Mo Ran threw the male insect into his mouth and said, Eat it. There was no resistance, no hesitation. The corpse obediently ate the soul-devouring insect into his stomach. Mo Ran did the same. He fed all the male insects in the boxes to the corpses. Then he said, Okay, lie back down and rest. The next day, Mo Ran made another 10 black chess pieces. They were also damaged and didn't consume too much spiritual power. After he finished, he cast a spell on the remaining female soul-devouring insects and attached them to the chess pieces. Then he quietly inserted them into the bodies of some low-level disciples. At first, those disciples only felt a slight itch on their backs, but they didn't feel anything special. Mo Ran wasn't anxious. He was waiting for the female soul-devouring insects to lay eggs. In the hearts of these disciples, they left behind larvae that corresponded with the male insects. In this way, the 2 unrelated chess pieces, through the adult and larvae, became the corresponding mother-child puppet. This was like flying a kite. Those weak corpses became the string of the kite. One end of the string held Mo Ran, and the other end held the more valiant exquisite black chess. Mo Ran only needed to give the order to the corpse that hid the adult insect and the other corpse that wrapped the corresponding larvae. Then they would do the exact same thing. This was called unity. This trick was figured out by Mo Ran himself. Before him, those who could come into contact with the exquisite chess game were all great grandmasters. Those people didn't lack spiritual power, and they weren't crazy enough to want to make thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of exquisite chess pieces. So they didn't need to think of this kind of opportunistic method. At that time, Mo Ran, who was obsessed with the evil arts, didn't realize that he had already done a terrible thing that no one in the cultivation world had done for tens of thousands of years. He turned an evil art that could destroy the heavens and earth into something that anyone could use. Everyone could do it. Brother. Suddenly, he heard a shout by his ear. Mo Ran suddenly woke up. A bloody light flashed in front of his eyes. The evil phoenix spirit that was buried in the core of Phoenix Mountain had turned into more vines than before. They quickly attacked. The phoenix was a beast that was good at flying. Its speed was extremely fast. Mo Ran couldn't dodge in time. His shoulder was suddenly cut open, and blood spurted out in an instant. Shuemeng was shocked. Are you okay? Don't come over. Mo Ran gasped for breath. His eyes were cold. He stared at the tentacle-like blood vines on the ground, ready to pounce at any time to launch a second wave of surprise attacks. He sternly stopped Shuemeng. Quick, go to Shizun. Tell him to stop. Tell everyone to stop. Blood dripped down. He tightly grasped the heart in his hand, and the chess piece. His mind was spinning rapidly. Thousands of thoughts surged into his mind. This was the Unity Array. It was even better than what he used in his previous life. But no matter how much he improved it, the principle was still the same. Only by maintaining the main body on one side could the subsidiary body on the other side unleash its power. Mo Ran held the precious chess piece in his hand. His entire body was still trembling. It wasn't because of the pain in his shoulder, but because of the coldness and fear that spread up from the soles of his feet. There was no doubt that someone was reborn. Then, did that reborn person know that he was also a ghost that was reborn? If he knew, then, suddenly, a chill ran down his back. Mo Ran suddenly felt despair. The Emperor Ta's pale face seemed to appear in front of him. His crown rustled. His face was sinister, and he grinned coldly. He was high and mighty, sitting on the dragon throne. He was cold and mocking. Grandmaster Mo, run. Where can you run to? Phantom images spread like a tide. They were all the people he killed in his previous life. They were the debts he owed in his previous life. He saw the bloody Shamai. He saw the pale Chu Waning. He saw the hanged woman dragging 3 feet of white silk. He saw the man with his intestines all over the floor. They were all coming to claim his life. You won't be able to escape sooner or later. Someone already knows what kind of filthy spirit is in your body. You will never be reborn. Mo Ran closed his eyes. If the person behind the scenes really knew that he was reborn, if that person revealed his past, then, what should he do? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 204. On the other side, Xue Meng had already run to the area where the battle was most intense. He raised his arms and shouted, "Stop! Everyone stop! Stop fighting! It's useless!" Actually, before he had arrived, these people had already felt that something was very wrong. More than 1,000 elites were fighting against tens of thousands of zombies. The scene seemed very grand and heroic, but everyone was getting more and more confused. This did not look like a fierce battle was about to unfold at all. Everyone had fought their way here. Apart from 2 people who were slightly injured, the rest of the cultivators were actually unharmed. Thus, when Xue Meng shouted, everyone stopped and turned to look at him. It was the first time that so many people were looking at him at the same time, and many of them were important figures and elders. For a moment, Xue Meng actually felt a little choked. Chu Waning asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing his master's voice, Xue Meng calmed down a little. He pointed at the area where Mo Ran was fighting fiercely with the Earth Curtain Willow and said, "Mo Ran seems to already know what's going on here. Fighting these zombies shouldn't be of any use." Everyone looked at each other. The sect masters were not to be trifled with. How could they be willing to listen to the advice of a junior? Their expressions became very ugly. Jiangxi's expression was the darkest. He said, "Mo Ran is just a young man in his early 20s. What could he know?" If it was someone else speaking, Xue Meng might have been more polite. However, this person was Jiangxi. Xue Meng immediately became angry when he saw him. He immediately said angrily, "You still want to drink milk when you're 20, but that doesn't mean everyone has to be like you. You can die of narrow-mindedness." How could he embarrass Jiangxi in front of so many people? Lone Moon's disciples could not stand it anymore. They all angrily rebuked him. "What are you saying? Xue Meng, watch your mouth." Xue Meng felt uncomfortable being stared at silently by the crowd, but in this situation, he was not afraid at all. He had been messing around with Mo Ran for so many years, so he was used to provoking and being provoked. He immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Am I wrong? It's your sect master Jiang who doesn't know what's important and what's not. Look at the situation now, and you're still talking about seniority based on age." Jiangxi was also hot-tempered. He was the leader of many sects and an immortal, but he narrowed his eyes and argued with a junior in front of everyone. Age and experience have always been linked. When you reach your father's age, you should understand a principle: when speaking to your elders, etiquette is the most important. Xue Meng said angrily, with sect leader Jiang's breadth of mind, how can he be an elder? That's enough, Meng Er. Xue Zhengyong frowned. Stop talking. Where was Ran? Take us there quickly. Although Xue Zhengyong had stopped Xue Meng in time and Jiangxi had no way to continue arguing, he still flicked his sleeve and said, Xue Zhengyong, you're really good at teaching your child. Xue Zhengyong's face was livid. He seemed to want to say something, but he did not say it out loud for the sake of the first supremacy. He followed the crowd to the mountainside. When they reached the mountainside, they saw Mo Ran, dressed in black, flying over. Half of his sleeve was covered in blood, and he held the chess piece tightly in his hand. The vines behind him had been burned, and there were no new ones at the moment. Seeing that he was injured, Chu Wanning and Xue Zhengyong's expressions changed. Xue Zhengyong hurriedly said, Ran, how are you? Heal, someone come quickly, Shimai. Come and help. Shimai seemed to be shocked as well. Looking at Mo Ran's bloody arm, his face turned pale. For a moment, he was stunned and did not move. However, Mo Ran's divine hand stepped forward first. With a light flick of his sleeve, he felt the burning pain in his wound ease. He nodded at Hua Bainan and said, Thank you, divine hand. You're welcome, Hua Bainan said coldly. I wonder what Grandmaster Mo has discovered that you want to share with everyone. At this moment, Mo Ran's mood was extremely bad. He knew very well that if he revealed the Unity formation at this moment, it would definitely arouse some suspicion and speculation. However, he did not care so much. He knew very well that if the exquisite chessboard appeared in Jianghu in large numbers, it would cause a bloody storm. That was something that neither he nor Chu Wanning wanted to see. Look at this. He opened his palm and showed the black chess piece in his hand to everyone. Jiangxi sneered, exquisite chessboard? Didn't you already know? Is this what Grandmaster Mo discovered? If it wasn't for the exquisite chessboard, how could these corpses be manipulated by others? Mo Ran pursed his lips and said, It's not the exquisite chessboard. It's the soul-eating insect on the chess piece. He pointed to it for everyone to see. It's here. Jiangxi stood with his hands behind his back. He did not say much and just looked at him coldly. Xue Zhengyong moved closer to look at the insect, but after looking at it for a long time, he could not figure out what it was. He asked, What's wrong with this insect? Is there something wrong? It's on every chess piece, Mo Ran said. This exquisite chessboard is not as simple as you think. Pairs of eyes stared at him, and he also glanced at them. Of course, he knew what he was doing. He told everyone what he knew in order to prevent a catastrophe from happening. However, he was also very clear about the price. In fact, this was also where the mastermind behind the scenes was brilliant. If that person was not sure whether Mo Ran was reborn, the Unity Array was undoubtedly the best bait. Unless Mo Ran could be cruel and not speak, and let the catastrophe happen. As long as he spoke, he would undoubtedly reveal a message to the mastermind behind the scenes. The Emperor Ta must have been reborn. However, Mo Ran had no choice but to consider, I don't know if you have seen puppet shows before. Someone replied. Of course we have. But why are you talking about this? I've seen it before, but I was short when I was young and could not squeeze to the front row. I could only stand behind the counter and listen to one or two scenes from behind the scenes. Mo Ran said, so the puppet shows I watched may not be the same as yours. What you saw was the story on the stage. A few cloth puppets appeared on the stage, fighting and killing, talking and singing. Jiangxi said impatiently, What are you trying to say? Can you be more concise? I can't. Mo Ran said, Not everyone understands as fast as sect leader Jiang. I want everyone to understand. Seeing that Jiangxi was silent with a gloomy face, Mo Ran continued, Can the cloth puppets on the stage move by themselves? Xue Zhengyong said, Of course not. Then how do they move? Do they need a few people to squat under the table and hold wooden sticks and strings to control them? That's right. Okay. Mo Ran said, I have an idea. I don't know if Xu Shuanglin thinks like this, but I think it should be close. The Phoenix Mountain we are on now is like the bottom of the stage. These soft zombies are like the people controlling the puppets under the stage. These people naturally don't need too much ability. They just need to hold the puppets and move, and that's enough. Jiangxi said. Go on. If that's really the case, Phoenix Mountain is actually just a backstage. The real show won't be here, but on the stage. Mo Ran said, Shu Shuanglin is like the leader of this troupe. When he gives an order, who will he give it to? Xue Jingyong said, of course it's the people who squat behind the curtain and hold the strings. Mo Ran said, that's right. That's the reason. The people on Phoenix Mountain are the people who hold the strings. Shu Shuanglin gives them the order, and they move the puppets in their hands to stand up and act. Jiangxi listened and narrowed his eyes. You mean, besides Phoenix Mountain, there's another place that has corpses piled up like mountains. That place is the so-called stage, and those corpses are the so-called puppets. Sect leader Jiang, you're so smart. You don't have to flatter me. Jiangxi said, I just want to know. What you said seems to be very logical, but in fact, it's whimsical and imaginative. Grandmaster Mo, you have no proof. What's the basis for your words? I don't have much basis. Mo Ran said, the reason why I thought of this is because I accidentally found this chess piece with the soul-eating bug in the corpses. The pitch-black chess piece in his hand was still stained with blood. It was very dirty. The soul-eating bug had just left the body and was not dead yet. It lay softly on top of the chess piece. Mo Ran was silent for a while. He looked up, but he was not looking at Jiangxi. Instead, he looked at Hua Bainan, who was behind Jiangxi. You should know best what kind of adaptability the soul-eating bug has. This kind of bug has many adaptations. Which one is Grandmaster Mo referring to? Mo Ran said, imitation. Hua Bainan said, of course I know. The larvae of the soul-eating bug are very good at imitation. They are mentally connected with the male bug and will imitate the male bug's every move until they reach adulthood. Mo Ran said, okay, then what if I put the larvae of this chess piece into another person's body? Hua Bainan's expression changed slightly. He said, whatever the corpse here does, the body on the other side will do the same. How can you solve it? There's no solution except that the bug will die. Mo Ran nodded and said, everyone, spread out a little. Be careful and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He waved his hand fiercely, wanting to attack the soul-eating bug on the chess piece. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled. The thin mantle from before suddenly pulled up and pounced toward Mo Ran again. Everyone was shocked, but Mo Ran quickly restrained his killing intent and dodged a round of attacks from the vines. He took a deep breath and stood with one hand behind his back. He said, did you see that? Huang Shan is deliberately protecting these soul-eating bugs, not letting them be easily killed. If anyone still insists that the bug's appearance on the chess piece is just a coincidence, or just a decoration, then I have nothing to say. There was a bit of silence. Almost everyone was thinking, digesting Mo Ran's guess. It was a bold guess that was almost ridiculous. But for some reason, they couldn't find any loopholes. Mo Ran's idea was too crazy, but he said it with certainty, his gaze hard. It was as if he was 100% sure of Shu Shuanglin's thoughts and actions. He was trying his best to convince them. But this kind of belief was very scary. In the crowd, even Chu Wanning was slightly uneasy. He frowned and looked at Mo Ran's pale face from afar. He suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if something was showing a little bit of a clue, a little bit of fangs. It was about to be torn apart. Probably only people like Xue Jingyong thought more simply. He didn't care too much about how Mo Ran could think of such a strange puppet control method in such a short time. He only seriously pondered for a while, then suddenly patted his head. So, Shu Shuanglin isn't here at all? Mo Ran said, I don't think so. Elder Xuanzhi's concern was different from everyone else. He frowned and said, along the way, he killed at least 9,000 zombies, if not 10,000. Where did he get so many corpses? If so many people suddenly died somewhere, there's no reason not to alarm the 10 great sects. Mo Ran sighed and said, just died. Have you forgotten? Where did he just die? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Mo Ran said 2 words concisely. Lini. Impossible. Someone immediately refuted him. Lini was a sea of fire at that time. It was a sea of tribulation fire. It was burned to ashes. How could there be corpses left? Because of the space rift, Moran said. Other than Shu Shuanglin, he has a companion who knows how to crack space. This time, no one refuted. It was not because they believed it, but because it was too ridiculous and ridiculous. After a long while, Jiangxi said, "That's the first great forbidden technique that has been lost for a long time. The first great forbidden technique is the space rift," Moran said, "not space. There are thousands of people here, not Shu Shuanglin alone." Jiangxi's expression was very cold. How capable must he be to send thousands of people to Mount Huang before they were swallowed by the Sea of Fire? Sect Master Jiang, why don't you think about it from another perspective? Moran said, "I think that these people were not sent here when they were alive, but after they were burned to death and before they were burned to ashes. This kind of teleportation technique is much easier to send the dead than the living." Jiangxi did not like to be led by a junior. He was a little embarrassed. He narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, a pale and slender hand pressed down on him. The divine hand Hua Bainan smiled slightly and looked at Moran. "Grandmaster Mo, you're so sure, as if you saw it with your own eyes. What proof do you have?" Moran did not expect the medicine sect to speak up. He was stunned for a moment, then said, "No one knows better than Grandmaster Hua whether the flesh of these zombies was burned or rotted." Hua Bainan glanced at the zombies on the ground in the distance. They had their legs cut off and could not get up again. Jiangxi said, "Speak. Since it's the mother-child worms, then as I said just now, one is on the stage and one is under the stage. So, no matter how many exquisite dragon chess pieces Shu Shuanglin made here, there will be a lot of corpses that will listen to his orders." Moran paused and said the most important point. "But, in that place, the corpses will definitely not be weak ordinary zombies. I'm afraid that they will be the remains of people who were extremely powerful when they were alive." Shuemeng said in shock, "So this is the reason why Shu Shuanglin killed so many ordinary people? To make it easier for his subordinates to control the corpses?" "I'm afraid so." Shuemeng looked back at the mountain below, at the vast sea of corpses and blood. In an instant, the blood drained from his face. It was unknown whether it was because he felt disgusted and shocked, or because he thought of another place where they would face the same number of corpses. Or maybe it was both. Shuemeng looked a little shaky. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look over here. There's a corpse here." There was no tall shelter at the top of the mountain, only a bush. Those with sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be a white robe peeking out from there. Chapter 205. A few people walked over to investigate and dragged it out of the bushes. It was a charred corpse. The burns were too obvious. One could tell that it had struggled in the Sea of Fire before its death. Its face was completely viscous and no facial features could be seen. They could only tell that it was a woman from its body shape and the snow-white clothes that didn't melt in the fire. Chu Wanning put his hand in the air and closed his eyes. He said, "There are no traces of the exquisite chess pieces." Someone murmured, "That's strange. Shu Shuanglin made an entire mountain of exquisite chess pieces. Could it be that he left this one out?" Someone immediately retorted, "Have you ever seen a corpse left alone on the mountain top?" Moran also walked over and looked at the female corpse carefully. As the person who was the most skilled at exquisite chess pieces in his previous life, he obviously knew about the restrictions of this spell. Therefore, he had a fairly solid guess about the identity of this female corpse, but he needed some evidence. He soon found evidence. Moran took a chain from her hand and wiped away the ash on it, revealing some light red spiritual stones. He handed the chain to Jiangxi and said, "Song Qiutong. How did you?" Jiangxi was halfway through her question when she looked at the chain and realized, "You recognize this chain? I gave it to her as a wedding gift." Moran said concisely, "Song Qiutong is the descendant of Xingyi. She is a butterfly beauty who subdued the evil phoenix spirit. She is the key to opening the forbidden area of Mount Huang." Someone asked, "Did Shu Shuanglin kill Song Qiutong and use her as a key to open the gate of Mount Huang?" Moran shook his head and stared at Song Qiutong's face for a long time. He didn't feel pity for her, but his feelings were complicated. Mo Ran said, "No, I'm afraid that when he brought her up the mountain, she was still alive." "Why do you say that?" This time, before Mo Ran could speak, Jiangxi spoke first. Jiangxi did not intend to let the younger generation be in the limelight again. Perhaps it was because he wanted to save his face. Instead, he said calmly, to give Huang Shan an order. Mo Ran glanced at him and thought that this was for the best. If he said everything, it would be harder for him to defend himself if he was suspected in the future. Therefore, he walked to the side and gave his seat to Jiangxi so that Jiangxi could speak. Someone asked, "Order?" Song Qiutong is a weak woman. What kind of orders can she give? She may be weak, but her ancestors may not be all weaklings. The evil phoenix spirit of Mount Huang will only obey the order of the bloodline that subdued it. Jiangxi was not a foolish person and said, "Song Qiutong is the last descendant of this bloodline." That person sucked in a breath of cold air. "Ah, the one who subdued the evil phoenix spirit was the butterfly bone beauty she? Not bad. That's unheard of," Jiangxi said. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The 4 great evil mountains have no other purpose other than guarding. Therefore, no one cares too much about whether they can be opened or who opens them." Song Qiutong lost her home and was auctioned. She probably didn't know that she could hide on Mount Huang. She probably hasn't heard of her ancestor subduing the evil phoenix spirit. So it was Xu Shuanglin who brought her here? That should be the case. Jiangxi continued, "At that time, the Confucian wind sect's calamity fire broke out. Everyone fled. No one would return to the main hall to care about that weak woman. The only one who could care about her was Xu Shuanglin, or the colleague behind Xu Shuanglin." Xue Zhengyong pondered on the side and nodded. Since the person behind the scenes can tear open a space crack and take Xu Shuanglin to another place, it should be easy for him to take Song Qiutong. Why don't we think about it? He takes her to Mount Huang. Song Qiutong is a person who tries to curry favor with those in power. She will only obey if she grasps this life-saving straw. At this time, that person only needs to take her to Mount Huang and let her give orders to Mount Huang. She won't refuse. Someone asked, "But why doesn't he use the precious chess piece to control Song Qiutong?" Because the evil phoenix spirit can distinguish whether the person giving orders is being controlled or not, Jiangxi said, "It must be alive and willing. Only then will this mountain listen to its orders." Everyone slowly realized what was going on. Someone said in astonishment, "Then what are we doing here? Didn't we fall for his trick and run to his behind the scenes? Because of this damn mantle of Mount Huang, we can't get rid of these soul-eating insects. What should we do now?" Jiangxi frowned. He seemed to dislike Mo Ran's analogy of in front of the stage and behind the scenes. However, he still said, "Find the in front of the stage and directly destroy Xu Shuanglin's puppets." Grandmaster Mo. After Jiangxi finished speaking, he suddenly called out to Mo Ran. Mo Ran was originally listening attentively with his arms crossed. When he heard him mention himself, he couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong?" Jiangxi said faintly. Grandmaster Mo's analysis just now was very clear and logical. "Then, I would like to ask Grandmaster Mo one more question. Where is the in front of the stage and how do we find it?" Mo Ran. "Try seeing ghosts." "Try, what?" Mo Ran coughed softly. A flame lit up in his palm and a willow vine suddenly sprang out. He said, "It's this. It's called seeing ghosts." Jiangxi, seeing ghosts was the same as Heaven's Inquisition. They both had the ability to interrogate living people, evil spirits, and corpses whose souls had left their bodies. The difference was that interrogating people and corpses required them to speak. Interrogating ghosts, on the other hand, required them to communicate directly with their souls. Song Qiutong had been dead for more than a month. Her soul was long gone. Fortunately, Mount Huang was full of yin energy and her body had not yet decomposed. Mo Ran said in a low voice, "Seeing ghosts, go and interrogate them." Seeing ghosts immediately obeyed the order. They stretched out their branches and wrapped around Song Qiutong's body 3 times. Her body began to emit a dazzling red light. The red light flowed in Mo Ran's eyes. He opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, "Is the person who brought you here Shu Shuanglin?" Song Chotong's charred face was hard to distinguish. For a moment, there was no movement. "Is it not working?" Someone muttered softly. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Is the person who brought you here Shu Shuanglin?" Still, there was no movement. Jiangshi said, "It seems that Master Mo is still too young. Why don't you let your master do it?" However, at this moment, Song Chotong's neck suddenly moved. Her movements were stiff and extremely slow. However, there was no doubt that she was shaking her head very obviously. Xue Jingyong said in shock, "It's not Shu Shuanglin." Mo Ran gripped the ghost tightly. The meridians on the back of his hand bulged slightly. He asked again, then, "Have you seen the person who brought you here clearly?" After a few moments of silence, Song Chotong suddenly opened her mouth. However, she did not answer. Instead, what came out of her mouth was a large slimy snake. It fell to the ground and slithered away with a hiss. One of Lone Moon's disciples immediately recognized it. "She has a swallowing snake in her stomach." The swallowing snake was a demonic beast. It was not poisonous and was covered in spirit armor. It could survive in a human stomach for more than 20 years. This kind of venomous snake was also used by many sects in the upper cultivation world. It was specially made for the shadow guards to swallow it. From then on, the shadow guard could only answer the truth to the owner of the speech-swallowing snake. No matter what others asked them, they could only answer lies or half-truths. Otherwise, this kind of venomous snake would wake up from its hibernation and instantly tear apart the host's internal organs, throat, and tongue. The red light of the ghost was suddenly extinguished. Song Chotong's entire body was trembling. She kept shaking her head. A large lump of scarlet blood flowed out of her mouth. It looked like her internal organs had been torn apart. There was also her tongue, throat. She could not tell the truth anymore. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Since she can't tell, why don't we let her write?" The moment Mo Ran saw the swallowing snake, he already knew that the mastermind was very meticulous. It was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, he still stepped forward and lifted Song Chotong's hands to take a closer look. Xue Jingyong asked, "How is it?" Mo Ran shook his head. "Her muscles and bones have all been cut off. She can't write anything at all." The surroundings were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew past. 10,000 leaves laughed sinisterly within the mountain forest. The howls of the zombies could be heard from both near and far. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak was frozen to the extreme. Ma Yun, the owner of Peachbud Manor, broke this deathly silence and said, Then the clues are gone?" No one said anything. Mo Ran withdrew the ghost. Song Chotong's body had already softly fallen to the ground. Soon, the vines of Mount Huang crept over and carefully coiled around their master's body. They wrapped her up and dragged her into the bushes, as if they wanted to use this small bush to preserve her. He actually didn't understand why Shu Shuanglin and the others didn't directly kill Song Chotong and burn her to the ground. Instead, they went through so much trouble to cut off the meridians in her hands and feed them to the swallowing snake. However, when he saw this scene, he suddenly understood Mount Huang obeyed the butterfly bone beauty she clan from birth to death. As long as her body was in Mount Huang, the phoenix evil spirit would not allow anyone to burn its master to ashes. Mo Ran didn't know how to feel for a moment. He suddenly thought of himself in his previous life. When he died, no one would collect his body. Before he breathed his last, he had to lie in a pre-dug coffin. In fact, that was meaningless. It would be strange if the rebel army that attacked the mountain didn't dismember his body. In his previous life, he probably died in an even more miserable way than Song Chotong. At the end of his life, there wasn't even a single vine that was willing to protect him. Many people around were muttering and talking to each other. They frowned and discussed what to do next. Some people closed their eyes and pondered, such as Jiang Shi and Chu Waning. Mo Ran also closed his eyes and sorted out everything that was happening in front of him. Such a bloody method was very similar to his previous life. Perhaps because of this, Mo Ran felt that it wasn't that difficult to guess what Xu Shuanglin was thinking and doing. He seemed to see Xu Shuanglin in his Sanshan courtyard, walking back and forth barefoot. Xu Shuanglin was thinking, asking himself, what should I do if I don't have enough spiritual power to control a group of cultivator corpses? Then he thought of an idea using the formation of unity, killing the same number of ordinary people. One cultivator's corpse corresponded to an ordinary corpse, like a marionette, for him to control. Where was the safest place to do this? The 4 great evil mountains. What should I do if I can't open the enchantment of Mount Huang? With Song Qiutong's corpse. Mo Ran's eyes darkened as he pondered over the little clues that had been connected to each other. Where did the corpses of the people come from? The Lini calamity fire was burned to the ground. Although they were all guesses, they all matched up. The light in his eyes gathered and dispersed. He could even feel that he was Xu Shuanglin and Xu Shuanglin was him. Standing at the top of Mount Huang, his eyes were almost crazy as he looked at the surging corpse tide at the foot of the mountain. It became clearer and clearer until suddenly, he was stuck at a point. If he was Xu Shuanglin, after doing all this, should he set up a stage and perform the puppet show that he had painstakingly arranged? Where should he choose the stage? Where could he find the corpses of powerful and considerable cultivators? If he was discovered, he could be protected. The gradually flourishing light in the sky suddenly dimmed. Jiao Mountain. He muttered. Jiang Shi looked at him sideways. What? Mo Ran's expression changed. He looked to the east and suddenly became a little angry. Jiao Mountain. Hero's Mound. The stage he chose is at Jiao Mountain's Hero's Mound. In the Lini calamity, most of the victims were ordinary people. Xu Shuanglin could get so many corpses of ordinary people, but he couldn't get the corpses of powerful cultivators. Hero's Mound. Jiang Shi also reacted. You're saying that Xu Shuanglin summoned the corpses of the Confucian Wind sect buried in Hero's Mound in the past several hundred years? Mo Ran didn't feel like talking nonsense with him. He cursed inwardly and rushed down the mountain. Xu Shuanglin was really a madman. Hero's Mound buried generations of Confucian Wind sect masters, even the first sect master who became immortals. Using the unity formation to control ordinary cultivators was fine, but to control these people? Once Xu Shuanglin's magic power couldn't support it, these powerful corpses would break free. At that time, Xu Shuanglin would suffer a backlash and die suddenly. The most powerful corpses of the Confucian Wind sect in the past several hundred years would go berserk and lose control. That would be a great calamity no less terrible than the endless heaven-splitting hell. Huang Xiaoye was also supported by others as she walked over shakily from the pavilion. Jiang Dongtang definitely wouldn't miss out on this cup of soup. Now that Jiang Shi was the leader of all the schools, it was only right for him to speak first. But Jiang Shi looked at Nangong Sai. For a moment, he wasn't sure what kind of attitude was most suitable for him. The Confucian Wind School had been domineering and rampant for so many years, and had accumulated enmity with many other schools. These enmity had no place to vent, so in the end, it all fell on Nangong Sai alone. But what did Nangong Sai do wrong? He wasn't the one who took the sword manual of the Jade Pool Mountain Villa, and he wasn't the one who would ask for such an exorbitant price. He didn't even have time to find out where the sword manual was. His father Nangong Liu had committed many crimes, and his death was a good thing. Nowadays, everyone said that the son should pay for the father's debts, but if the son paid for the father's debts, how many people present would be clean and pure? Moreover, this young man was the only descendant of the Nangong family, the key to opening the door to the Jiao Mountain. You, Jiang Shi opened his mouth hesitantly. He had just said you when suddenly someone next to him said in a trembling voice, Benefactor Nangong, you have to come with us. As the saying goes, the one who started the trouble should be the one who started it. You must not ignore the mess left behind by the Confucian Wind School and watch with folded arms. Jiang Shi saw that it was the abbot of Wubei Temple, Master Shenjing. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He thought that this old bald donkey was not pure, and wanted to pick a fight. However, this was fine. He wasn't good at socializing anyway, so he lazily shut his mouth and stood at the side. He watched Master Shenjing hold his staff and preached to Nangong Sai with a mitterpa. Nangong Sai listened for a while and said, "Okay, I'll go with you to the Jiao Mountain." Master Shenjing didn't expect that he would agree to help open the enchantment of the Jiao Mountain so quickly. He was stunned for a while, and then he put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, benefactor is sensible, and the gods and Buddhas are aware, so your sins will be reduced." For a moment, Nangong Sai seemed to want to say something, but he didn't. Nangong Sai whimpered in his quiver and wanted to climb out, but was pressed back in by him without batting an eyelid. "I'm going to the Jiao Mountain because I don't want the heroes of the Confucian Wind School to become puppets and help the Avilders." Nangong Sai restrained himself and said, "But thank you for your kindness and for showing me the way." In this way, they had the key to open the Jiao Mountain. However, each of the 4 great evil mountains was different from the Phoenix Mountain. If one wanted to go to the Jiao Mountain, no matter if it was a member of the Nangong clan or an outsider brought in by the Nangong clan, they had to do 2 things. First, they had to fast for 10 days. Second, when they reached the Coiling Dragon Mountain, they had to walk. They couldn't ride a sword or ride a horse. They had to cross the first 3 mountains on foot to show their sincerity. Shui Jingyong calculated the time and said, "From here to the Coiling Dragon Mountain, if you ride a horse, it will take about 10 days. I think if you don't have anything important to do, you don't have to rush back to your respective schools to fast. Let's go together." The master of the Treading Snow Palace said, "That's good. If we go together, we can discuss the next countermeasures." Shui Jingyong said, "But there are at least 3,000 people here. It's a bit difficult to find horses." At this time, a weak voice suddenly came from the crowd. A hand was raised. It was a wretched man wearing a red brocade robe. The edge of the robe was embroidered with a black cat totem. "I have some in my villa. It should be enough." "Villa Master Ma?" Jiang Shi raised his eyebrows. This person was Ma Yun, the head of the Peachbud Villa, one of the 9 major sects in the upper cultivation world. He was the 3rd richest person in the book Xuemeng bought. However, now that Nangong Liu was dead, he should be the 2nd richest person in terms of wealth. Compared to Jiang Shi, Ma Yun was more down-to-earth and looked more like a businessman. However, after all, the 2 of them had different ways of making money. Jiang Shi was fierce, had a lot of connections, and had a lot of treasures. He ran the black market. Villa Master Ma set up courier stations of various sizes in the cultivation world to accept all kinds of package delivery, immortal horses, immortal boats, and spiritual carriages. Their villa was good at making all kinds of spiritual boats and carriages. They raised a large number of strong cattle and horses. Therefore, Villa Master Ma had a nickname, Reception Horse. Facing the cold-faced Jiang Shi, the reception horse seemed to be a little scared. It shrank its neck and said, "Then, why don't we go to Lin Lingyu? Sect Master Jiang's manor definitely has more steeds than mine, hey." Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shi looked at the wrinkled smile on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm just grateful for Villa Master Ma's generous help. I don't mean anything else. This place is close to the Peachbud Villa. It's good that Villa Master Ma is willing to lend us his mount." When Villa Master Ma heard this, he sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Then please go to my villa. It's already late. Why don't you stay in the villa for the night and set off together the next day?" Peachbud Villa was built on the top of a lonely mountain by the West Lake. However, although this lonely mountain was called a mountain, it was actually just a small hill. It only took half an hour to climb to the top. "We're here." Villa Master Ma stood in front of the huge bright red mountain gate in high spirits. He raised his hand and removed the protective barrier. "Please come in, come in, come in." During the trip to Phoenix Mountain, the sect masters were either anxious or worried. Only Villa Master Ma was able to act as if nothing had happened. He was even able to show a warm smile. Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, they didn't say anything. The sect masters entered first, followed by the elders and then the personal disciples. Behind them were the disciples of the various sects. They entered the Peachbud Villa's barrier gate in succession. Shuemeng muttered to Mo Ran, "What is this welcoming horse doing? He's laughing so hard that I'm getting goosebumps. He can't be in cahoots with Shu Shuanglin, right? Is he trying to lure us into a trap? No." "Why are you so sure?" Mo Ran said, "The 9 great sects' high lords and outstanding talents are all here. Everyone is panicking. If he's in cahoots with Shu Shuanglin, he won't be able to do anything. Instead, he'll expose himself. Then why is he so happy?" Mo Ran sighed and said, "He's happy that he made a fortune." "What fortune? He's clearly making a loss." Shuemeng was dumbfounded. He was the same as his father. He didn't have any business acumen. It was said that when he was young, Madame Wang gave him a silver leaf and told him to go to a peddler to exchange for it. In the end, he exchanged for a small kite and 3 greasy copper coins. He was miserably cheated. However, he still thought that the kite looked good. He bought a happy one and felt that it was worth it. How could someone like him understand the thoughts of the welcoming horse? Thus, after thinking for a long time, he was still dumbfounded. "Did you hear wrong? He just said that he wanted to borrow our horses, not rent them. He doesn't want a single cent." At this time, the low-level disciple in charge of receiving guests came to receive them. Mo Ran waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't say anything else. The servant girl wearing pink led them with a smile to the side courtyard where they would be temporarily staying tonight. This row of side courtyards were all near the edge of the mountain. Each courtyard could accommodate 6 people. At dusk, Mo Ran stood in front of the window of his room, gazing at the distant mountains and the mist of the West Lake. After coming down from Mount Huang, Mo Ran had been very anxious and uneasy. Now that he had closed the door, he finally completely revealed his restlessness. He rubbed the window frame with one hand, while the other hand was subconsciously playing with a warm object in his palm. The scenery of Jiangnan was always beautiful, but at this time, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. The setting sun was dim. If someone saw his face at this time, they would not believe that he was that righteous and honest Grandmaster Mo. This was a face that belonged to the Emperor Ta of his previous life. Gloomy. The setting sun pierced his light brown eyes. In the dusk, Mo Weiyu's face changed. The reincarnated person behind Shu Shuanglin made him tremble in fear. He felt as if there was a knife against his neck, and the blade was already touching his skin, piercing his flesh. Blood was already seeping out. But that person did not use force to cut him, and he could not turn his head. He could not see clearly who was standing behind him. At any time, he could take his life. He was very confused. He felt that he could not hide his rebirth for long. If the day of the battle was the day the truth was revealed, what should he do? What would his uncle and aunt think of him? What would Shimai think of him? What would Shuemeng think of him? There was also Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning, if the matter of his previous life was exposed, how much would Chu Wanning hate him? Would she be unwilling to even look at him from now on? Mo Ran was very confused. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. It was so cold that it reached his bones. Clatter. Suddenly, there was a sound. The thing in his hand fell to the floor. He picked it up absent-mindedly and glanced at it. There was some dust on that little thing. It seemed that this side courtyard of Daobao Villa had not been lived in for a long time. The people who took care of it were not diligent. There was some dust on the ground. He paused. Mo Ran's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly realized what he was playing. Lying in the palm of his hand was a dark and warm chess piece. The precious dragon chess piece. Mo Ran's expression changed. In his previous life, he had developed a habit in the last 2 years before his death. Every time he felt extremely complicated and irritated, he could not help but gather his spiritual power in his palm and condense it into a small black chess piece. He would play with it in his hand. This habit of his made many attendants in the palace frightened. Mo Ran overheard the palace servants discussing this matter. They all thought that he must be angry. When he was angry, he wanted to be a chess piece. He wanted to kill people and turn them into puppets. I'm so scared that His Majesty will throw that chess piece out at any time. To be honest, I'd rather watch him play with people's skulls. What are you afraid of? I'm His Majesty's attendant. God knows how many times my legs have turned to jelly. How much spiritual power does it take for His Majesty to be a chess piece? He can't be playing around, right? He must have a purpose, or he wants to vent. If he vents it on me, what should I do? Mo Ran was speechless, but he also found it funny. He didn't understand what these gossiping palace servants were thinking. How could they guess what he was thinking with such certainty? In reality, there was no reason for him to be a chess piece. It was just one of the Emperor Tar's personal hobbies. It was that simple. But ever since he heard the discussions of the palace servants, sometimes his playful heart would be aroused. He pretended to throw the precious chess pieces in his hand at some servant girl, scaring those servant girls to repeatedly beg for mercy, their legs shaking like a sieve. His face was as cold as before, but in his heart he was secretly amused. That was the only fun he had in the last 2 years of his life. He had not condensed the chess piece for a long time. It seemed that he wanted to sever ties with his past self. Ever since his rebirth, Mo Ran had never used this technique again. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. He thought that he would forget the mental cultivation method and the chant. But it turned out that he could not escape at all. Sin was planted in his soul. Mo Ran stared at the black chess piece, his hands could not help but tremble, he suddenly felt hopeless. He suddenly did not know who he was. Was he the Emperor Tar? Or was he Master Mo? He suddenly did not know where he was. Was he at the West Lake? Or was he in front of the Wu Mountain Palace? Suddenly, he could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. He was trembling uncontrollably. That tiny black stone was reflected in his eyes like a heavy nightmare, like a pitch-black bloodstain. There was a sinister voice in his head that kept on laughing madly, roaring at the top of its lungs. Mo Weiyu. Mo Weiyu. You can't escape. You can't escape. You can only be an evil person forever. You can only be a ghost. You are a jinx. A jinx. The voice was loud and clear. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mo Ran woke up with a start, cold sweat dripping down his back. He held the chess piece tightly in his hand, turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." The person outside answered, "Shui Meng." "Anyway, I'm not the one he likes," Mo Ran said as he pulled up his clothes and put them on. "Besides, it's other people's relationship. Why do you always care so much?" Shui Meng was a little embarrassed. He coughed with a red face and said, "I don't care. I'm just saying it casually." He stared fiercely at Mo Ran. He stared at the guy with a good figure as he put on his clothes. He stared, and suddenly felt that something was not right. He looked carefully again. His eyes fell on Mo Ran's muscular chest and stopped. Mo Ran did not care and said casually, "Why are you staring at me? Do you like me?" Shui Meng did not say anything. Mo Ran still said in a half-dead tone, "Don't look. It's impossible between us." Shui Meng turned his head away with a pale face. He pretended to be calm and said, "Bah, you think too much." But his heart was beating like a drum. He saw a crimson crystal pendant hanging on Mo Ran's neck. It looked very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. He could not remember, but he suddenly had goosebumps. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. Where did he see it? Mo Ran put on his clothes and suddenly found a few stains on the table. He asked Shui Meng, "Do you have a handkerchief?" "Oh, I do." Shui Meng came back to his senses. He took out a piece and handed it to him. "You always forget to bring one." "I'm not used to it." Shui Meng said with a straight face, "Last time you said that Shizun was going to give you one. Even if you're bragging, you shouldn't brag like that." Only then did Mo Ran remember that he had once begged Chu Wanning to give him a begonia handkerchief, but Chu Wanning had never given it to him. He didn't know whether Chu Wanning had forgotten or was too lazy to give it to him. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "I've been busy recently. Shizun has no time. Even if he had time, Shizun would not only make one for you." Shuemeng said with a cold smile, "I definitely have a share. Maybe that someone, that Nangong Sai, he also has a share." Speaking of Nangong Sai, Mo Ran's bad mood became even worse. "Did you go see him?" "No, I went to see what he was doing." Shuemeng said, "He and Yi Wangxi live next to that old ghost Jiangxi. I want to be thousands of miles away from that place. I don't want to go there." Mo Ran nodded. "It's good that they live there. Although Jiangxi's temper is bad and he has a lot of problems, he's still a reasonable person. He probably won't make things difficult for them." Shuemeng said angrily, "Him? If that dog of a person is reasonable, I'll take his surname and not be called Shuemeng. I'll just be called Jiang Meng." Mo Ran, Shuemeng always had this kind of ability. He was always noisy and cynical. When his mouth moved, there was no ambiguity when he insulted others. But perhaps it was because he was so noisy that Mo Ran felt that there was more warmth in the room. Only then did the terrifying nightmare of his previous life fade away slightly. Shuemeng said, "Speaking of which, Shizun doesn't really want to take Nangong Sai as his disciple, does he?" In the past, Shizun definitely wasn't willing. Mo Ran said, "But now, even you and I can't stop him." Shuemeng stared blankly. "Why?" Mo Ran sighed. "Let me ask you. In the past, Li Wuxin revered Nangong Sai. He was clearly an elder, but he never dared to talk back to Nangong Sai. Why? Because his father is powerful. He's the head of the #1 cultivation sect in the cultivation world. Does that even need to be said? Very well then. Let me ask you again. Why do people like Huang Xiaoye and those whose names I don't even know dare to bully him? Why is that? Because of enmity." For a moment, Mo Ran was speechless. He thought that only Shuemeng could say something like that. He suddenly felt very envious. He felt that although Shuemeng was already in his 20s, sometimes he still thought like a child. Like a child was a very subtle description, because the most obvious characteristics of a child were innocence, simplicity, and straightforwardness. But at the same time, it also meant that a person hadn't grown up, was immature, and was careless. But for Mo Ran, he felt that even though he had lived for 20 years, his eyes were still extremely pure when looking at the world of mortals. This was a miracle. He looked at the miracle in front of him, then said with a bitter smile, "Where did all this enmity come from?" The Confucian Wind sect revealed so many things about the upper cultivation world. Those were revealed by Xu Shuanglin. How much could it have to do with Nangong Sai? Mo Ran said, "What's more, when those secrets were revealed, wasn't Nangong Sai one of the people who was hurt the most? He found out that his father was the one who buried his mother. He wasn't the instigator at all, but a sacrifice, a victim." Shuemeng opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Mo Ran didn't say anything, waiting for him to speak. In the end, Shuemeng just opened his mouth like that. After opening it for a long time, he resentfully closed it again. He didn't know how to refute. After a long time, he reluctantly asked, "Then why do you think it's because?" "First, it's because they want to watch the show," Mo Ran said. "The Confucian Wind sect's matter is too exciting for everyone to watch. Bullying a young master in distress is much better than bullying a little beggar." This was the same as Shuemeng in his previous life. Back then, when the phoenix fledgling met with disaster, what kind of ostracization did he suffer? Shuemeng didn't know, but Mo Ran knew. In order to not offend the Emperor Ta, no sect was willing to take him in, and no sect was willing to cooperate with him. He painstakingly ran all over the world, begging the heads of various sects, big and small, hoping to take advantage of the fact that Mo Ran hadn't done something even crazier and join hands to overthrow his tyranny. That was the first year after Mo Ran succeeded the throne. Shuemeng ran around for 9 years, lobbying for 9 years, but no one listened to him. In the end, only the Kunlun treading in Snow Palace was willing to give him a place to stay. The only one who was willing to help him was my Hanshue. Mo Ran rejoiced that in this life, Shuemeng didn't have to suffer such humiliation again. Shuemeng didn't notice, and asked, Then what's the second reason? The second reason is that you think you're doing justice for the heavens. What do you mean? Do you know what our heavenly music pavilion, the descendant of the gods, does when it deals with criminals in the cultivation world? Publicly show them to the public, hanging them for 3 days and 3 nights. Shuemeng muttered, "Why are you asking me this? It's not like you haven't seen it before. When you first came to the peak of life and death, there was a serious criminal who was about to be executed. Father also went there for a public trial. Didn't you and I go there? You also saw the execution, but at that time you were really timid. After you saw it, you were so scared that you had a high fever. It took 4 or 5 days for it to subside." Moran smiled, and said after a while, "I can't help it. That was the first time I saw a raw spiritual nucleus." "What are you afraid of? No one will come and take your spiritual nucleus." Moran said, "Life is unpredictable." Shuemeng was a little surprised. He raised his hand to touch Moran's forehead. "You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?" "I just dreamed about it." In the dream, someone's sword pierced his heart. If it had been a few inches more, his heart and spiritual nucleus would have been destroyed. Shuemeng was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Although you're quite annoying, you're still my cousin. If anyone wants to take your spiritual nucleus, I'll be the first to show them no mercy." Moran smiled. His dark eyes were bottomless, and there were lights and shadows in them. The lights and shadows swayed, and there were thousands of thoughts in his mind. Why did he mention Shuemeng's past in the Temple of Heavenly Music? Maybe Shuemeng didn't notice at all, but those faces left a deep and colorful reflection in Moran's heart. He still remembered that the case was about a woman in her 20s. She was very young. A large group of people gathered in front of the Temple of Heavenly Music to watch the show. There were men, women, old people, children, cultivators, commoners, and all kinds of people. They were all looking up at the woman who was bound by the immortal binding rope, the soul-stabilizing lock, and the demon-subduing chain. They whispered to each other, "Isn't that Madame Lin? She just married into a prestigious family. What crime did she commit to alarm the Temple of Heavenly Music, don't you know? She was the one who set the fire in the Zhao family. She killed her own husband." "Ah!" When the surrounding people heard this, they all gasped. Someone asked, "Why did she take things so hard?" "I heard that her husband was very good to her." Amidst the whispers, the owner of the Heavenly Music Pavilion slowly walked up to the execution platform. Holding the case file, she first greeted the people below the platform. Then, she unhurriedly opened the case file and began to read out the crimes of the woman surnamed Lin. The crimes were very long. She read for almost an hour. Basically, this woman surnamed Lin was not the young lady from the aristocratic family that the Zhao family was supposed to marry. She was just a substitute, a puppet wearing a human skin mask. Her real purpose of getting close to young Master Zhao was to murder him because of a personal grudge. The young lady who was supposed to marry into the Zhao family had long become a resentful ghost under this Miss Lin's knife. What a good show of exchanging a leopard cat for a crown prince. The Temple of Heavenly Music finally commented righteously, however, justice grinds slowly but surely. "Miss Lin, it's time for you to tear off your mask and let everyone see your original appearance." The human skin mask was taken off in front of everyone and thrown to the ground like a snake shedding its skin. Under the messy hair of the woman on the platform, another pale and coquettish face was revealed. A disciple of the Temple of Heavenly Music held her chin and lifted her up to show everyone. There was an uproar below the platform. Someone shouted, "What a vicious woman! She killed an innocent young lady and ruined the Rong family just because of a personal grudge. Beat her to death. Gouge out her eyes. Dismember her. Cut off her skin inch by inch." The crowd was made up of individual people, but they all had the same head in the end. They were like a sluggish giant beast with a big tail that couldn't be shaken off. They were salivating, roaring, and roaring. This ugly thing probably thought that she was an auspicious beast that could represent the sky, the sun, and the moon, as well as the heavens and the earth. Standing in the world, she was righteous and fair. The screams below the platform became louder and louder, scraping the young Mo Ran's eardrums. He was shocked by the anger of these people. It seemed that the woman who died under the knife and young Master Zhao had become their family, friends, sons, and mistresses. They hated that they couldn't personally seek justice for their family, friends, sons, and mistresses. They hated that they couldn't tear that sinner Lin apart with their own hands. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide in a daze. Shouldn't the Temple of Heavenly Music decide the punishment? Xue Jingyong comforted him. Ran, don't be afraid. It's decided by the Temple of Heavenly Music. Everyone just doesn't like it. They're just saying it. Of course, the Temple of Heavenly Music will decide the punishment according to Shunwu's instructions. It will be fair and just, don't worry. However, things didn't develop as Xue Jingyong said. The crowd's screams became crazier and more exaggerated. This bitch. She killed the innocent. How can we let her die so easily? Pavilion leader Mu. You are the division of justice of the cultivation world. You must judge her properly and give her 10 or 100 times the pain. Let her have a good time. Get the punishment she deserves. Tear her mouth apart first, pull out her teeth one by one, and cut her tongue into countless pieces. Smear mud on her body. Tear it off after it's dry and leave a layer of skin. Pour chilly water all over her body and let her die from the pain. Let her die from the pain. There was even a brothel madam who came to watch the show. She cracked melon seeds and then smiled sweetly. Tear off her clothes. Shouldn't this kind of person be naked? Stuff snakes and loaches in her lower body. Find 100 men to take turns with her. That's what she deserves. Actually, did these people's anger come from their own righteousness? Mo Ran was sitting beside Xue Meng at that time. He was more agitated and trembled slightly. In the end, even Xue Jingyong noticed his uneasiness. Just as he was about to take him away from the spectator stand, there was a sudden bang from the spectator stand. Someone from the crowd threw an explosive talisman at the woman's feet. This was against the rules. However, the Temple of Heavenly Music's people didn't have time to stop it, or they didn't even want to. In the end, the explosive talisman exploded, and the woman's feet were instantly blown into a bloody mess. Uncle. Mo Ran clutched Xue Jingyong's clothes tightly. He was shaking so hard. He was shaking so hard. Good. There was an earth-shattering cheer from below. The heroes were clapping their hands, overjoyed. Good hit. Punish evil and promote good. One more time. Who threw it? Don't throw it. The Temple of Heavenly Music's disciples shouted twice from the spectator stand and followed the crowd. Below, they threw all kinds of things: vegetables, stones, eggs, knives. Those people cast a barrier and stood at the side to watch. As long as they didn't immediately take her life, they wouldn't stop them. The Temple of Heavenly Music's heroic spirit had always been awe-inspiring. They wouldn't go against the righteous crowd. When Mo Ran recalled this, he felt suffocated and didn't want to think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Just wait and see, Xue Meng. If Nangong Sai insists on not admitting that his master's disciple, then he'll completely lose his barrier in the cultivation world. After the trip to Jiao Mountain, if they really bring Nangong Sai to the Temple of Heavenly Music for interrogation, you'll see the same scene as that year. Xue Meng said, but that year at the Temple of Heavenly Music's interrogation, everyone was so angry only because that woman killed someone, so with the knife in hand, you can stab however you want, right? Mo Ran's mood became heavier and heavier. There was still the second half of the sentence that he didn't say out loud. In this world, how many people did evil things in the name of upholding justice? They vented the unhappiness in their lives, the violence, madness, and shocking murderous aura in their hearts in this kind of place. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Xue Meng left when he saw that the sun was getting dark. Mo Ran walked to the window and took out the Zhenlong chess that he had just put away in his sleeve. He stared at it for a moment, then poured spirit into his fingers and crushed it fiercely, turning it into ashes. The wind started to blow, and all the leaves were shaking. The person in front of the window was also shaking. He slowly raised his hand to cover his face. He was almost exhausted. He leaned on the window frame for a long time before he turned and left. He walked into the depths of the room and was swallowed by the darkness. He sat in the dark room for a long time, thinking back and forth. In the end, his whole person was broken and collapsed. He really didn't know what he should do. He felt that there were some things that he should say, but if he did, it would be even more chaotic and out of control. What should he do? He didn't know. The more he thought, the more he felt unreconciled. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. He was anxious, he was in pain. He thought about the mastermind behind the scenes who stood behind him. He thought about the temple of heavenly music's worship and superstition in the cultivation world. He thought about the woman who was interrogated, her legs badly mangled. Mo Ran paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. He paced back and forth in the room like a madman. Chapter 208. Mo Ran wanted to speak a few times, but all he could do was move his lips. His temples were throbbing with pain. His blood was rushing madly, but he felt that his blood was no longer hot. Instead, it was cold and icy. While he was struggling, even his fingertips were getting cold. Master. Actually, He finally opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he only said 3 or 4 words before he became confused and broke down again. Why did he have to say it? Those were all matters of his previous life. He had already committed suicide in the hall of Mount Wu. He had died long ago. He only had the memories of his previous life. Why did he have to say it? Saying it out loud satisfied his conscience, but was it really the right choice? How good was it now? Xuemeng would smile at him. Chu Wanning was his uncle and auntie were still alive, and Shamai was still alive. Nothing was more important than these. Even if he had to live with guilt for the rest of his life and be a fugitive for the rest of his life, he did not want to destroy everything in front of him with his own hands. But he also felt that this was something he should say. Now that he could confirm that the person behind this must have experienced a rebirth, only he could remind everyone and let everyone be prepared. This was his chance to atone for his sins. Perhaps the heavens wanted him to die once, but he still kept his memories, so that at this moment, there would be someone who could stand up and stop this storm. Even if he had to pay with his life. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He was trembling, and his eyelashes were slightly wet. He was not afraid of death. He was someone who had already died once. But in this world, there were things more terrifying than death. He had suffered enough in his previous life. In order to escape from those things, he chose to commit suicide. These years, especially after Chu Wanning died in this life, he had been running with all his might, trying to shake off the invisible monster behind him. But now, he was forced into a dead end. Its sharp claws were hanging over his throat. Betrayed by all, cursed for all eternity. He could not escape, he could not escape. Mo Ran cried. Silently, but his tears flowed down and fell to the ground. He tried to suppress the trembling in his voice. He said, "I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it. Suddenly, a pair of strong and well-proportioned arms wrapped around him from behind. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that Chu Wanning had walked over and hugged him from behind. "If you don't want to say it, then don't." Chu Wanning's voice came from behind his shoulder. Everyone has their own secrets, and they all make mistakes. Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning actually understood. He already understood. That's right, how could Chu Wanning not see through it? He had seen Mo Ran apologetically admit his mistakes too many times, whether it was sincere, false, unwilling, or sincere. Although he didn't know what mistake Mo Ran had committed, he knew that Mo Ran must have wanted to confess to something in the past that he didn't want to talk about. "Master, if that matter makes you very uneasy and you want to tell me, then say it. I'm here to listen." Chu Wanning said, "But if you feel that it's very painful to say it, then if you don't speak, I won't continue to ask. I know that you won't do the same thing again." Mo Ran felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He shook his head slightly. "It's not. It's not as simple as you think, it's far from that simple. I didn't pluck flowers that shouldn't be plucked. I killed people. Blood flowed like a pestle and thousands of miles of dried bones. I destroyed more than half of the cultivation world. I destroyed you. He broke down once again. I destroyed you, Chu Warning. Why did you comfort an executioner? Why did you comfort a person who stabbed a knife into his own heart? Why did you beg me to let myself go before you died? Why didn't you kill me back then? He was trembling. He couldn't stop trembling. Chu Warning was in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a warm drop of water fall on the back of his hand. He murmured in a low voice, Mo Ran. I want to say it out loud. Then say it out loud. Mo Ran was very confused. He shook his head and said again, I don't know how to say it. He had been controlling his voice very well. It was only now that he finally choked up. Really? I really don't know how to say it. Then don't say it. Chu Warning let go of him and pulled him, making him turn around. In the dark night, he stroked his cheeks. Mo Ran was dodging, but Chu Warning still firmly touched him and held his face. It was moist. It was tears that had been flowing for a long time. Chu Warning said, don't say it out loud. Suddenly, the begonia fragrance was so close. Chu Warning kissed him. This seemed to be the first time he took the initiative to kiss Mo Ran. He was shaky and clumsy. He pressed his lips against Mo Ran's, bit by bit. He pried open his bitter mouth and slid his tongue in, stirring and twining. Chaos, restlessness, madness. Mo Ran also did not know why. Perhaps it was because love was a harbor to escape all pain. Perhaps it was because humans were ultimately the same as beasts. During sex, everything could be thrown to the back of one's mind. In this indulgence of desire, only joy was real. To give the helpless and pity. To give the desperate and desperate people a moment of respite. No one spoke again. As the kiss lingered, Chu Warning felt Mo Ran's desire for him. He was pushing against him through the clothes. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to touch him. But Mo Ran held his fingers and intertwined their fingers. This is enough. He held him in his arms. Only the person in front of him could suppress his pain. Could purify his soul. You don't have to do anything else. This is enough. Chu Warning raised his hand and touched his face. For no reason, he felt very distressed. How could you be so foolish? Mo Ran then held his other hand. Like this, the two hands were tightly connected. He pressed against Chu Warning's forehead. If I had been so foolish earlier, that would have been good. Chu Warning saw that he could not persuade him. He also did not know how to say softer words. He could only clumsily rub his cheeks, the tip of his nose, and finally gently suck on his lips. When he did this, the tips of his ears were clearly red, but he tried his best to appear very calm and unhurried. He took the initiative to kiss Mo Ran. He took the initiative to hug him. He did some things that he was not used to doing in the past. Shizun. Mo Ran dodged, but his breathing gradually became faster under his kiss. Don't be like this. It's always been you doing these things. Chu Warning broke free from his hands and hugged his neck. Today, you listen to me. Shizun. Chu Warning looked at his dog-like warm and moist eyes. He patted the back of his head and actually comforted him with a gentleness that he had never shown before. Good boy. There was no light, so they kissed and caressed by the wall. The kiss went from gentle to intense, from intense to thirsty, from thirsty to lingering, full of male desire and urgency. Shizun. Warning. Mo Ran kept calling his name. There was pity, love, infatuation, and guilt. As long as Chu Warning gave him the slightest bit of love, it would be the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. He finally stopped thinking about it. He pressed Chu Warning against the wall and pressed against him. He fiercely kissed him and rubbed him. In the end, the two of them were panting, their hearts beating violently. He went crazy. The corners of his eyes were red. Chu Warning frowned as he kissed him. The light. Isn't it already extinguished? He continued to kiss him, kissing his earlobes and neck. He heard Chu Wanning resist the desire to moan and whisper in his ear, "No, light it up." Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning said, "I want to look at you." The light was on. The darkness was gone. Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were bright, clear, stubborn, and firm. They were covered with a layer of desire. His cheeks seemed to be frosty, but his ears were red. He said, "I want to look at you." Mo Ran suddenly felt his heart hurt so much that he was about to die. How could his dirty, broken, and cold heart continue to live under such eyes? He hugged him, kissed him, and pressed Chu Wanning's hand to his chest, where his heart was beating. He said, "Remember this position. If there is a day, I can't be forgiven." Mo Ran murmured in a low voice. The tip of his nose rubbed against Chu Wanning's. "Kill me with your own hands. From here." Chu Wanning was shocked. He stared at him in disbelief. "Do you know what you are saying?" Mo Ran smiled. His smile had the handsomeness and sincerity of Grandmaster Mo, but also the wickedness and madness of the Emperor Ta. "My spiritual core was formed because of you. My heart is also yours. If there is a day when I have to die, these two things should belong to you. Only then can I." He didn't continue. The shock and fear that had never appeared in Chu Wanning's eyes made him unable to continue. Mo Ran finally lowered his eyes and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just teasing you. I'm just saying this to tell you." He hugged him tightly. He didn't know how many more chances like this would have. "Wanning. I love you, I want you, I can't leave you." There were many things he wanted to tell him, but just like in his previous life, he didn't know where to start. Chu Wanning was still in a daze. He didn't know how big of a mistake a person had to make to be able to say something like this. But when Mo Ran kissed him, his consciousness fell apart in the chaos. He wasn't a person with such weak willpower. Maybe this shouldn't be blamed on Mo Ran's kiss. It was just that he didn't want to think too deeply about it. There was despair in the passion, like boiling oil dripping into a flame. Later on, the entanglement was primitive and crazy. Before they reached the bed, most of their clothes had been taken off. Chu Wanning was pressed down on the bed by Mo Ran. Between the pillows, there was no shyness and awkwardness like the first time. A man's demand for desire was simple and rough. His underwear was quickly undone. Mo Ran buried his head and kissed him, sucking on him. Sometimes he raised his eyes to look at Chu Wanning under the light. His eyes were unfocused, and he was panting slightly with his neck raised. How many more times like this would happen? Twice. Once. He was about to go to Jiao Mountain. Perhaps he would be able to see the person behind the scenes. If that person really used the exquisite chess game, the only one who could quickly solve it was himself. Everything would come to light. But during the entanglement, he coaxed his Shizun, and also coaxed himself, who was on the verge of despair. He said that there would be many, many opportunities in the future. They would always be together. Just like the entanglement of love, from night to day, he would bully him many times a night. They would sleep in the same position, entangling with each other. At dawn, when the sun was rising, he would wake up in his gentleness. They would indulge in sex in the middle of the day, dirty to the extreme, loving to the extreme, wanting to the extreme. Mo Ran held them together and stroked them, relieving them together. Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were full of desire and fog. Following Mo Ran's movements, his mouth was slightly open as he panted. His eyes gradually became confused and blurred. While he was intoxicated, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Chu Wanning suddenly came back to his senses, the blood draining from his face. Mo Ran immediately covered his mouth, not letting him make a sound. The room was very quiet, but his other hand was still anxiously and fiercely stroking, stimulating himself and the person in his arms. Chu Wanning wanted to shake his head, but Mo Ran's strength was too great. He couldn't move, and could only reveal a pair of phoenix eyes, comfortable and painful, filled with hatred and frustration. "Shizun, are you there?" Hearing that voice, Chu Wanning glared at Mo Ran even more angrily. He lightly knocked on the bed with one hand. Mo Ran swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple moving seductively. His voice was low and hoarse. Yes, I know, Shuemeng. Shizun. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Shuemeng muttered, strange, the light is clearly on. Shizun. It seemed that Mo Ran didn't plan to pay attention to him at all. He was still lying on top of Chu Wanning, immersed in love. The room was too dark. He even mistook Chu Wanning's angry eyes for moist passion. Shizun. The disciple outside didn't plan to leave, and the disciple on the bed didn't plan to stop either. Chu Wanning couldn't do anything about it. In a fit of anger, he actually bit Mo Ran's finger. Mo Ran felt the pain and moved his hand away. There seemed to be a trace of grievance in his black eyes. His voice was deep and slow. Your bite hurt so much, you might as well die from the pain. Chu Wanning panted and glared at him fiercely. Then he said to the door, I'm already on the bed. What's the matter? Ah, nothing, Shuemeng said, it's just that I can't sleep. There's something on my mind that I want to tell Shizun. His voice gradually became softer. He could almost imagine the appearance of Phoenix hanging her head outside the door. Chu Wanning, what was going on? Why did both of them have something on their minds tonight? Chu Wanning was still worried. He patted Mo Ran, who was still on top of him, and whispered, get up and put on your clothes. Mo Ran's eyes widened. With a dog-like expression, he asked, you want to let him in? There's something wrong with his voice. Then what about me? Although Chu Wanning was embarrassed, he still said, put on your clothes and hide under the bed. Chapter 209. Mo Ran also choked. Shuemeng was really very powerful. With this ruckus, whatever past life haze or not, there was not even a trace of it left. Right now, his mind was full of resentment and lust. He just couldn't understand why Shuemeng had to come and talk to Chu Wanning at this time. Was he so free? But he couldn't persuade Chu Wanning. He propped himself up and looked under the bed. Then he straightened up and kissed Chu Wanning, saying, no. You don't be angry. It's not that I don't want to listen to you. Mo Ran said, but this bed is too low. I can't go in. Chu Wanning, there's no wardrobe in this room, and there's only one window facing outside. I don't have anywhere to go. Let him go. Chu Wanning thought about it and could only say, if there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm already going to sleep. Just sit for a while, okay? Shuemeng's voice was full of grievance and there was a faint nasal sound. Shizun, my heart is really a bit messy. There are some things that I want to ask you face to face. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep until tomorrow. Mo Ran was incomparably annoyed by his soft pleading. He also wanted to know what exactly Shuemeng had to say tonight, so he propped himself up and looked left and right. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. He whispered it in Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning's face immediately darkened. You're too ridiculous. Then let him go quickly. Chu Wanning wanted to say something, but then he heard Shuemeng rustling leaves outside the door. Thinking that Shuemeng rarely pestered him like this, Chu Wanning silently cursed and pushed Mo Ran away, saying, just this once. Also, hide the clothes on the ground. Don't miss them. Shuemeng waited outside for a while. Seeing that Chu Wanning still hadn't agreed, although he felt uncomfortable, he still persisted in calling out, Shizun? I heard you. Come in. After getting permission, Shuemeng pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he frowned. There was an indescribable faint smell in the room, but it was too faint. He couldn't tell what it was, but it smelled familiar to him. As expected, Chu Wanning was already asleep. The thick curtains on his bed had been drawn down, covering the scene inside. When he heard Shuemeng come in, he raised his hand and lifted half of the curtains, revealing a hazy sleeping face. His eyes were half closed, as if he had just woken up and was still very sleepy. The corners of his eyes were slightly red and moist. He glanced at Shuemeng. Shuemeng was a little embarrassed and muttered, Shizun, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep. It's fine. Sit down. Shuemeng sat at the table. Chu Wanning asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Shuemeng seemed very conflicted. After returning, He carefully thought for a while and suddenly remembered why the necklace on Mo Ran's neck looked so familiar. On the way to Confucian Wind Sect, Mo Ran had bought a necklace for Chu Wanning. At that time, he had snatched it and looked at it for himself. He felt that it was very beautiful and also wanted it. At that time, Mo Ran had personally told him that it was the last necklace. The more he thought about this matter, the more he felt strange and uneasy he felt. He was a person who couldn't keep his thoughts to himself. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't bear it and came to this place. But facing Chu Wanning's gaze, Xuemeng hesitated again. He really didn't know how to express himself. After pondering for a long time, Xuemeng said in a muffled voice, "Shizun, don't you feel that Mo Ran is a little strange?" As soon as he said this, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's hearts skipped a beat. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Shizun doesn't feel anything." Xuemeng found it very difficult to speak. After hesitating for a long time, he seemed to have finally thrown caution to the wind and braced himself. "I feel like he's trying very hard to please Shizun." Xuemeng naturally didn't dare to say that he was pursuing Shizun, but he stole a glance at Chu Wanning. His eyes were full of worry and panic. Chu Wanning said, "Why do you say that?" "Actually, it's like this. Today, It was hard to back down." Xuemeng braced himself and said, "Today, I saw something on his neck today." Mo Ran, who was hiding behind the bed curtain, was shocked. He raised his hand and touched the crystal pendant hanging around his neck. His expression changed slightly. Chu Wanning didn't realize what Xuemeng had seen. He still looked at him with furrowed brows, waiting for him to continue. After waiting for a while, Xuemeng didn't say anything. Instead, a large, warm hand touched his leg. Chu Wanning's expression suddenly changed. He thought that Mo Ran was going to do something absurd. He hurriedly turned his head while Xuemeng wasn't looking. He looked into the depths of the bed covered by the curtain and saw Mo Ran pointing at his chain, reminding him with his mouth. Chu Wanning understood immediately. He thought for a moment and said, "Did you see the same chain as mine on Mo Ran's body?" No, I didn't mean anything else." Xuemeng was anxious and embarrassed. He waved his hands. "I just thought it was a little strange." It's fine." Chu Wanning said, "I was returning that chain to him." Shizun returned it to him? "It was uncomfortable wearing it, so I returned it to him." Xuemeng immediately let out a breath of relief. His face, which had been pale since he came, finally had some color. He smiled. "I was wondering what was going on. At that time, he clearly told me that it was the last chain. I thought he kept going back and forth so many times. In the end, he just slapped his forehead and said dejectedly, 'Shizun, pretend I didn't mention anything.' My mouth is too stupid. I don't know how to explain. I'm really an idiot." Chu Wanning didn't know how to lie, so he didn't know how to persuade him. In reality, there were many things that went against one's conscience. Casually saying one sentence could completely cut off the relationship between Mo Ran and himself. Xuemeng only wanted to say this one sentence. As long as Chu Wanning said no, even if the truth was in front of Xuemeng, he would choose to believe his Shizun. But it was this kind of complete trust that made Chu Wenning unable to say it out loud. So, he could only silently watch Xuemeng in front of him, scratching her ears and scratching her cheeks while sighing. He didn't want to say anything too absolute. He watched as Xuemeng kept apologizing, saying that he was too stupid and rash. Chu Wanning suddenly felt very distressed and guilty. Although his expression didn't change much, still like an ancient well without ripples, he slowly said, "Xuemeng." Xuemeng suddenly stopped and waited for him to speak. What should he say? Say, "I'm sorry." I hope you won't be disappointed in me in the end. I hope you'll be willing to recognize me as your master. He couldn't say it. These words were too soft, too sweet, and too cruel. Why should he ask Xuemeng to be willing to recognize him no matter what happened? People had to face meeting and separation, growth and change. Just like bamboo shoots growing taller, The outer layer of bamboo shoots would peel off sooner or later, wither, and turn to mud. Xue Meng still had a long life ahead of him. There weren't many people who could accompany another person for these dozens of years. The past, the old people, they would all become the snake's shed, the bamboo shoot's clothes. Xue Meng waited and waited, but didn't hear anything else. He opened his round eyes uneasily and muttered, "Shizun?" "Nothing." Chu Wanning said faintly, "I feel like you're overthinking things. Just now, I wanted you to go find Elder Tanlang and ask for 2 bottles of xiangxiang dew to drink." "Xue Meng, is there anything else?" Xue Meng thought for a moment and said, "There is." "What?" "Shizun really wants to accept Nangong Sai as a disciple." Xue Meng had been holding this matter in his heart for a while. Then wouldn't he become my eldest martial brother? "You care about this?" "Yes." Xue Meng awkwardly rubbed the corner of his clothes. "I was the first before. If he's included, then I," seeing him like this, the haze in Chu Wanning's heart faded slightly. He couldn't help but smile slightly. When Xue Meng was young, he loved to act spoiled with Madame Wang. After Mo Ran came, he loved to compete with Mo Ran in front of their parents. He didn't expect that even though he was already in his 20s, he still couldn't change this habit. A single Nangong sigh stirred up his peacock tail feathers. He was still brooding about being first and second. Chu Wanning said, "There's no difference. It's all the same." "That won't do. I don't want him to be the eldest martial brother. Although he was the first to become a disciple, he was the last to be acknowledged by Shizun. I don't mind him joining the sect, but can he be the last to become the youngest martial brother?" Xue Meng was very serious about this. "In the future, I'll call him Nangong martial brother." "Up to you." Xue Meng was a little happier. When he was happy, he didn't want to leave even more. Mo Ran was getting more and more irritated as he waited on the bed. He thought to himself, "Why is this guy so talkative? Why isn't he leaving yet?" Xue Meng didn't leave. Xue Meng said, "I still have something to ask Shizun." Millimeter, Chu Wanning was very indifferent. "Go ahead." Mo Ran told me today that Shizun promised him that he would be given a handkerchief." Chu Wanning asked, "That, Millimeter, but I haven't made one yet." "Do you want one too?" Xue Meng's eyes immediately lit up. "Can I have one too? I originally planned to give each of you one." Chu Wanning said, "I was always busy, so it was delayed." Hearing this, Xue Meng was pleasantly surprised, but Mo Ran was completely stunned. Wasn't he the only one who could have one? Mo Ran instantly felt wronged. However, Chu Wanning was talking to Xue Meng, so he didn't notice Mo Ran's uncertain expression at all. Xue Meng's gloominess was swept away, and he happily talked to Chu Wanning about the shape of the handkerchief he wanted. On the other side, Mo Ran felt more and more uncomfortable, especially when he saw Chu Wanning and Xue Meng talking so happily. Even though he knew there was nothing going on between them, he still felt very uncomfortable. Du Ruowen is difficult to stab. If you want Du Ruowen, I'll go back and ask Madame Wang. Difficult to stab? Xue Meng was stunned. Then it won't be troublesome. Stab whatever Shizun knows how to stab. What is Shizun best at? Actually, I'm not very good at any flower or bird decorations. Chu Wanning was a bit embarrassed, and coughed lightly. My best is the Heart Sutra of the Prajna Parameter. Chu Wanning said, when I was young at Wubei Temple, Huizue taught me. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly pursed his lips. Xue Meng was stunned. Shizun, what's wrong with you? Chu Wanning actually seemed to hesitate for a while, and then said, nothing. Do you have anything else? Yes, there is one more thing, but I forgot. Let me think. Xue Meng lowered his head and thought again. After he lowered his eyes, Chu Wanning almost couldn't help but gasp lightly, and a pair of angry eyes suddenly glared at the person in the depths of the bed. Mo Ran had originally only done a few ambiguous and erotic actions, wanting Chu Wanning to drive Xue Meng away as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, when he turned back and glared at him, the corners of his eyes slightly red and he looked like he couldn't resist, suddenly ignited a fire in his heart. He was originally a very animalistic person, and in some aspects, he was extremely barbaric and primitive. The reason why he endured and restrained himself was because he loved Chu Wanning too much, and he felt too guilty. This love and guilt seemed to be the shackles on his neck, so he didn't do anything excessive on the bed. But at this moment, his irritation and jealousy broke the shackles on his neck. His moist dark eyes stared at Chu Wanning silently and dangerously for a while, and then he suddenly did something hot-headed. He leaned over, and at a place separated from Shuemeng by a curtain, burrowed under the brocade quilt, and climbed up Chu Wanning's slender and strong legs. The surroundings were dark, and the bedding blocked out all the light, so his senses became more and more stimulating. He could clearly feel that Chu Wanning was slightly trembling. Suddenly, he put a hand on his shoulder, his 5 fingers burning hot, holding on to his strong and broad shoulders, and pushed him to the side. This was the only thing Chu Wanning could do to stop him from under the blanket. Instead, it gave Mo Ran the desire to tear him to pieces. Shuemeng was still talking, but what he said was not important. Mo Ran only listened absent-mindedly. When he heard him say something like, "It doesn't matter what Shizun stabs, I like it all," Mo Ran became more and more angry. His breath was already at the base of Chu Wanning's thigh. He knew where that tender desire was, but he didn't touch it. He turned his face, his eyelashes fluttering. He kissed the skin on Chu Wanning's inner thigh, sucking and licking, leaving behind an ambiguous mark that was destined to be difficult to fade away. Chu Wanning trembled even more. Right now, he was probably regretting his decision to leave Mo Ran behind. His fingernails dug deeply into Mo Ran's shoulder, but he couldn't stop this madman. "Shizun, are you listening?" Most men were beasts in front of lust, and when they slept with their beloved, they were beasts who had swallowed aphrodisiacs. Mo Ran was hit by him, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he grabbed his hand and pressed it on the bed, and then tore off the last of his clothes. When their skin touched, both of them couldn't help but moan. Mo Ran didn't say much, but the light in his eyes was somewhat crazy. His lower body was hard to the point of pain, and his round and terrifying penis was oozing with sparkling liquid. He rubbed Chu Wanning's lower abdomen with intoxication, and that smelly liquid made Chu Wanning's abdomen wet and sticky. Just now, he had bullied Chu Wanning so fiercely, and now this fire was burning his body. Just now, Chu Wanning used all of his willpower to not moan, and now Mo Ran used the same willpower, not allowing himself to lift Chu Wanning's leg and fiercely thrust his swollen and painful penis in. His muscles tightened, and he kissed him fiercely, rubbing against him mindlessly. He only wanted to go in, and his heart was burning with desire. His primitive nature drove him to only want to penetrate, to completely conquer him, to tear him apart, to make him accept him, to swallow him, to be ked by him, and to become his own. "Get up. Baby, get up," he muttered. "Hurry, if you don't hurry up, I won't be able to take it anymore. Put your legs closer together." Taking advantage of the last bit of rationality that had not disappeared, Mo Ran murmured hoarsely. He pulled Chu Wanning up, and just like last time, he inserted his burning penis between his thighs, hitting and rubbing violently. He was hitting so hard that sweat gathered on his chest, and the light in his eyes was extremely bright. He held on to Chu Wanning's waist, and because of this kind of tickling, he felt more and more dissatisfied, and more energetic. He didn't say too many dirty words, and only fiercely and with all his might, his burning penis rubbing against Chu Wanning's private parts every time. His penis bumped against Chu Wanning's thighs, and his sack slapped against his buttocks. Chu Wanning was knocked into a daze by him, but Mo Ran's other hand still reached over at the wrong time, holding onto his erect penis, rubbing and stroking it. "Ah," Mo Ran bit his shoulder, nibbling, and then said softly, "Don't shout, the soundproofing here is not good. I'm afraid Shuemeng hasn't gone far." Chu Wanning didn't make a sound anymore. His eyes were misty, and he was lying on the bed being comforted by Mo Ran, bearing the fierce impact of the knife again and again. At this moment, that thick and terrifying huge thing was going in and out between his legs. He didn't dare to imagine what it would feel like to have that thing in, and he trembled slightly. That night, they did it 3 times. In fact, It was Chu Wanning who was tormented 3 times, and in the end, his consciousness was scattered. He remembered that he was tightly hugging the man on top of him, kissing and lingering, and felt an inexplicable heartache. It would be best if he could see Chu Wanning being F***ed until he was speechless, F***ed until he cried and begged for mercy, F***ed until his sex organ uncontrollably spurted out love liquid. It would be best if he didn't have to come out of Chu Wanning's body at all in this life. That would be the ultimate pleasure of the human world. Mo Ran knew that the bottom of his heart was like lava, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His black eyes stared at Chu Wanning, warning and pleading, "Shizun, don't do this, then do something else." Chu Wanning's cheeks were boiling, but his eyes were very stubborn. Before Mo Ran had time to think about what else he was talking about, he saw him bend down and bury himself. His movements were very fast, not giving Mo Ran a chance to refuse, and not giving himself any time to hesitate. He took Mo Ran's ferocious sex organ in his mouth. His abdomen suddenly tightened, and it was as if lightning had passed through his spine. At first, Mo Ran instinctively closed his eyes because of the pleasure, and then he inserted his fingers into Chu Wanning's long hair. His large hand with distinct joints tightly grasped the back of Chu Wanning's head, and his muscular chest heaved up and down violently. Wanning, tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes. Was it excitement, or gratitude? Was it pain, or pleasure? It was no longer clear. His male sex organ uncontrollably swelled in his lover's mouth, and his tendons were clearly defined. It was extremely violent, terrifying, and invasive. Chu Wanning couldn't hold such a big thing at all, but he still imitated what Mo Ran did, licking his penis. He was so ashamed that his whole body trembled, but his love made his chest warm. He tried his best to take that huge penis into his mouth, but halfway through, it was already stuck in his throat. That burning sensation and faint smell made him want to vomit. Mo Ran's heart ached. He hurriedly said to Chu Wanning, "Darling, there's no need, just," before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but groan. Because Chu Wanning stubbornly refused to admit defeat, even on the bed, he began to move, began to suck and thrust. Mo Ran wasn't a short-tempered person in the past, and it was even more so when he was the Emperor Tar. Those men and women served him in all kinds of ways, but he didn't feel moved. But Chu Wanning leaned on his crotch, kissing him, sucking him. His eyes were filled with white, and then it was pitch black. Then it was colorful, and then it was empty. It was too exciting. Mo Ran couldn't help but tilt his head back slightly, gasping for breath in a low voice. His slender and well-proportioned arms couldn't help but stroke Chu Wanning's long hair, and let out a sexy and deep groan. His Wanning, his Shizun, Wanya Yuheng Bida Celestial Lord. The most handsome man in the world, the white and flawless Chu Wanning was willing to do such a thing for him. There was no drug, no coercion. It was done willingly. Mo Ran's eyes were wet, and his dark eyelashes trembled slightly. It was done willingly. Chu Wanning's technique wasn't good, and his control of strength wasn't right either. Sometimes when he didn't pay attention, his teeth would hurt him, but he almost couldn't help but surrender under Chu Wanning's stimulation. When he finally released, there were wet tears in the corners of his eyes. He pulled Chu Wanning into his arms and hugged him tightly, kissing him non-stop. He only felt that his heart was so painful, but it was also so warm. It was so painful. "Wanning." He murmured in his ear again and again, "Wanning." Chu Wanning's black phoenix eyes were moist because of desire. He glanced at him, then lowered his eyelashes because of shame. After a while, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you like it?" That gentle question penetrated his blood and flesh. The pain was deep. Mo Ran hugged him tightly and said slowly, "I like it." Chu Wanning's ears turned even redder. He got approval, so he didn't say anything. Mo Ran couldn't help but stroke his hair, and said softly, "I only like you. I like you the most. Wanning. There's no one better than you in this world. Other than you, no one can touch my heart. Shizun. I love you so much." Chapter 210. In the middle of the night, Chu Wanning woke up from his light sleep. Mo Ran had already gotten out of bed, and his clothes were already properly dressed. He sat in front of the table with a single lantern lit. He was currently fiddling with a pile of items. The uneasiness and helplessness from before had all faded away under the lingering charm of this single lantern. Chu Wanning lazily looked at him for a while, then said, "What are you doing? Shizun is awake. Is it because the light is too bright?" "No." Chu Wanning asked again, "What are you doing?" Mo Ran pursed his lips and laughed a little embarrassedly. Chu Wanning got up, put on a robe, and walked barefooted to his side. He leaned against the table and watched. It turned out that his begonia handkerchief was on the table. Mo Ran took the other 3 plain white handkerchiefs and was currently embroidering the patterns on them. "You're embroidering a handkerchief? I want Shizun to make it only for me." Mo Ran put down the needle and thread, and put one hand around Chu Wanning's waist. He leaned over and kissed his chest. Chu Wanning had a scar on his chest. Chu Wanning never mentioned the origin of this scar, so Mo Ran didn't ask too much. It was just that when they were skin to skin, they would often subconsciously kiss this spot out of pity. Mo Ran said, "I'll do the other people's handkerchiefs. In any case, they won't know who did it." As he spoke, he picked up a handkerchief that had already been embroidered, and asked with a smile, "Shizun, look. Don't you think it's similar to yours?" Chu Wanning sighed, "I don't need to look to know it's similar. How could this person's desire to possess be so strong?" Chu Wanning stroked Mo Ran's hair. Mo Ran also smiled and looked up at him. The lights were too dim. Mo Ran's eyes hurt from staying up too long. When he looked up, they were slightly bloodshot, but his face and smile were gentle and bright. Chu Wanning asked, "Are you still thinking about those useless things?" Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment before replying softly, "Don't think about it anymore." "Yes," Chu Wanning said. "That's good. Just let nature take its course." Mo Ran seemed to be saying this to himself, but also to Chu Wanning. Let nature take its course. Such days were far too rare. He, Mo Weiyu, was not a god. He was just a small duckweed floating in the boundless world of mortals. Everyone was selfish. Giving a person who was about to die of thirst a cup of water, and after taking a sip, asking that person to take the initiative to throw away the entire cup of water and choose to die of thirst, this was really too difficult, and almost no one in the world could do it. Mo Ran thought to himself, "I should drink some more sweet rain. In the future, when he entered purgatory again, it would not be so painful." There was a clear pool of past memories, enough to comfort his dry life. The next day, everyone gathered outside the villa and set off for Jiao Mountain together. Villa Master Ma ordered his subordinates to prepare a sturdy horse for everyone. There was also a Chenkuan bag embroidered with a night cat hanging in front of the black and gold saddle. Shuemeng rode on the back of the horse and picked up the bag to take a look. He immediately wrinkled his nose in disdain. Suddenly, he heard someone chuckling beside him. "This Villa Master Ma's taste is really unflattering. It's fine if there's a big-headed cat embroidered on the Chenkuan bag, but there's also a red horse character embroidered on the back. Interesting." Shuemeng turned his head and saw my Hanshua riding on a tall white horse. She was also playing with the bag. He raised his light blue eyes and glanced at Shuemeng with a smile that was not a smile. The water droplet-shaped crystal hanging on his forehead exuded a gentle luster. It swayed, making his face even more charming. Shuemeng rolled his eyes at him and scolded in a low voice, "Scum." The scum only smiled and narrowed his eyes. He was not angry at all. Instead, he said, "Young Master Shue, you don't look too good today. Did you not sleep enough? There's a blue halo under your eyes and a black shadow on your forehead. I have some herbal ointment here that can help you sleep. My Hanshua, are you very free?" Shuemeng endured for a while, but found that he could not hold it in any more. He angrily turned around and said, "Did the Treading Snow Palace expel you from the sect? What are you doing here at the peak of life and death?" "My master told me to come here." My Hanshua still had a smile on her face. "Give your father some of the hidden weapons he wanted yesterday. Then get lost after you're done." My Hanshue actually did not get angry. She smiled and said, "Well, I'll get lost now." Shuemeng simply felt that this person was sick. The few times he had seen him, he was either as soft as a woman or as cold as a stone. Last time, when he bumped into him at the Confucian Wind Sect, he was still secretly mocking him. Today, he had changed into a good person who said, "You hit my left cheek, so I'll send my right cheek to you" kind of face. Shuemeng couldn't hold back anymore. He turned the reins around and stared at the extremely handsome man on the horse's back. "No, my Hanshue, I don't have any enmity with you, right?" "No." "Then am I very familiar with you?" My Hanshue smiled, but did not answer quickly. However, her pair of light-colored eyes shone with a fine light. When the wind blew, her fine golden hair fluttered under the hood. Under the sunlight, the color was even more gentle. Shuemeng did not really want to hear his answer. He frowned and said, "After delivering the hidden weapons, get lost immediately. If you want to hook up with people from other sects, I don't care. Don't think about making a good relationship with me to fish in troubled waters and dirty my little junior sisters at the peak of life and death." But my Hanshue did not hold back and laughed out loud. However, she immediately clenched her hands into fists and coughed lightly. She looked at Shuemeng with interest for a while and said, "All right." He took the reins of the horse, and a silver bell was tied to his white wrist. When the wind blew, it jingled. My Hanshue smiled and said, "Let's go." Shuemeng stared at him. "Hurry up and leave. Do you want me to set off firecrackers for you?" My Hanshue really left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head. "Right, there's one more thing." Shuemeng did not want to hear it, but Shuemeng was curious, so he asked in a bad mood, "What?" My Hanshue smiled slightly and pointed a slender white finger at her lips. She was a refined scum dressed like a beast. She laughed in a low voice and said, "You're really spicy." Shuemeng's face instantly turned green. You. He was completely disgusted. "You've been talking for a long time, but you didn't even come out half a word." This was because the sect leader's team was gathering and preparing to leave. My Hanshue smiled and waved at him, urging her horse to go far away. When Mo Ran rode to Shuemeng's side, my Hanshue had already disappeared into the sea of people. Mo Ran saw Shuemeng patting her chest in anger and repeatedly retching. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. "Did you eat something bad?" Don't talk to me now. King ate dog shit early in the morning." Mo Ran. "Although you're very hungry, no matter how hungry you are, you don't have to eat dog shit, scram." Shuemeng pushed Mo Ran's chest, pushing Mo Ran and his horse away. He was so angry that 1 Buddha ascended to heaven and 2 Buddhas had nirvana. He shouted into the distance with a red face and a thick neck, dog shit. King spicy." After a while, thousands of people set off from Lonely Mountain and headed towards Jiao Mountain. This scene was very rare. After all, everyone usually went out on their swords. Even if they gathered a large group, they would arrive in an instant. It was rare to see a group of cultivators on horseback. Many of them had never ridden a horse for such a long time. It was fine on the first day, but they couldn't stand it later. Fortunately, Villa Master Ma's Chenkuan bag had everything. There were pills that could refresh the mind, small fans that could blow in the wind, and even a few books made of silk. These books were printed with the prices and appropriateness of various novel goods in Daobao Mountain Villa. Shuemeng stared at Villa Master Ma, who was shouting under the shade of a tree while resting. The second richest man in the world was shouting happily and sparing no effort. Gentlemen, if there's any goods you like, just tick them in the book. Ma, will deliver them one by one when I go back. I'll guarantee a return in 7 days and a change in 15 days. When the immortal tools you ordered arrive, I'll pay you in full." Many people really had nothing to do, and Villa Master Ma definitely did it on purpose. He only threw these books in such a big Chenkuan bag. There was nothing else that they wanted to see. After staring for a long time, there were bound to be 1 or 2 items that moved their hearts. Even Shuemeng couldn't help but pick up the pen and draw a circle on the words delicious for all ages, light taste, good choice of ingredients, great increase in spiritual power, Nanping Mountain Spiritual Swallow's Nest Cake. He finally knew how to make money Mo Ran talked about. After 7 days of traveling, Villa Master Ma made a lot of money, and everyone was a little tired. One evening, they finally arrived at the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Dragons have proud bones, I hope you will respect them. Shui Zhengyong looked at the huge rock in front of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and read the words on the rock. He turned around and asked Nangong Sai, "Young Master Nangong, what does this mean?" Nangong Sai said, "It means that for the rest of the journey, you must walk on foot. Moreover, from the moment you enter the mountain until the barrier around Jiao Mountain opens, you must not speak dirty words. Otherwise, you will be punished." Since Nangong Sai gave such a warning, all the sect masters immediately passed the message down. However, each sect's method of communication was different. The palace master of the Treading Snow Palace picked up the jade flute at his waist and blew twice. Master Xian Jing shook the silver bell in his hand. Jiang Shi stood motionless. It was Hua Bai Nan who passed the message. Hua Bai Nan waved his sleeve and a cloud of black smoke came out. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it wasn't actually smoke, but thousands of little flying insects. They all flew to the ears of the Lone Moon sect disciples and warned them. Shuemeng was extremely disgusted and said, "Han Lin Sheng Shou is really abnormal. Could it be that his entire body is filled with insects?" He suddenly thought of something and turned to Shamai and said, "Speaking of which, you went to Lin Lingyu to study. You didn't interact with Hua Bai Nan, right? Don't play with insects when the time comes. That'll really be enough for me to deal with." Shamai turned his head and smiled. "Young master, you worry too much." At this time, the peak of life and death also began to pass the message. The other sects more or less wanted to show off their skills. Shui Zhengyong, on the other hand, used the sound amplification technique and shouted, after entering the mountain range, "Don't speak dirty word. If you can't control yourself, use the silence spell to block your mouth. Do you all hear me?" His loud voice reverberated through the forest, shaking the trees and stopping the clouds. The echoes lingered in the air. "Do you all hear me? Do you all hear me? Have you arrived? Have you?" All the cultivators were speechless. Chapter 211. They abandoned their horses and entered the mountain. The first day was safe and sound, but on the second night, when everyone was sitting in meditation to rest, something unexpected happened. A cultivator went to the jungle to relieve himself in the middle of the night. After he was done, he felt an itch in his leg. He looked down and saw a huge poisonous mosquito resting between his legs, happily drinking his blood. That cultivator slapped the mosquito to death. In the end, he muttered out of habit, "Mother ***, you dare to sting me, your grandfather." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard strange noises coming from the surrounding forest. The cultivator was startled. He suddenly remembered what Nangong Sai had warned him before he entered the mountain. He was so scared that he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. He ran wildly, shouting, "Save me, Shizun! Save me!" It turned out that this person was one of the disciples of Jiang Dongtang who served as Huang Xiaoye's attendants. His loud cry for his father and mother was like a huge rock falling into a deep pool, stirring up 1,000 ripples. Everyone who was originally quietly sitting in meditation stood up one after another. They saw a Jiang Dongtang cultivator running madly from a distance, scared out of his wits. This person was bare-chested. He shook his penis, crying and running at the same time. Behind him were at least 100 small black snakes, some of which had already wrapped around his legs. Huang Xiaoye was alarmed. "Disciple?" Nangong Sai said, "Don't go over." That disciple cried as he ran over, but more and more snakes wrapped around him. In the end, he staggered and fell to the ground. He wailed, "Shizun! Shizun, save me!" Huang Xiaoye originally wanted to lend a helping hand, but Nangong Sai said, "These snakes are formed from the dragon's whiskers. If you kill one, it will turn into two. The more you kill, the more there will be. Moreover, they are extremely vengeful. If Huang Daozhong isn't afraid, then go and fight. When Huang Xiaoye heard this, she immediately cowered, but she muttered, "The big picture is more important, the big picture is more important." Seeing his disciple being swallowed up by the tide of black snakes, that person writhed and rolled in the snake tide, twisting and turning in pain. The snake tide had completely covered him, turning him into a black mound. This mound was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the tide dispersed, there was only a pool of blood on the ground, not even a bone was left. Once this matter was made known, no one dared to utter a single word of nonsense on the last day of the journey. The more one talks, the more mistakes one makes. This was a principle that everyone knew. Xue Jingyong even cast a silence spell on himself and Xue Meng. Not for any other reason, but because the father and son were too talkative. If they accidentally muttered the word dog, they would become the snake's meal in the blink of an eye. Everyone was cautious with their words and actions. Finally, in the middle of the third night, they passed through the coiling Dragon Mountains and arrived at the Hero's Mound of the Confucian Wind Sect, Jiao Mountain. Jiao Mountain's barrier was different from Huang Mountain. The Jiao Dragon hated deception, so the barrier was transparent. There was no illusion technique, so from the outside, one could clearly see the scene at the foot of the mountain. Jiangxi looked at the situation in front of him and asked, "This is the burial place of the Confucian Wind Sect's heroes?" The moonlight shone on Nangong Sai's face. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." Jiao Mountain was transformed by the demon dragon. After the first generation of the Confucian Wind Sect subdued this dragon, they established a blood contract, turning it into a mountain to protect the heroic souls and treasures of the Confucian Wind Sect, as well as the ancestral temple and ancestral hall. Since Nangong Sai could remember, he would follow his father to this mountain to sweep the tombs every winter solstice. In the past, when he came here, he could see endless majestic white marble steps. Dark city guards had already been waiting on both sides of the mountain road. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. "We respectfully welcome the young master." He could still vaguely hear the rumbling of voices as everyone knelt down. He walked along the mountain road, and at the top of the mountain, he could see his father preparing for the sacrificial ceremony. "Young Master Nangong, there's no need to be sentimental. The war cannot be delayed. You should open the barrier as soon as possible, so that we can enter and slay the demons." Nangong Sai turned his head. The one who spoke was Huang Xiaoye. During the Confucian Wind Sect's heyday, even if Nangong Sai was on a whim and gave him 10 slaps for no reason, he still wouldn't dare to talk back. Today, he could brag and show off in front of his ancestors' tombs. Nangong Sai endured silently. He had no choice but to endure. His teeth clenched painfully, but he had to endure with all his might. "Everyone, back off a bit," he said as he arrived in front of the mountain gate. There stood 2 tomb guardians made from evil-warding spirit stone. Just their toes were the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. These 2 idols each had 3 faces, either benevolent or angry. They each held a magic tool in their hands and had bracelets around their arms. But the strange thing was that this kind of idols usually had their eyes wide open, but this pair of idols had their eyes closed and their eyebrows furrowed. They looked somewhat strange. Nangong Sai didn't even blink. He pierced his finger with an arrow and drew a talisman on the evil-warding spirit stone. Then he said, "Confucian Wind Sect's 7th generation Blood Origin Sect disciple, Nangong Sai, pays respect." Rumble. The earth shook. A strange person exclaimed. They opened their eyes. "That statue." Mo Ran stood in the crowd and also looked up. If the situation wasn't so tense, he really wanted to say to that person, "It's not that statue, it's those 2 statues." The 2 tomb guardians on the left and right opened their eyes. Their eyes were amber and their pupils were narrow, like the eyes of a snake. The statue on the left slowly spoke, his voice like a large bell, ringing out, "Nangong Sai, have you memorized the 7 precepts of the Confucian Wind Sect?" Nangong Sai said, "Greed, resentment, murder, prostitution, and plunder are the 7 precepts of the Confucian Wind Sect." Huang Xiaoye sneered behind him, "You speak better than you sing." It wasn't just Huang Xiaoye, but many people were thinking the same thing. These 7 precepts were the greatest mockery to the current Confucian Wind sect. The statue on the right followed with a distant voice that seemed to come from ancient times. Nangong Sai, there is a mirror hanging high above, and there is the boundless yellow springs below. You walk the world. Do you have a clear conscience? A clear conscience. These 2 questions were Nangong Sai's memories from childhood to adulthood. No matter who it was in the Nangong family, as long as they stepped into the hero's mound, they had to first answer these 2 questions. The first generation of the Confucian Wind sect set up these 2 questions in the hope that the later generations of the family would remember the teachings of their ancestors and reflect on themselves when they went up the mountain to worship. At this moment, Nangong Sai couldn't help but wonder, every year when his father came to worship at the winter solstice and answered these 2 questions, did he ever feel the slightest trace of guilt? Or did he really treat these questions and answers as a key, a talisman to open the enchantment of the Flood Dragon Mountain? Nothing more. The enchantment opened. The 2 stone statues that were originally standing suddenly shook slowly and changed their posture. Finally, they knelt on one knee, one on the left and one on the right. Please, Master, enter the mountain. Nangong Sai stood with his back to the crowd for a while. No one could see the expression on his face, not even Yi Wangxi. Only Nao Beijing whimpered in his quiver. Her snow-white claws reached out and grabbed the edge of the quiver. Meow, meow, come in. Nangong Sai finally dropped these 3 concise and comprehensive words. Then he took the lead and stepped into the Flood Dragon Mountain area. Xue Jingyong removed his silent spell and asked, "Do we still need to pay attention to our words and actions here?" "No need." Nangong Sai said, "Speaking and acting cautiously is done in the Coiling Dragon Mountain area. In fact, it is to prevent people who have malicious intentions towards the Confucian Wind sect from entering the mountain. Here, the Flood Dragon believes that the person who comes should not be an enemy, so it will not care about the words and actions." But even though he said so, many people were still worried and did not want to say anything. They just silently followed Nangong Sai up the mountain. Every 300 meters, there would be 2 totem stones of the 12 zodiac signs. First were the male and female mice, then the male and female ox, tiger, rabbit. Halfway up the mountain, it was the burial ground of the heroes of the Confucian Wind sect. These heroes were buried in the Flood Dragon Mountain according to their lifetime contribution, from low to high. The first place they came to was the burial ground at the lowest level. There was an 8-foot-tall piece of white jade here. It was shining brightly and engraved with the names of people. At the top, there were 4 words, "Loyal Soul." I heard that the loyal servants of the Nangong family are buried here. Xue Meng whispered to Mo Ran, there should be at least 1,000 of them. He was right. This mountain area was densely packed with tombs. There was no end in sight. Shamo said worriedly, "What if these thousands of servants all rise up? What should we do? The servants of the Nangong family are not bad. I'm afraid they can hold them back for a while." Xue Meng hurriedly covered his mouth. "Sure, are you crazy? Hurry up and spit, don't jinx," Mo Ran said gloomily from the side. "I'm afraid it really isn't a jinx." "Hey, dog, where are you going?" Mo Ran did not pay attention to Xue Meng. He left the group and walked to the burial ground of the loyal souls. He half knelt down and carefully looked at it. The burial ground of the Confucian Wind sect's heroes was different from ordinary funerals. It did not have a burial ground. Instead, it used a kind of translucent jade coffin. It was like a thick layer of ice. Half of the coffin was submerged in the ground while the other half was exposed. Therefore, the burial ground looked like a continuous stretch of jade that emitted a sparkling brilliance under the moonlight. This kind of cold jade was similar to the mortuary coffin of the Hall of Life and Death, Frost Sky Palace. It could preserve the corpse and prevent it from decaying, just like when it was still alive. Mo Ran lowered his head to look at the coffin in front of him. Burial mounds were not taken care of too carefully. Therefore, the surface of the jade coffin was covered with a thick layer of dust. Mo Ran could only vaguely see the outline of the deceased below. He could not see the facial features, but it seemed to be a woman. He stared at the woman for a while. Then, he looked around the coffin again. He felt that there was something wrong with this coffin. But he could not tell what was wrong. He looked around. While no one was paying attention, he put his hand on the coffin and closed his eyes to feel it carefully. Suddenly, his palm trembled. Mo Ran opened his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly. There was indeed evil energy in this coffin, but it was not dense. The precious chess piece was not inside. Could it be that he was wrong? Mo Ran, Xue Meng and the others were already far away. They shouted at him from afar. Mo Ran whispered to himself, "I'll be right there." His slender hand rubbed the surface of the coffin inch by inch, wiping off the thick layer of dust. He tried to see the woman's appearance more clearly without opening the coffin. As he was wiping, he suddenly saw a detail from the corner of his eyes. He stopped abruptly. He knew what was wrong. Dust. The dust of this coffin was not right. Besides the area that he had just wiped, Mo Ran suddenly found that there was another place that was not dusty on the side of the coffin. There were 4 marks of different lengths. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to compare them. He found that it was exactly the place where a person would climb out. Except for the thumb, the other 4 fingers would touch. Mo Ran was frightened. Just as he was about to ask everyone to stop going up the mountain, he suddenly felt a cold and wet air in front of him. He raised his head abruptly and was met with a deathly pale face. A woman in shroud was squatting behind a tombstone, staring at him faintly. In fact, he had already summoned the corpses inside the tomb and hid them in the dark. He was waiting for them to reach the highest point, then he would mobilize the tomb of high-level disciples in front of them to attack from the front and attack from the rear. He had laid a net, and they were the fish in the net. Yi Wangxi found Mo Ran in the midst of the chaotic battle. Grandmaster Mo. Mo Ran was in the middle of fighting with 5 corpses. When he heard Yi Wangxi's voice, he suddenly raised his head and anxiously said, "What?" Before he could say the word "what," he saw Yi Wangxi's face and knew the answer. Mo Ran cursed inwardly. Coincidentally, a zombie bit his arm. He couldn't shake it off, so he angrily put his hand into the zombie's mouth. With a fierce look in his eyes, he exerted his strength and tore the zombie's tongue out. Oh! Black blood splashed everywhere. The zombie couldn't bite him anymore. It was hit in the chest by his elbow and fell to the ground. Mo Ran's black eyes were terrifyingly bright, and his expression was ruthless. When he looked at Yi Wangxi again, she couldn't help but shiver. However, she immediately steadied herself and said, "Our Sai wants you to retreat as soon as possible. Retreat to the foot of the mountain and wait for him." Mo Ran nodded. In an instant, his voice spread throughout the chaotic battlefield. "Don't fight. Everyone retreat to the foot of the mountain. Everyone retreat to the foot of the mountain." Huang Xiaoye immediately became anxious. "We were already prepared to fight to the death with Xu Shuanglin. This scene in front of us is already within our expectations. How can we retreat now?" Mo Ran didn't care about him at all. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Huang Xiaoye wanted to rush to the top of the mountain with all her strength so that she could find the rare treasures hidden in the Confucian Wind Sect's temple. That was the old man's own business. He still sternly repeated, "If you don't want to die, go down the mountain. Immediately. Go down." Although these servant corpses weren't strong, they weren't the weak corpses of the commoners on Mount Huang. Moreover, their numbers were astonishing, and they didn't fear pain. They rushed up one after another. By the time everyone had retreated to the foot of the mountain, more than 10 cultivators had already died in battle. Huang Xiaoye also retreated. He also knew that with his own ability, it was impossible for him to kill his way to the top of the mountain alone. However, he sneered and said, "Grandmaster Mo, this is great. The one who said that he wanted to come to Jiao Mountain was you. Halfway through the battle, the one who told us to retreat was also you. You're really capable. What do we do now? Why don't you take the lead and we follow you out of the barrier?" In his previous life, Mo Ran wasn't even enough to carry the shoes of the celestial emperor treading immortal. Killing him would dirty his hands. In this life, Mo Ran was no longer the Lord of Darkness and had become a righteous Grandmaster. That was why he couldn't slap him in public. However, Mo Ran could choose to ignore him. Huang Xiaoye was about to speak again when he suddenly saw a cloud of rolling smoke in front of him. It was Nangong Sai riding the demon wolf Neobajan, who had transformed into his true form again. He rushed over like a gust of wind, followed by hundreds of high-level disciples of the Confucian Wind School. Huang Xiaoye looked over and said in surprise, "Oh, no. We fell into a trap." Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. This old thing finally reacted. He knew that this was an ambush set up by Xu Shuanglin. He wasn't too stupid. However, Huang Xiaoye's second half of his sentence was, "Nangong Sai, you've got guts. You actually gathered the remnants of the Confucian Wind School on Jiao Mountain. Do you want to fight the other schools?" Mo Ran, Nangong Sai crouched low on the demon wolf and rushed forward. Neobajan was as fast as an arrow, leaving the pursuing corpses behind him farther and farther away. At this time, Huang Xiaoye realized that he had misunderstood him. However, he didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he stared at the approaching corpses with wide eyes and gulped. Nangong Sai rushed into the crowd and jumped down from the demon wolf. He stuffed the quiver of arrows into Yi Wangshi's arms and said while gasping for breath, "I still have some arrows left. I'll return them to you first. You take everyone and retreat." Yi Wangshi originally relaxed when she heard the first half of the sentence, but the second half made her suddenly raise her head and stare at Nangong Sai. "What do you want to do?" "Just a small matter." On the side, Huang Xiaoye watched as the high-level disciples of the Confucian Wind School got closer and closer. Seeing that they were about to fight with the heroes of the Confucian Wind School, who had died hundreds of years ago, he turned his head and cursed, "Nangong Sai, you're such a troublemaker. You're just like your father. Why do you want to lead these monsters to us? Do you want us to kill them for you?" Seeing that Nangong Sai didn't look at him and didn't say anything, Huang Xiaoye became even angrier. He said in a trembling voice, "Good, I finally know what you're planning. You're afraid that you can't reach the top of the mountain alone and can't get the treasures your father left for you. That's why you led us here to open the way for you. Nangong Sai, you're so vicious." Seeing that his words were becoming more and more excessive, Xue Jingyong couldn't help but frown and say, "All right, Huang Daozhong, you should speak less." "Speak less? Why should I speak less?" Huang Xiaoye didn't put the lower cultivation world in his eyes at all. Normally, he would be a bit calmer and take Xue Jingyong's face into consideration, but at this critical moment, he didn't have the heart to pretend anymore. He pointed at Nangong Sai and cursed, "You're really the son of an evil beast with the heart of a tiger and a wolf. You actually used such a famous hero to clear the way for you. Where did you get the face to do that?" Nangong Sai, Huang Xiaoye didn't give up and said angrily, "A person like you should die to appease the world, but you actually escaped from the zombie horde and led these bastards to us. You slap." A very loud slap landed solidly on Huang Xiaoye's face. The gentleman, Yi Wangshi, was still in the same position as when she slapped Huang Xiaoye. She was trembling slightly and gasping for breath. Her eyes were ruthless as she stared at the person who fell in front of her. "Bastard." She spoke in a hoarse voice. "How can I tolerate such filthy words in front of the hero's grave of my Confucian Wind?" Jiang Dongtang's people drew their swords and pointed at Yi Wangshi. A middle-aged female cultivator under Huang Xiaoye raised her eyebrows and shouted at her, "You're neither a man nor a woman. How dare you attack your elders? You're the bastard. You're the lackey of the Confucian Wind." She shouted and was about to rush up to Yi Wangshi to teach her a lesson. Mo Ran was about to help when he suddenly heard the sound of a rattan whip whipping through the air. In a dazzling golden light, Chu Wanning walked out of the crowd. He held the Heaven's Inquisitor and narrowed his eyes. He had his back to Yi Wangshi and faced Jiang Dongtang. "I've said it before." He said word by word, "Nangong Sai is my disciple. If you don't want to go through the trial of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, then if you have anything you want to say, please come to me first. Let's talk about justice, or let's talk about martial arts. In the dead silence, he threw out the last half of his sentence, I'll accompany you to the end. The atmosphere was extremely tense for a moment. Jiang Dongtang didn't know whether to advance or retreat. If they retreated, they would lose face. If they advanced, could they really shake the Northern Dipper celestial venerable Chu Waning? Moreover, should they really form a grudge with Chu Wen and be sworn enemies from now on? The zombies were still approaching, getting closer and closer. Someone couldn't help but shout, stop fighting. Let's talk about it outside. Think of a solution first. What should we do? Should we fight? Should we just fight like this? Then why did we retreat to the foot of the mountain? What's the difference between this and fighting on the mountain? That's right. Mo Ran couldn't help but think, what's the difference? Although he understood that Nangong Sai's actions weren't without purpose, as the last descendant of the Nangong clan, Nangong Sai must have had a plan in mind since he told them to retreat to the foot of the mountain. He couldn't help but look at Nangong Sai, who hadn't uttered a single word since the beginning. He suddenly discovered that the man's eyes were shining with an indescribable light. A light that made him shudder. Nangong! He shouted, but it was useless. Nangong Sai had been silently chanting a forbidden spell since the beginning. Since Huang Xiaoye pointed at his nose and scolded him, he had been chanting this forbidden spell. But it was already too late to notice. Countless vines broke through the ground with a loud rumble. Mo Ran, Yi Wangxi, Shuemeng, everyone was entangled by the willow vines at almost the same time. Then, in an instant, they were thrown out of the barrier, out of the mountain range of Jiao Mountain. Yi Wangxi's expression changed. Sai, what are you doing? She wanted to rush in again, but Nangong Sai raised his hand and waved. The two tomb guardians stood up with heavy steps. Stone powder fell from their bodies. They raised their left and right hands respectively, facing each other. In an instant, a new translucent barrier covered the entire entrance of Jiao Mountain, blocking everyone's path. Nangong Sai stood in front of the barrier alone, facing the thousands of zombies. His back was facing everyone behind the barrier. He said, "There are vines on Jiao Mountain. They are formed from dragon tendons and can pull everything underground. But you can't be inside. As long as you don't have the blood of the Nangong clan flowing in you, once I use this formation, the dragon tendon vines will not distinguish between friend and foe. They will pull you all underground and bury you alive." Yi Wangxi was filled with grief and anger. She shouted in anger, "Nangong Sai, do you know you're alone?" She hammered the barrier, but could only shout at him from outside, "Nangong Sai, why am I alone?" Nangong Sai turned half of his face. "Don't I still have you?" Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he actually broke into a smile. That brilliant smile had not appeared on his face since the destruction of the Confucian Wind sect. It was unbridled, wild, and blazing. It was as if many years of high-spirited spirit had returned to his face. In his pair of bright eyes, it was as if he was following the reins of a horse. Nangong Sai was like many years ago, when he and Yi Wangxi first entered the illusion trial. He tilted his face, held his sword, and smiled at her. "But you girls are really useless. In the end, I still have to protect you." With that, he turned around and strode towards the horde of zombies. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Stop. Nangong Sai stabbed his sword into the ground, untied the gauze on his hand, and fiercely cut along the sharp edge of the sword. Blood rolled down, flowing along the blood groove of the sword and into the moist soil of Jiao Mountain. Nangong Sai's eyes were cold, looking straight ahead, without fear. He did not know that at this moment, in the eyes of Mo Ran, who was standing outside the barrier, his figure was overlapping with Yi Wangxi, who fought to the death in his previous life. In the end, they became one person, and it was difficult to separate them. Blood sacrifice to the Azure Dragon, obtain its bones and muscles. Nangong Sai said, "Array open." Countless vines broke out from the cracked ground, and in a flash, sand and mud were everywhere. These vines were completely different from the ones that had trapped and thrown everyone out before. These were scarlet vines without any leaves or branches. It could even be said that these vines were thick blood vessels, rising from the depths of Jiao Mountain, and instantly climbing onto each of the zombies controlled by the Zhonlong formation. Nangong Sai used his own strength to drive more than 1,000 dragon tendons out of the ground, and in an instant, he consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The meridians on the back of his hand bulged, and his old wounds ruptured, and blood flowed freely. Sink. His face was pale, and he trembled as he gave the final order. Those 1,000 dragon tendons began to fiercely pull the zombies down, but those zombies obviously would not sit still and wait for death. They all roared, and struggled with all their might. At this time, Nangong Sai and the dragon tendons shared the same spiritual energy. These thousands of zombies were struggling, and he had no choice but to squeeze out more energy. Through the sacrifice of blood to the ground, he urged the dragon tendons to use more strength to pull the zombies down. Ankles, calves, thighs, the zombies all over the mountain were howling, stretching their necks and hissing, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Nangong Sai gasped for breath. Thighs, still thighs, he could feel that his spiritual energy was almost exhausted, but those zombies had not sunk to the ground. They were still angrily twisting their bodies, using their hands to support themselves, trying to break free. A little more, to the waist, at least to the waist. This way, he could undo the enchantment and let the people outside in. This way, these zombies would not break free and turn the situation around in an instant. At least, a little more. His spiritual energy was exhausted, and it turned to the overdraft of his spirit nucleus. Nangong Sai only felt a dull pain in his heart. His cracked spirit core, which was already prone to exploding, was trembling slightly in his chest. He clenched his teeth tightly, but blood still flowed down the corner of his lips. A little more. Waist, very good. They were extremely difficult to move, but they were not the most stable. The zombies' strength was greater than when they were alive, and if they were buried here, they might suddenly break free. A little more. Cough, cough. The power of the spirit nucleus was released again, and Nangong Sai only felt dizzy. He could not support himself and knelt on the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which dripped and soaked the black soil. Nangong Sai shakily raised his eyelids. In the shaking shadows, he saw that the zombies were dragged deeper into the ground by the dragon tendons, almost burying their chests. These monsters could not move for the time being. Nangong Sai's lips and teeth were blood red, and he laughed. He heard Yi Wangxi shouting outside, "Ah Sai! Enough! Open the enchantment! Quickly open the enchantment!" Xue Jingyong also shouted, "Quickly open the enchantment, Nangong, we'll help you. Nangong, quickly open the enchantment. Open the enchantment." The people shouting gradually increased. In this world, not everyone was completely heartless. Nangong Sai smiled. After the destruction of the Confucian family, he had suffered so many grievances but did not cry. Suddenly, tears rolled down his cheeks. He choked and murmured hoarsely, "I know, I'll open it. I'll open it." He raised his trembling hand, ready to remove the enchantment that was blocking everyone. However, the ground suddenly trembled, and then began to tremble slightly. Nangong Sai obviously felt it. He was suddenly startled, then raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The dragon tendons that followed his orders to drag the zombies deep into the ground suddenly loosened one by one, and then wrapped around the zombies' chests and backs, pulling them out of the ground one by one. Impossible. Nangong Sai said blankly, "This is impossible. How could the Dragon Mountain not listen to its master's orders? Even if Shu Shuanglin gave the opposite order, the dragon tendons would never obey, because for the sleeping dragon evil spirit, the descendants of the Nangong family were the same. If the two descendants of the Nangong family gave the opposite order to the Dragon Mountain would only stop its current action and not help anyone, becoming neutral. Unless Nangong Sai suddenly had a layer of goosebumps, he thought of a person. This thought made his whole body tremble, and the pain in his heart seemed to be worse than before. He gasped and slowly raised his head. He walked along the endless white marble stairs, followed the dense corpse tide, and looked at the top. A handsome and dignified, tall and straight man was slowly walking down the long stairs. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe, embroidered with a dragon swallowing the sun and moon, and a sea of clouds. Every step he took, the gold and silver threads cast on the robe would emit a water-like luster under the moonlight, floating and glittering. Above the bridge of his nose, there was a ribbon that only the deceased of the Confucian Wind sect would wear. It covered his eyes, but that ribbon was not green, but black. What was embroidered on it was not a red-crowned crane, but an azure dragon with powerful claws and flames spewing out of it. Nangong Sai's face was as white as paper. He stared at the man who was calmly walking down the stairs step by step. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and muttered, How is this possible? Grand Sect Master. The moonlight peeked out from the forest, illuminating the man's handsome, clean-cut face. It was him. The only person in the world who could make the Dragon Mountain disobey the order of the Nangong family's descendant, who could subdue the demon dragon, who could suppress the ancient evil beast gun under the tower, and who created the first immortal sect for hundreds of years. He was the #1 master in the world hundreds of years ago. He was the first person who gave up on ascending to the heavens in order to cross the suffering of the mortal world. He was the first sect master of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Zhongying. Chapter 213. Although sect leader Chang Ying was a person who had died a long time ago, there were many paintings of him that were passed down in the world. Confucian Wind sect's Hall of Sages even enshrined the dignified jade statue of the first sect leader. Thus, Yi Wangxi reacted almost instantly. Sai, quickly open the barrier. You can't beat him. Of course, he couldn't beat him. Who could beat him? Perhaps even the current most powerful grandmaster in the cultivation world, Chu Waning, wouldn't have a chance of winning against him. Nangong Sai was trembling, but it wasn't because he was afraid. Instead, it was because of an extremely intense grief and anger. Grand Sect Master Xu Shuanglin had actually turned the Grand Sect Master's remains into a precious chess piece. Crazy. He was really crazy. That was their ancestor, the soul of Confucian Wind sect, the root of Confucian Wind sect, the god revered by generations of disciples and descendants for hundreds of years. It was Nangong Zhongying. The veins on Nangong Sai's neck bulged. He let out an extremely distorted roar, like a tiger roaring in the forest. Xu Shuanglin. No, Nangongshu. Come out. Come out. His voice lingered for a long time like a vulture. No one answered him. Of course, Xu Shuanglin wouldn't come out. The only one who reacted was Nangong Zhongying, whose eyes were covered by the silk band. He slightly turned his face, and his pale fingers slid across the scabbard. The treasured sword that had been buried with him came out of the scabbard. He held the sword and slowly walked down one step. At the same time, Nangong Sai took a step back and muttered, Sect leader. Nangong Zhongying's steps were steady. The tip of his sword tapped on the jade steps, making an ear-piercing scratching sound. His eyes were covered, and this silk band was attached to his body after his death. It couldn't be removed, so he couldn't see the path in front of him. He could only rely on sound and smell to determine Nangong Sai's position. Who are you? Suddenly, a low and ethereal voice sounded. It was Nangong Zhongying who spoke. Why are you trespassing? Hearing the ancestor of several hundred years speak, even if it was just a precious chess piece, it was still extremely shocking. Nangong Sai swallowed his saliva and said, Grand Master, I. He suddenly let go of the sword he was holding and knelt down to kowtow. Junior is unworthy. I, Nangong Sai, the 7th-generation direct disciple of the Confucian Wind School, pay my respects. 7th generation. Sai. Chang Ying's corpse slowly and numbly repeated these words. Then, he shook his head and raised his sword. He only said one word, kill. Weapons clashed. As Nangong Sai struck him, he felt his arm go numb. The elder's strength was astonishingly great. A deathly pale face approached, his breath was as cold as ice. Trespassers will be killed. Grand Sect leader. The sword was dazzling, and the sword momentum was astonishingly swift and fierce. When the iron blades collided with each other, sparks flew in all directions, and the light was like snow. Xue Jingyong punched the barrier and said, "Are you crazy? How can you beat him? Who didn't know about Nangong Zhongying's bravery? It was said that his strength was astonishing. Even if he didn't use a weapon, he could smash rocks into pieces with one hand. Deal with him? Perhaps even 10 Nangong Sai wouldn't be enough to play with his ancestor." Nangong Sai's mind was blank. He never thought that there would be a day when he would actually fight with the first sect leader of the Confucian Wind School on Jiao Mountain. When the two swords collided, he was suddenly pushed back 10 feet. If he hadn't supported himself with his sword in time, he would have been kneeling in a pile of weeds. Nangong Zhongying raised his sword and slowly approached again. He repeated the order in a low voice, "Kill." At this moment, outside the barrier, Xue Jingyong was angrily hammering the barrier. Jiangxi frowned and didn't say a word. Villa Master Ma simply covered his eyes and didn't dare to look. Huang Xiaoye was secretly frightened and rejoiced. Fortunately, she didn't catch Nangong Sai. If she had brought Nangong Sai to Jiao Mountain alone, she would have been the one facing the first sect leader of the Confucian Wind School. Only Chu Wanning stared at Nangong Zhongying's actions without blinking. He felt that something was wrong, very wrong. Who was Nangong Zhongying? Just look at the two evil beasts he subdued. One was a demonic dragon and the other was a gun. Both were ancient demonic beasts. There was no need to say how terrifying this person's spiritual power was. Even if at this time his soul had already left his body, leaving only a shell in the world. He couldn't use many spells, but his fighting skills shouldn't be affected. So how fierce was Nangong Zhongying's fighting skills? Near the eastern pole Flying Flower Island, there was a relic that the Confucian Wind School showed off, a lake on the island. This lake wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was stagnant water and didn't have any magnificent scenery. It would take about half an hour to walk around it at a leisurely pace. However, everyone knew that this lake wasn't originally a lake, but a small hill. During the fierce battle between Nangong Zhongying and the gun used this hill to hide and dodge several times. During the fierce battle, Nangong Zhongying punched the hill more than 10 times in a row. In the end, the last punch actually shattered 100 zhong high rock, causing it to collapse and collapse. From then on, the mountain range was no longer there. The rain accumulated into a pool, and that was how this lake came to be. So it wasn't that Chu Wanning looked down on Nangong Sai, but he felt that when Nangong Zhongying's first sword met with Nangong Sai should have flown 100 feet away. There was no chance for him to get up. There was something fishy about this corpse. Chu Wanning's eyes were like a sharp blade that scraped every inch of Nangong Zhongying's muscles and bones. Suddenly, his sharp eyes focused and fell on Nangong Zhongying's arm that held the sword. He paused, and in that instant, a spark lit up in his mind. He suddenly realized what was wrong. On the other side, Nangong Sai was struggling to support himself with his sword. He staggered and stabilized himself. He was like his wolf dog. He could be defeated, but he definitely wouldn't run away. He used his sleeve to fiercely wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to fight again, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Hit his left side. The meridians in his left arm are all broken. Grandmaster Chu? Don't be distracted. Chu Wanning stood outside the barrier, his pair of brown eyes staring at the two people who were fighting. Even if Nangong Zhongying's left arm is broken, you can't let your guard down. Hearing Chu Wanning's words, the surrounding masters all looked at Nangong Zhongying's left arm. Sure enough, they found that the corpse's left arm was soft and weak. Xue Jingyong was shocked. Master Nangong Zhongying's meridians were broken after he died. Who did it? No one answered. But people like Yi Wangxi who were familiar with Nangong Zhongying's life quickly understood. Who did it? Who in this world would break his meridians? Who could break his meridians? While fighting with Nangong Zhongying, Nangong Sai stared at his ancestor's face. The face was exactly the same as that of the jade statue in the Hall of Sages. It was as if Nangong Zhongying was still alive in this world and had never walked towards death. If he was really still alive, if he really didn't die, if these hundreds of years were written off, then at this moment, was he accepting the test of the first generation of masters, accepting his trial, accepting his guidance? Neo Beijing. Come here. Nangong Sai's senses gradually returned to his body. He sternly called for the demon wolf and flipped over. He stared at Master Nangong Zhongying's left arm and attacked at an extremely fast speed. A scene of his childhood flashed before his eyes. He stood in front of the magnificent jade statue in the Hall of Sages, tilting his head to look at the statue of the first generation of masters. A child's perspective was always strange. He suddenly turned his head to Rong Yang and said, "Mother, this statue is not done yet." "Why is it not done yet?" Rong Yang dragged her luxurious robes and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She lightly coughed and walked to the child's side. She looked up at the statue of Master Nangong Zhongying and said, "Isn't it very good? It's very detailed, very lifelike." "I don't understand." Rong Yang sighed. She was an impatient person. She hated that she could not shove the knowledge that other people had to spend 20 years to learn into her son's head in just 2 years. It means that it's carved like a living person. Every detail is very lifelike. "Didn't I teach you these 2 words last time?" Nangong Sai curled his lips and said, "But it's carved wrong." "What's wrong?" "Mother, look." He pointed to the left arm of the first generation of masters, then pointed to the right arm. The left arm is 1 size thicker than the right arm. I've been staring at it for a long time. It's definitely carved with different thickness. It's not symmetrical at all. It's wrong, wrong. As he said that, he even raised both his arms to show Rong Yang. He seriously reasoned with his mother, "My arms are the same thickness on both sides. Mother's arms are the same, father's arms are also the same. So this sculpture is wrong. Let the craftsman remodel it." "So that's what sire meant." Rong Yang shook her head and said, "This is not the craftsman's fault. It's just that the Grand Master's left and right arms are different." "Why? Is it natural?" "Of course it's not natural." Rong Yang said, "The Grand Master uses his left hand. The strength of his left arm is much greater than his right arm. After a long time, his left arm will gradually become thicker and stronger than his right arm. Therefore, the craftsman who carved this statue not only did not make a mistake, but also paid attention to these details." Clang. The 2 long swords faced each other. Nangong Sai and Nangong Zhongying's faces were very close to each other. Separated by the sparks flying from their weapons, they gritted their teeth and fought against each other. Nangong Zhongying, who lost his left hand, faced Nangong Sai, who was full of scars and exhausted his last bit of strength. This was a hand-to-hand battle. Xue Jingyong had a thought that made him gasp. The meridians in his left arm, could it be that he broke them himself? In fact, it was not only Xue Jingyong. Many people who were watching the battle outside the barrier also gradually had this thought in their hearts. After the high-ranking disciples of the Confucian Wind sect were buried, their eyes had to be covered with a silk band with spiritual power. Was it really just for the sake of traveling on a crane, seeing the clouds and sky? Was it possible that Nangong Zhongying had more or less anticipated the vicissitudes of life that would last 100 years? Therefore, when he established the Confucian Wind sect, he had already thought of the Confucian Wind sect's doomsday. The reason why he covered the eyes of every buried disciple was so that they would not be able to display their most powerful fighting strength, so that they would not be able to bring disaster to the world. Therefore, the divine martial skill that accompanied him throughout his life was not in the coffin. He only held a long sword. Therefore, before he died, he cut off all the meridians in his left arm. Even if in the future there really was an unrighteous person who used his corpse to stir up trouble, they would not be able to obtain all of his fighting strength. But the answer was still unknown. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Nangong Sai suddenly caught a glimpse of the Grand Master's eyebrows slightly knitted. He muttered, "Nangong Sai, 7th generation." Outside the barrier, Mo Ran stared at Nangong Zhongying's every move with rapt attention. As the Emperor Ta, his observation point was different from all the righteous people present. He could accurately perceive some things that people who had not played the exquisite chess game would find difficult to immediately discover. In Mo Rant's view, this corpse was clearly different from the others. He seemed to have been struggling to regain his consciousness before his death. This was also what Mo Ran was worried about before. Although the exquisite chess game was one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, there was no such thing as perfect magic in the world. If a person's willpower was particularly strong, then the caster would have to continuously exert spiritual power to suppress the chess piece's resistance. Once the caster's spiritual power was not enough, the chess piece would go berserk and lose control. Sometimes it would even backfire on the caster. This was also why in the history of the exquisite chess game, there were many people who suddenly died of a disease, or directly reversed the flow of their meridians and died suddenly. Mo Rant's face was burning, and his eyes followed Nangong Zongying's movements. He was almost certain that Xu Shuanglin could not completely control Nangong Zongying. Bang! The sudden muffled sound made Mo Ran clench his 5 fingers on the barrier, and his veins protruded. The difference in strength was too big. Everyone present clearly saw that even if Nangong Zongying cut off his main arm and cut off his strength, a great master was still a great master. Even if the sharp claws were pulled out, this empty corpse could still fight evenly with my Hanxue and Xue Meng. If they really wanted to suppress him, perhaps they would need the sect leader and the elders to make a move. But the sect leader and the elders could not enter. The barrier was sealed, and inside was the territory of the Nangong clan. If they rashly entered, it would cause the spirit of the Jiao Mountain to go berserk, and at that time, it would be more of a hindrance. This was the civil war of the Confucian Wind sect, and no one could interfere. If Nangong Sai was full of vitality, he could probably rely on his own strength to deal with the corpse in front of him, but he had already suffered too much. Another heavy blow came. Nangong Sai could have easily dodged, but when he grabbed Neo Beijin's collar and flipped onto his back, the wound on his palm was torn, and he was momentarily exhausted, unable to hold on. Woo! Neo Beijin let out a mournful cry. The sword in Nangong Sai's hand was knocked away, and it rolled to the edge of the barrier. Mo Ran saw that the sword hilt was already stained with blood from Nangong Sai's palm. Sai, don't fight anymore. Come out. Let's think of another way. Yi Wangxi shouted at him again. People were always like this. Yi Wangxi would not beg for mercy, but Nangong Sai was her weak spot. She was crying, and she was crying non-stop. Mo Ran had never seen her cry like this in his previous life. At this time, she really had the shadow of a young girl. Nangong Liu and Nangongshu, the 2 brothers, had selfishly put a resolute and cold mask on her face. She had always felt that she would never be able to take off this mask, but the moment she saw the bloodstained sword, it turned to ashes. Sai, this blow was too heavy. Nangong Sai gritted his teeth as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He didn't utter a sound as he tried to force himself up from the ground. However, a cold light flashed past and a sharp blade as bright as snow shone on his face. Nangong Sai slightly gasped for breath, and raised his face, which was slightly similar to Nangong Zongying's, to stare at his ancestor through the dazzling sword light. Nangong Zongying's sword was already hanging above him. Inside and outside the barrier, there was a deathly silence. Chapter 214. Mo Ran clenched his fists in the dark. His heart beat like a war drum, and the veins on his temples twitched. He stared at the tense situation in front of him, and a crazy thought roared in his mind: Nangong Zongying could take Nangong Sai's life at any time. But was he really going to stand like this? Could he really stand there with a clear conscience? He was trembling. He was suffering, but fortunately, no one saw anything strange about him. The line between life and death in the barrier was like fine sand absorbing water, and everyone's gaze was focused on it. The sharp sword could be stained with blood at any time. Thousands of trees rustled. Mo Ran grasped the concealed weapon in his sleeve, and rubbed the sharp edge of the sleeve arrow with his finger. He wanted to do something, But that something made his fear grow like wild weeds. Suddenly, Nangong Zongying's body trembled. The trembling was too obvious, and everyone could see it clearly. Xue Jingyong was shocked. What's wrong? Nangong Zongying couldn't see Nangong Sai's specific position, and the position where he raised his sword was a bit off. However, Nangong Sai couldn't make a sound. Even the slightest sound or movement of the wind could make Nangong Zongying react. He stared at his ancestor's face with a pale but stubborn expression, and pursed his lips. The corners of his lips were full of blood that hadn't dried yet. You are Nangong Sai. This time, not only Xue Jingyong, but many people standing in front of him who heard this sentence also shivered. Nangong Zongying had a consciousness. Mo Rant's expression also changed. A cold light flashed in his sleeve, and he put away the concealed arrow that was about to be used. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and his heart was beating wildly. That was close, he was almost exposed. He felt lucky that he didn't have to make a move, but then he felt uneasy and disgusted by his own luck. In front of this Jiao mountain, the two spirits of his past life and present life were fighting fiercely. They kept biting and tangling, tearing at each other until blood was dripping, and flesh was badly mangled. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Nangong Sai. 7th. Within the wizardry barrier, Nangong Zongying's sword, which was hanging high in the air, was slowly shifting. Little by little, inch by inch, Xue Jingyong was extremely shocked. Does he really have consciousness? No, it wasn't conscious. He was restoring his consciousness, restoring the remnant consciousness of this corpse. Mo Ran knew that Xu Shuanglin, who was hiding in a corner of Jiao Mountain, was like a clumsy puppeteer. He had never danced with such a complicated and huge puppet before. He could not hold on any longer. Nangong Zongying was about to break free of his. Swoosh. Before Mo Ran could finish his thoughts, a muffled sound of flesh being pierced rang out, causing his scalp to go numb and his pupils to contract. In that instant, blood splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence, an extremely distorted scream suddenly exploded in his ears. A cold sword pierced through his bones. Asai. Miss Yi. Yi Wangxi. They clamped down on Yi Wangxi, whose eyes were red and whose expression was almost crazy. They were afraid that she would do something extreme, but they soon realized that it was unnecessary. What could she do? She was not a member of the Nangong family. No matter how good she was, in front of Jiao Mountain, she was just an outsider. She could not enter at all. Nangong Zongying's sword mercilessly pierced through Nangong Sai's back and shoulder. If he could see with his own eyes, he was afraid that right now there would be a gaping hole in Nangong Sai's chest. Nangong Sai froze for a moment and seemed to want to say something, but Zongying immediately pulled out his sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Nangong Sai, who fell to the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. He could not even support himself anymore. After struggling a few times, he finally collapsed into the mud. He did not know what Xu Shuanglin did. Perhaps he donated the power of his spiritual core, or perhaps he used all of his consciousness to firmly control Nangong Zongying. The body that was about to recover its spiritual sense suddenly turned into a puppet that killed decisively. He held a sword, and blood dripped from the thin sword groove. The blood dripped onto the ground, and under the moonlight, it converged into a small pool of darkness that was uncertain whether it was dark or bright. Nangong Sai once again tried to crawl up from the ground, but failed. In the mud, he barely managed to raise his face. Mo Rant's eyelashes trembled, and he closed his eyes. He would rather Nangong Sai not let anyone see this face of his. His originally proud, arrogant, clean and handsome face was now only covered in blood and mud. His facial features were almost indistinguishable. He was in such a sorry state that it was enough to make anyone with a conscience feel sorrowful. Although Nangong Sai's eyes were not sad, there was still fire in his eyes, and there was still light. Nangong Zongying wanted to strike again, but a white light rushed over and tangled with him. Neo Beijing roared and howled, full of murderous intent, and did not care about anything else. Sai, Yi Wangxi was on the verge of collapse, but Nangong Sai did not look at her. He only stared at Jiangxi, and his bloody lips and teeth opened and closed. At this moment, he could not make too loud a sound, but Jiangxi understood lip reading. He clasped his hands behind his back, and his brown eyes stared unblinkingly at Nangong Sai's moving lips. Nangong Sai finished speaking. Jiangxi said, "Okay. I know." Woo-woo, with another dull bang, Neo Beijing was hit by Nangong Zhongying with one hand. Its fall was much louder than its master's, and its snow-white body fell among the trees, crushing a large number of branches and leaves. Immediately after, its spiritual power could not support it, and a cloud of smoke rose from the ground. Before the smoke dispersed, a fluffy white puppy rushed out. It was not even the size of a person's palm, and it used all its strength to bite Nangong Zhongying's clothes. It was Neo Beijing's original form. Nangong Sai turned his head and coughed softly. Go quickly. Ow-woo. Neo Beijing did not leave. However, its little bit of strength was like a clay ox entering the sea when it bit Nangong Zhongying. Nangong Zhongying was too lazy to pay attention to it. He moved his fingers, and the ground of Jiao Mountain shook. The thousands of corpses that Nangong Sai had previously tied up were instantly pulled out of the ground by vines. He had the strength to pull up mountains. He was unstoppable. Nangong Sai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He also pressed his hand hard on the ground. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His spiritual core was crushed. He used his spiritual core, which he had cultivated for more than 20 years, and his painstaking efforts to cultivate for more than 20 years, to stake everything on one throw and never look back. He shouted with blood in his eyes, "Sink! Collapse!" He could clearly feel that the core that had accompanied him for 20 years in his heart had collapsed in an instant. It was very light, like the ripples of a spring lake blown by the wind. It was very heavy, like the rolling stones of a broken mountain. In the end, it turned into fine powder. At that moment, Nangong Sai vaguely felt a sense of relief. So this was what it felt like to have one's spiritual core crushed. Although it was painful, it was not a heart-wrenching pain. Then, when his mother died, she probably did not suffer too much. In just a moment, there was nothing left. The evil dragon's spirit actually trembled slightly because of his sacrifice. The blood vines that were about to let go suddenly closed again and clung tightly to the zombies that were about to break out. Nangong Zhongying slightly raised his chin and said in a low voice, Then, he walked step by step to Nangong Sai and stood in front of him. Nangong Sai could not move at all. Without his spiritual core, he was no different from an ordinary person. He couldn't even summon back his sword. He gasped for breath and looked up. His eyes reflected the moonlight, as well as Nangong Zhongying's face, which was against the moonlight. Grand Leader, Nangong Zhongying's blindfolded ribbon fluttered in the cold wind. He stood on the spot for a while before moving his finger again. However, due to the sacrifice of Nangong Sai's spirit core, the spirit of the Jiao Mountain couldn't immediately respond to the command of its original master's corpse. Thus, the blood vines didn't move at all. In fact, they even slowly dragged the rampaging corpses and continued to sink underground. However, Nangong Sai knew that he could not hold on much longer. As long as Nangong Zhongying had the heart to give the order, Jiao Mountain would definitely listen to the first master's orders. He could not change anything. However, even though he couldn't change it, he would still pay the price to do it. He would try his best to do it. He had a clear conscience. Outside the enchantment, Mo Ran gritted his teeth. The arrow in his sleeve was at his fingertips again. The lines on his face were extremely tense. His hands were slightly trembling under his robes. Inside the enchantment, Nangong Sai said, "Grand Leader, I'm sorry. I still didn't do anything." The ancestor's sword was raised again. Nangong Sai slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, just as he was about to be killed, he saw Nangong Zhongying turn his neck. With difficulty, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "You are called Nangong Sai." Nangong Sai suddenly trembled. He said hoarsely, "Grand Leader, you have consciousness. You Can you understand what I'm saying? Mo Ran could not hear the rest of the sentence clearly. However, everyone could see that Nangong Zongying's hand suddenly slowed down. His lips moved slightly. It was obvious that he was talking to Nangong Sai. I shouldn't fight with you. Nangong Zongying's sword was still hanging in the air. However, his throat was intermittently making very soft sounds. My heart still has memories of the past. Before I died, I was worried that there would be changes in the future. He had just recovered his consciousness. His words were not clear. He said hoarsely, I didn't expect that there would be such a day. Nangong Zongying paused for a moment. He continued, Nangong Sai. Later, after I finished chanting the incantation, you immediately take away the bow and arrow. Bow and arrow? What bow and arrow? Nangong Sai's mind was buzzing. He did not react for a moment. However, Nangong Zongying had already turned his long sword. With a whoosh, it scraped against the ground. He let out a long roar like a dragon's cry. Then, he moved back a few feet. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked like a banished immortal. Nangong Zongying was trembling. At this moment, he was barely able to free his lips and tongue from the spellcaster's control. Every word he said required a lot of energy. Piercing, cloud, summon. After he said this sentence word by word, a clear and melodious cry suddenly came from the heart of Flood Dragon Mountain. The ground in front of Nangong Sai suddenly split open. Amidst the rolling sand, a deep blue horn bow continuously rang out, illuminating the endless night. Everyone was frightened. Even someone as cold as Chu Wanning slightly changed his expression. The legendary divine weapon that accompanied the first sect master of the Confucian Wind sect, Piercing Cloud. Quickly, take it away, Nangong Zongying said hoarsely. His hands trembled violently, as if he was resisting an invisible spider web. He did his best to not go forward and take his divine bow, Piercing Cloud. Piercing Cloud arrow, can burn flesh and blood, burn. Nangong Sai actually already understood what he meant. However, this stimulation was too great. He could not believe it. So he opened his mouth and asked hoarsely, burn what? Me. Nangong Zongying suddenly roared in anger. Grand Sect Master, don't let my corpse do the thing that I hated the most when I was alive. Nangong Zongying stood tall and straight, his robes fluttering in the wind. He left behind his last word after 100 years, burn. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.